Chapter 51 Calamity 2. The White Mountain rose from the White Sea like a knuckle pressed up through a bed of snow. Its slopes caught the pale light of the ambient authority that flowed through this corner of the wild, the stone of it a polished ivory that had never weathered. On a broad stone terrace halfway up the mountain's southern slope, three primordial architects occupied the moment. Two of them were sparring. Both operated at the Calimian tier of the Proterozoic scale. One stood tall and narrow, his skin a deep bronze that held faint geometric scarring across his shoulders and arms. His axiom was a long curved blade of compressed observable force that hummed with a low crimson undertone as he moved. His opponent was squat and powerful, his body built in the proportions of an old wrestler refined across centuries into something more dangerous. The squat one fought with his hands and feet alone, his palms glowing with a concentrated green authority that left afterimages in the pale air. They exchanged strikes across the terrace with the unhurried cadence of beings who had sparred many times before and who no longer needed to take the sparring particularly seriously. The third primordial architect sat on a carved stone bench at the edge of the terrace, watching. He was the largest of the three, his frame broad and long, his robes the deep violet of his house colors. His name was Thrasios of the 10th descent, and he had been designated for the civilizational holy war some hours ago. He was confident. He was not worried. His voice carried across the terrace with amused ease. Why are you even bothering to spar? Both of you, seriously, why? This is just a minor civilizational holy war where the allies of the Infinity Bearer are likely not even at the second scale. The man is so young, so impossibly young by our standards, that his closest followers cannot have crossed into any meaningful classification yet. His designated 81 are going to walk into those isolated civilizational arenas as little insects. We will walk in as ourselves. He stretched his long arms along the back of the bench. And anyway, the Deliverance has given us our instructions already. Kill half. Leave the other half alive as prisoners, so that he may control the anomaly through his hold on those the anomaly cares about. 81 of us enter the arenas, 41 of his people become corpses, 40 of his people become leverage, and the Infinity Bearer either bends to our collective will or watches those he loves suffer in ways he will never forget. It is a clean plan. It does not require preparation. He laughed softly. So why spar? You'll barely lift your hand to squash an insignificant ant, and then you'll be on your way to collect your prisoners. Save the exertion for when the exertion matters. Bahaha. The tall one smiled slightly at the joke and lowered his curved axiom blade. The squat one grinned and let his green palms dim. And before either of them could formulate a reply, a voice echoed across the terrace that belonged to none of them. Man, you all have really bad fucking timing. The living emotive's voice rolled out of the ambient air with a cold edge that did not match the manic sing-song she usually carried. Why say that about the Sir's people just as he appears? The way you will die now will be really really bad. I was hoping to watch something less brutal today, maybe a clean execution, maybe a quiet collapsing. But no. You had to open your mouth about this. Noah manifested beside her a breath later. He did not announce his arrival with theatrical flair. He simply was there, floating at a casual height above the carved terrace, his fair skin holding its gentle internal glow, his hair radiating its multicolored light in slow pulses. His gaze was cold as he looked down at the three primordial architects on the terrace with the specific flat attention of a being who had already decided how the next few minutes would proceed and who saw no reason to rush toward the resolution. The three primordial architects reacted with the speed of beings who had not expected any company. Thrasios rose from his bench in a single fluid motion, his violet robe settling around him as his hand extended toward the authority he carried in his personal weavings. The tall one spun his curved blade into a guard position, his bronze skin blazing as he summoned his Proterozoic bones into illuminated activation. The Squat One dropped into his combat stance, both palms flaring with green civilizational authority. All three of them began to buzz with power. And all three of them felt their bodies freeze in the next moment. The infinity within them, the seas of it that filled their Proterozoic foundations and fed their amplified egos, came under the control of another. Thrasios' extended hand locked mid-motion. His violet robes held their half-settled position. Their civilization stopped responding to their conscious commands. Their infinity held still. Their bodies were not theirs anymore. Noah drifted down slowly toward the terrace. He stopped inches above the carved stone in front of the three frozen primordial architects. His presence pressed close to them, close enough that they could feel the cold radiating from his gaze without him needing to exert any deliberate pressure. Their eyes were the only things still free to move. Their eyes darted between each other and toward him, carrying the first traces of dread as the implications of their sudden immobility settled into the animal layer of their awareness. Noah looked at Thrasios specifically. "You were going to kill half of my people." His voice was quiet. "And enslave the other half. My mother. My son. My lovers. The people I spent years and months building with. The ones who trusted me enough to follow me into a cause that had no guarantees. Is that what you were going to do? Split them into corpses and leverage, and then walk away?" Thrasios' eyes tried to widen. The frozen muscles of his face did not cooperate. Noah's coldness flashed into brutality. He took control of their bodies directly, through the network of infinity he had already seized within each of them. Their arms. Their legs. The authority of their Proterozoic bones. Everything that operated through infinity as its substrate was now operating through his. He turned them on each other. The Tall One's curved axiom blade filled with golden observable force and rivers of blue infinity moved first. It came down out of its frozen guard position and arced across the terrace in a motion the Tall One had not commanded. The blade traveled with the full weight of the Tall One's Kalimian cultivation behind it. It struck Thrasios across the shoulder and split his violet robes and his bronze skin down to the white of exposed Proterozoic bone. Thrasios' mouth opened, but the scream that should have come out was not permitted to leave his throat. His infinity held his vocal cords still. His eyes expressed what his voice could not. Blood of primordial architects flowed. Stellar crimson gold blood poured from the wound across Thrasios' shoulder and splashed onto the pale stone of the terrace in patterns that glowed faintly in the cold light. The Squat One's palms flared. His green civilizational authority surged outward from his hands in a technique he had refined across his entire martial career, and the authority struck the Tall One in the center of his chest. The Tall One's ribcage caved inward. His Proterozoic bones cracked along their structural seams. The Tall One's own blade came back up. It swept through his own neck as he severed his civilization and anchor. His head came free of his shoulders. Wah! The head tumbled across the terrace and rolled to a stop near Thrasios' feet, its eyes still moving, still expressing the specific horror of a being who had just been made to kill himself using his own limb. The Squat One's palms turned inward against his own chest. His green authority struck his own ribcage with the full intensity he had been about to deliver to the Tall One before the Tall One had been beheaded. His Proterozoic bones caved inward in the same configuration. His organs, so recently illuminated, ruptured against the collapsing cavity of his own chest as he collapsed his heart of civilization. Blood pooled. Noah made sure their civilizations were collapsed as he raised his leg and pressed down, his Hadean pillar of infinity flashing momentarily above as a heavy weight crashed down that turned two bodies to mush. HUUM. Thrasios alone remained standing. Noah drifted closer to him. He stopped in front of the violet-robed primordial architect, close enough that Thrasios could feel the breath of a being who was not breathing. Close enough that the blood still flowing from Thrasios' shoulder wound began to splash against Noah's chest as Noah forced Thrasios' arm to lift and fall, the repeated motion driving fresh streams of crimson gold out of the split skin. Blood splashed across Noah's face. His voice, when it came, was heavy. Brutality is strange, Thrasios. Thrasios, right? That is what infinity is telling me. The wounded primordial architect's eyes darted to his. Most beings think of brutality as an overflow. An excess of violence beyond what the situation requires. They believe brutality reveals something disordered in the brutal one, some failure of restraint, some collapse of the civilized veneer that separates the refined from the savage. But really, brutality is a message. Brutality is what one does when one wants the specific meaning of the violence to be unmistakable. He gestured with his free hand toward the two mush corpses on the terrace. Ordinary killing communicates only that the killer could. Brutality communicates why. The way a body is arranged after it has been ended tells the survivors what grievance produced the ending. The slow ones say the grievance was old. The loud ones say the grievance was public. The intimate ones say the grievance was personal. And when brutality is used against beings who had planned brutality of their own, it is a form of correction. A closing of the ledger in the exact vocabulary the opener had chosen. Thrasios' eyes darted between the corpses and Noah's face. You were going to split my mother from my son. You were going to kill one of them and chain the other. That is, brutal. He forced Thrasios' arm up again. The wound pulsed. Fresh crimson gold spattered across Noah's cheek. He tilted his head slightly. The axiom blade floated across the space between them and settled into Thrasios' own frozen hand. Show me what my mother's name cost. Show me the end of your brutality. Thrasios' hand moved. The curved blade rose and turned inward. It began to work against Thrasios' own chest, slow strokes, the precision of a weapon that had served many well. It was an axiom after all, something holding glimmers of the first cause. Thrasios' eyes screamed what his throat could not. The strokes continued as the violet robes parted. The skin parted. The Proterozoic bones revealed themselves, one by one, and then one by one came free. Noah watched the entire process with the same flat attention he had carried into the arrival. Off to the side of the terrace, Emotive watched with eyes that had gone somewhere far beyond her usual mania. Her hair had settled into a deep, reverent gold that had not shifted once since Noah began. Her breath had become slow and shallow. Her hands were folded at her chest, not out of any performed devotion, but because her body had instinctively adopted the posture appropriate to what she was being permitted to see. If she had been fixated before, and she had been, deeply, thoroughly, in every layer of her existence, what she was witnessing now was only locking her further in. This was the brutality of a being who was not losing his composure. This was the brutality of a being who did not raise his voice, did not hasten the process, did not show the slightest sign of emotional disruption while he dismantled those who had planned to harm the people he loved. Her fixation was not merely grand. Her fixation was, in this moment, architectural. Magisterial. She would remember every detail. She would replay it across eons. On the terrace, Thrasios finally stopped moving as Noah crushed his civilization and consciousness. The three primordial architects who had been sparring and laughing on this mountain a few minutes ago now lay in arrangements that communicated, to anyone who would ever see them, exactly what had happened here and exactly why. Noah turned his face slightly. Emotive's gold hair flickered once in acknowledgement of his glance. He drifted back up into the air above the terrace, the blood drying on his face as he looked out across the white sea and the white mountains rising from it. There were many more to kill. Behind him, bubbles of Hadean singularities of Lut and Axiom began to rise from three corpses and flew out to him. Chapter 51-52, Calamity. 3. While one being began hunting primordial architects across the wild, another had continued his assault on a distant mountain. The gilded white mountain no longer looked the way it had looked an hour earlier. Its pale slopes were streaked with the residue of violence. The temples that had once risen in tiered arrangements along its flanks stood in various states of ruin, some of them fully collapsed into piles of their own white stone, others standing in half-standing configurations that the mountain's structural authority could no longer sustain much longer. The golden roofs that had capped the temples had been peeled back or ripped away entirely. The friezes along the upper registers, the carved scenes of gilded ones receiving reverence from kneeling primordial architects, had been gouged and scorched, the faces of the gilded figures specifically ruined by flames that had been applied to them with the deliberate care of a being who wanted the defacement to be noticed. Corpses lay across every tier of the mountain. Most of the primordial architects who had gathered on the gilded white mountain were dead. Their bodies were arranged across the terraces and balconies in the same neat rows the creature had been using since the base of the mountain, each one open cleanly along the structural seams of their Proterozoic bones, each one's organs extracted and laid out beside the body it had come from. The rows had grown long. Dozens of them. Each body a small testament to the methodical afternoon that had produced this mountain-wide stillness. A few of the dead still held traces of warmth. Their hearts of civilization, the organs that had held their personal civilizations anchored throughout their lives, burned in their exposed chest cavities like candles about to go out. The flames of those hearts flickered weakly, unable to hold themselves lit much longer without the beings they had once belonged to, and their dimming cast small orange glows across the pale stone beneath them. Within another hour, the last of those hearts would extinguish, and the mountain would hold nothing but cold meat and cold stone. At the top of the mountain, on the highest balcony of what had once been the grandest temple, the creature sat. He sat cross-legged on the remains of the balcony's outer railing, the carved stone beneath him cracked along several of its supporting beams but still holding. His multicolored golden flames had dimmed slightly from the peak intensity they had reached during the assault, but they still wreathed his body in slow steady licks, the bloody undertone beneath them now visible more clearly than before. His posture was relaxed. Beside him, on the floor of the ruined balcony, lay Philemon Aristos. The two-headed primordial architect was almost split in half. A long clean cut ran from the crown of his left head skull down through the center of his massive chest, exiting just above his waist. His Proterozoic bones were visible through the parted tissue of his torso. His organ systems, the inner architecture of an Ediacaran tier primordial architect, lay exposed to the ambient air of the mountain. His right head was intact and conscious. His left head hung slack and barely responsive, the plasmic golden flames around it guttered down to faint wisps. His bones and organs shone weakly. The fear in his eyes was fucking considerable. This was a being who had stood at the same approximate level as the Deliverance. An Ediacaran Proterozoic scale primordial architect whose amplified ego and refined cultivation had placed him among the highest tier of primordial architects in the wild. And yet here he was, split across his chest, his plasmic flames guttering, his dead peers stretched out along the tiers below him in their neat rows, his own body already halfway reduced to the condition he would have resisted had he possessed any remaining strength to resist with. He was going to die. He knew this. He had known this for some minutes now. His right head turned slightly toward the creature. His voice came out hoarse. "If I die here." His words came in fragments, breath by breath. "I will not die alone. Listen carefully. I bear the unique engineering of that very same Gilded One you spoke of earlier. The false golden idol. The one who collapsed the soul eons ago. The engineering he did to me during my rise was his last favor to me, a favor granted because I served him loyally across epochs, and the engineering carries a protocol. The moment I die, the protocol activates. He will know. He will be notified of the manner of my death and the location of my ending, and he will come down from the brainworld observable existence to address the one who killed me." His remaining mouth worked. That was his last favor. That was what he gave me. He gave me a tether to his attention, so that no matter where I died or how, he would respond. He gave me a guarantee of immortality. His right head fixed its dimming eyes on the creature's face. "Do you truly want to face a Gilded One right now? Stop this. Walk away from this mountain. You have done enough already. You do not want the attention of the Gilded Ones right now. You are not ready. No being at your current classification is ever ready. Walk away. I will not pursue you if you let me live." The creature's multicolored golden flames flickered once. He leaned down. The lean brought his face close to Philemon's remaining head, close enough that his burning breath washed over the cooling skin of the dying primordial architect. His posture was almost tender in its proximity, the posture of a being about to whisper a secret, the posture of an old friend sharing one last intimate confidence before the parting. "You coward." He tilted his head slightly. "Do you want to know something? I came here precisely for that. I came for you specifically, because I knew you carried the densest engineering of the false golden idol." His flames brightened a fraction. "I came for you to call down your master." He let the word settle against the side of Philemon's ear. "Whether you can do that while alive, through some deliberate summons I might extract from you through more patient persuasion, or whether you have to be dead for the protocol to fire on its own, is entirely of no consequence to me. Either path gets the Gilded One into my presence. I am indifferent as to the method. I lean slightly toward the dead method, actually, because it requires no cooperation from you, and I do not enjoy cooperating with beings I plan to kill anyway." "Huum." Philemon's remaining head stared at him. The dread that bloomed across his face was different from the dread that had come before. Earlier, when he had realized his defeat was imminent, the dread had been personal. The dread of his own ending. What flooded his features now was something larger. The dread of a being who had just understood that his entire participation in this encounter had been miscalibrated. He had been trying to threaten the creature with the very outcome the creature had been pursuing. His final leverage had been the thing his opponent wanted most. "Oh. Fuck." He shook his head with incredulity. "Are you crazy?" His voice cracked on the words. "That is a Gilded One. That is a full adult Gilded One at the Paleozoic scale. The third scale. A being whose power sits above this entire mountain by a margin that makes everything you have done here today functionally irrelevant. You will die. You will die the moment he turns his attention toward you. You are not even at the third scale yourself. You are still within the Proterozoic. The gap between your classification and his is, oh, you fool." His remaining mouth worked desperately. "Even if you were at the third scale, his third scale is much grander than yours would be. Gilded Ones at Paleozoic exceed bounded beings at Paleozoic by orders of magnitude that the classifications themselves cannot fully express. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. You Are you mentally checked out? Have you gone so far into your grief that the climbing has broken your capacity to judge what is fucking possible? You dumb mother of dash. The creature's reply came calmly. His flames flickered with quiet amusement. Scales, scales, scales. He said the word 3 times, the way one might say the name of an old friend whose arrival had become tedious. Why are you so tightly wound on the scale of someone? Every word out of your remaining mouth, every last protest you've offered me in these final minutes, has been structured around scale. He is 3rd scale. You are 2nd. I am beneath you. He is beneath him. The numbers circulate between us like the only currency that matters, and every being on this mountain has been taught to reason through those numbers as if they settled every question they touched. He shifted his weight slightly on the cracked railing. Osmont, the one you call the Infinity Bearer, has killed 2nd scale beings while he was still at the 1st scale. He has done this repeatedly. He has done it as a matter of methodology rather than as a surprising accident. He stood at the 1st scale, and he reached upward across the gap your classifications told him was uncrossable, and he reached with enough conviction and enough foundation to settle the matter in his favor. The scales said he could not. He could. So, the scales were incorrect. The creature's eyes drifted toward the ruined friezes along the temple walls. Why bother with what scales tell you you can do? The scales were drawn by beings whose interest was to contain. Containment is what frameworks do. They slot. They rank. They say here is where you stand and here is where you end. They were not drawn by beings whose interest was to see what would happen if the slotted things climbed beyond their slots. So the scales measure accurately what beings typically do. They do not measure what beings are capable of attempting. The two are not the same, Philemon. They have never been the same. His flame steadied. Have your civilization decide, big guy. Your civilization, when you quiet down the noise of the classifications, has its own opinions about what you can and cannot do. Most primordial architects never ask their civilizations directly. They listen to the scales instead. That is why they live and die according to the scales. That is why you are lying on this balcony right now with your chest open to the air. You listen to what the scales permitted you to do, and the scales permitted you to do what a being at your tier typically does, and it turned out that what a being at your tier typically does was insufficient for the encounter that actually arrived. He leaned back slightly from Philemon's ear. Now come. Call your master down. You said your death would accomplish it, and you seemed certain about that part, so I see no reason to argue with you about the method. His flames rose. Alrighty then. Philemon's remaining eye widened. The horror that passed across his features was the final horror of his existence, the recognition that his last threat had not been a threat at all, that his final leverage had been misaligned, that the being across from him was smiling at the prospect of exactly the intervention he had been trying to use as a warning. He opened his mouth to say something further. The creature did not look at him. Seated on the cracked railing, still cross-legged, still relaxed in his posture, the creature raised his right fist. Multicolored golden flames wreathed his knuckles. He did not turn his head. His gaze remained lifted toward the open sky above the mountain, toward the distant upper reaches where, if Philemon's engineering protocol functioned as described, the false golden idol would shortly be notified. He began to pummel. Boom! The first blow landed on the center of Philemon's exposed chest cavity. The impact sent a shock through the balcony beneath them, and one of the nearby columns of the ruined temple collapsed inward, its broken stone tumbling down toward the lower tiers. Philemon's ribcage, already compromised from the earlier cut, caved further inward. Bones that had still been intact snapped along fresh lines. Organs that had been clinging to residual function ruptured in the spaces between the collapsing bones. Boom. The second blow landed beside the first. This one cratered the cracked railing the creature was sitting on, though the creature did not acknowledge the cracking. The mountain itself rumbled. A larger section of the temple's upper structure collapsed inward, more carved stone tumbling in a cascading slide down the slopes. Philemon's shoulders jerked upward from the impact before falling back slack against the balcony floor. Boom. The third blow. Another cascade of collapsing structures. Another rupture through Philemon's internal architecture. His remaining head's mouth hung open now, no longer able to form words. Boom. 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 The blows continued. The creature did not vary the rhythm. He did not look down to assess the damage between impacts. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, the quiet defiant gaze of a being waiting for a specific visitor to arrive, and his fist rose and fell with the steady patience of a ritual being observed rather than an attack being delivered. Each blow mutilated further. Each blow destroyed more of what remained of Philemon's organs and bones. The last blow came down directly on the unfathomably hardened heart of civilization that had lain at the center of Philemon's exposed chest. Boom. The heart of civilization, his anchor, the organ that even at Ediacaran Tier should have been nearly impossible to breach, cracked along its structural seams. A second descending blow split it open along those cracks. A third collapsed the remaining structure entirely. The heart broke apart in a final rupture. A blinding golden light of ego erupted from Philemon's remains. The light surged upward, carrying the residual signature of his amplified pride, of the ego engineered into him by his master eons ago. It rose above the balcony. It climbed above the peak of the mountain itself. It shot upward into the open sky above the gilded white mountain at a speed and intensity that no mountain of this tier had ever witnessed from its own slopes. The light climbed higher. It kept climbing. It disappeared above. The protocol had fired. The false golden idol would know. And the creature, still seated on his cracked railing with his multicolored golden flames licking around him in slow steady rhythms, finally looked down at the pulverized remains of Philemon Aristos on the balcony beside him. He waited, for he was a fucking patient one. Chapter 51-53, Calamity. 4. It felt odd to be killing primordial architects. Hours ago, these beings had been so distant, so abstract, so far above the classifications. The primordial architect as a category had carried weight in his mind. That had been hours ago. Now they were folding under his attention like wet paper, and the folding felt distantly wrong. He had been waiting to test the extent of his new power before he took on the quintessential ego of Superbius V1 himself. He had wanted to feel the ceiling of his current Hadean configuration before he added another layer onto it. The idea had been reasonable, a calibration pass across the mid-tier primordial architects of the wild, to establish a clean baseline measurement of where he stood. So far, the calibration had been fucking abysmal. Not as a reflection on his power. As a reflection on the primordial architect's power. Every designated combatant he had reached through a motives list had folded within a handful of seconds of his arrival. The Calimian ones did not even qualify as calibration. They qualified as confirmation that his current floor sat well above their ceilings. Maybe he needed to find one at Ediacaran. An Ediacaran tier primordial architect with a properly engineered ego amplification might, possibly, provide enough friction to reveal where his current capacities actually topped out. Possibly. He was no longer confident that even that would be sufficient. Would he need to face the deliverance himself to see the scope of his power? That was beginning to look like the answer. The ceiling of the wild's hierarchy sat with the deliverance and the three others of his stature, and none of the beings beneath that ceiling were going to give him the data he wanted. Fucking scrubs. He and Emotive stood on top of a massive primordial tree. The tree rose from the ambient substrate of the wild with the vast patient grandeur of something that had been growing since before most civilizations had cohered into their current forms. The peak of the tree held a broad platform of living wood, shaped across millennia into a natural terrace for whichever primordial architects had claimed this territory. 5 of those primordial architects lay pulverized across the platform. Between his personal run and whatever Naldine and Midas were working through on their coordinated hunt, the count so far had to be more than 30 dead primordial architects. More than a third of the designated 81 already scratched from the ledger. In less than a few minutes. As he was thinking all of this, Emotive cursed in shock beside him. Oh fuck. Her voice was uncharacteristically flat as Noah looked at her coldly. What? Her hair had cycled into a worried violet streaked with black. She turned to him with her eyes wide and her hands raised slightly in the air, the posture of a messenger who had just received bad news and was not entirely sure how the recipient of the news would respond. I have been keeping track of the creature's battle on the Gilded White Mountain. In the background, alongside everything else, just tapping into the emotional residue of the engagement to monitor the progress. The emotions coming off that mountain have been extraordinary for my cultivation. By the way, just so you know, every primordial architect who died up there contributed something to my accumulated intake, and I have been eating very well across the last hour. Focus. Right. The latest burst of emotions from the mountain was large enough and structured enough that I caught a few lines of conversation alongside the emotional signatures. Between the creature and Philemon Aristos. The two-headed one. One of the 4 of the wild, the 4 who stand at the same level as the deliverance. Her violet hair deepened. The creature killed him a few nanoseconds ago. They were speaking before the creature pummeled him. They spoke about how Philemon's death would call down a Gilded One. The creature went to that mountain for that exact purpose. To kill Philemon so that Philemon would summon his Gilded Master down from, what the fuck did he call it? Oh, the brain world observable existence. A Gilded One may be getting called down right now, to the wild. Noah heard this and frowned. He had his own plans with Ubergold and Adelheid. Gilded Ones turning their attention this way was an impossibility under normal circumstances. Her whole explanation of the aquarium, of the casual disinterest of the upper tiers in whatever happened below, had been predicated on business proceeding normally. Gilded Ones would not notice anything he did across the wild because Gilded Ones had better things to do than watch fish fight each other in small glass boxes. What the creature was doing was not normal. What the creature was doing was pulling a Gilded One down deliberately. But Noah could understand the creature. He could understand him very well, actually. His partner desecrated in front of him. Engineered against her will and then killed. The specific cruelty of being forced to watch the defining act of violence against the being he loved most, and then being left alive to carry the memory across eons of climbing. Noah asked himself, quietly, what he would do if such a thing happened to Adelaide. Or to Barbados. Or to Athena or Anna or any of the women who had become woven into his own existence. If some being descended into his corner of reality, refused refusal, engineered one of them against her will, killed her in front of him, took what was left as a souvenir, and then departed. Boom! All of surrounding existence shuddered at the thought alone. The primordial tree beneath Noah's feet groaned against a subsonic pressure that rippled outward from him in a single wave. The bodies of the 5 pulverized primordial architects shifted slightly in their arrangements. The ambient air for several gigaparsecs around him thickened. He thought for a moment. Then he asked calmly. Where is the creature? Space fluctuated at the base of the gilded white mountain. Noah and Emotive appeared within the fluctuation as it resolved. Noah took in the mountain immediately. The devastation across every tier. The rows of corpses arranged with patient neatness. The ruined temples. The scorched friezes. The slow streams of residual flame burning in the dimming hearts of civilization scattered across the lower balconies. The mountain had been broken across the last hour in ways that would not be repaired in any meaningful time frame. He turned his gaze to see Anaximander at the base of the mountain. Anaximander stood alone on the pale stone, his tall angular frame holding the quiet scholarly composure he always carried. His attention had been turned toward the peak of the mountain before Noah and Emotive arrived, and now it shifted to Noah. A smile crossed Noah's face. Anaximander's eyes lit up in recognition. Noah floated over toward him with a smile. It feels like a long time has passed, and yet not so long. Somehow only days. The feeling is strange. Anaximander sighed quietly, the sigh of a being who had been sitting with heavy thoughts for longer than he would have preferred. It is good to see you, Osmont. But the circumstances this time around are very heavy ones. Heavier, I believe, than either of us would have preferred at our next meeting. As he said this, both of them looked up toward the peak of the mountain. The creature sat at the top, burning with multicolored flames, his gaze fixed upward toward the open sky above the gilded white mountain. He was waiting. His posture held the patient intensity of a being who had set a trap and was now waiting for the specific prey to arrive inside it. His flames flickered steadily but did not rise. Noah gazed at the devastation across the mountain one more time. Then he began to fly up. Anaximander remained at the base of the mountain. He did not move to follow. When Emotive tried to follow Noah upward, Noah said calmly, "Stay." A small whimper sounded behind him. He ignored it and continued up. He arrived near the creature at the peak of the mountain. The creature turned to see him and nodded. A smile was barely visible through the terrifying multicolored flames that wreathed his face. A moment later, the creature frowned. Surprise and confusion crossed his features. He squinted at Noah with the concentrated attention of a being trying to resolve a discrepancy between what he expected to see and what he was actually seeing. "Ho." His voice carried genuine puzzlement. "You have changed tremendously. Something about you has changed completely since our last spar. The last time we stood near each other, I could read your configuration with reasonable clarity. I knew approximately what you were and what you were becoming. Now, I cannot quite put my finger on what you have done to yourself." His flames flickered with amused curiosity. "What have you been up to, youngest?" Noah stared at the creature without answering the question directly. He looked at Philemon Aristos's corpse on the balcony beside them. Noah flicked his hand. The remains scattered outward like trash being cleared from a workbench. Bones, organs, dried crimson gold blood, fragments of violet robes, all of it swept away from the balcony in a single casual motion. A small sea of his infinity pooled in the cleared area, cleaning the stone beneath, refreshing the space where Noah wanted to sit. He sat down beside the creature. He leaned back against the cracked railing with the comfortable posture of a visitor settling in for a long conversation. Since his last spar with the creature. If he really wanted to feel the extent of his power right now, then the creature was actually someone ideal to spar with. But this was sadly not the time. He answered the earlier question instead. "Yes. I have changed somewhat. I didn't know some things, and I know a little bit now." He paused. And, I am sorry. About the vile things done to you in the past. At these words, the creature smiled. He looked up again, his gaze returning to the sky. His flames steadied into a slower rhythm than they had been holding a moment before. When he spoke, his voice was softer than it had been. The past is the past. His eyes stayed on the sky. And yet it forms the future. I stand where I am today because I was obsessed with what happened in the past. Every capacity I now wield, every tier I have climbed, every foundation I have rebuilt from ash, all of it traces back to the grief of that single afternoon eons ago. The obsession became the engine. The engine brought me here. So the past was not a thing I needed to move beyond. It was the fuel I needed to process properly. And I have processed it. His flames flickered with a quiet resignation. It is not so bad, to tell you honestly. I no longer carry the grief as I used to carry it. I carry it as a steady heat rather than as a burning one. The heat fuels the climb. The climb has almost reached its destination. Today, on this mountain, I may have the conversation I have been climbing toward for longer than many beings have been alive. That is, in its way, a kind of completion I was not certain I would ever reach. He turned his head slightly toward Noah. But you do not have to be here for this, Osmont. His voice carried genuine consideration. This is my causality. My choices. My cause. Whatever unfolds here in the next hour is between me and the being I have summoned. Boom. At such words, Noah's reply came grand. Existence is a collection of choices. From the smallest mortal flickering through a brief span, to the grandest civilization resolving its fundamental axioms across eons, every being across every realm is doing nothing more and nothing less than making choices. The choices accumulate. The choices braid into each other. The choices become causes, and the causes become the shapes of the realms we move through. Nothing in existence exists that was not chosen by something, at some point, under circumstances that made the choice available to be made. He let the observation settle. Most choices are small. They pass. They are absorbed into the substrate without leaving much trace. The choice of what to eat on a particular afternoon, the choice of which direction to walk through a forest, the choice of which word to use in a passing sentence. These choices matter individually only to the being making them, and they dissolve soon after they are made. Existence is made mostly of these small choices, because most of existence's moments are, well, small moments. His gaze returned to the creature's profile. But some choices are not small. Some choices are so pivotal that they reshape the substrates they occur within. The choice to rebuild a shattered foundation. The choice to climb an impossible gap. The choice to summon a gilded one because the debt owed to you is old enough and deep enough that no other settlement will suffice. These choices do not dissolve. They settle as fixed points in observable existence, and every subsequent choice that happens near them is shaped by their presence. He paused for the slow beat his next sentence required. Some choices are so pivotal that they have to be witnessed. Because some choices can change everything. Your choice today will change far too many things. His voice steadied. It will change things whether I am here or not. The least I can do is be here to witness it. So I am here, and I will stay. Wow. His gaze lifted to the sky alongside the creature's. You have climbed a long time for this. Let me be among those to witness what will happen. Boom. Chapter 51-54, Kneel, ye unworthy. He and the creature sat side by side atop a mountain in the wild that was covered in the corpses of primordial architects. It was something surreal to think about. Just days ago, truly not so long, Noah had been learning about the creature and the living existences, sitting across conversations trying to build mental maps of what these beings were and where they fit into the broader arrangement of the folds of existence, and now here he was sitting beside one of them on a corpse-strewn peak waiting for a gilded one to descend from the upper face of reality. Days ago. As he was thinking about events that seemed like they belonged to months or years ago even though they had rushed past only days ago, the creature spoke. He looked down toward the figure of the living emotive at the base of the mountain, where she stood beside Anaximander with an expression of someone being forced to miss out on a meeting of ultimate proportions. Her hair cycled through petulant yellows and sullen greens, her arms crossed tightly across her chest as she performed her displeasure with the full theatrical commitment of a being who knew she was being watched and wanted the watchers to register exactly how she felt about being excluded. "I told you to go easy on her in Alfheim." The creature's voice held quiet amusement beneath his multicolored flames. "I did not expect you to take her under your weavings." Noah looked down and gazed at the petulant face of the living emotive. "Her emotional fixation jumps from one to another as she is only locked onto me currently. Who knows, the moment a gilded one descends, she might shift her fixation over to them." The creature looked at Noah with a calm smile. "I know you know that to not be the case. Out of the many existences to have risen within our observable existence, she is particularly a unique one, and other living existences may have not attained their full potential, but hers is boundless if she does not sabotage herself. She did well, spreading stories of the earliest folds across existence to empower herself even more with a soap opera, finding a way to feed herself through the emotional engagement of audiences she never met, because that is not ordinary thinking. That is the thinking of a being whose foundation is emotion itself and who has understood what that foundation permits." He said such grand words calmly as Noah's eyes turned sharp. He wanted to talk more about this, but he felt like there was such little time before everything began crumbling, and so he had to ask. "You would not do anything without thought behind it, so you calling upon a gilded one to descend means you're confident in taking care of it, as impossible as that sounds to anyone who thinks in terms of scales. But I will never be someone who ever talks to another about what is possible or impossible, because I know what I have done myself." He paused. "But I still have to ask. A gilded one is a gilded one. Are you confident?" He asked such a simple, yet terrifying question. The creature did not waste even a nanosecond before he replied calmly and gloriously. "I am confident." Boom. After he heard this, Noah did not say anything else as he looked up in the same direction where the creature was looking, toward the open sky above the gilded white mountain, and thought about many things. If anyone else had been privy to their conversation right now, they would likely have been looking at the two of them as if they were mad. "What the fuck do you mean confident against a gilded one?" A gilded one was a gilded one. Bounded lifeforms could not even cross into the third scale, so where was this confidence coming from, and what foundation was the creature standing on that let him claim such a thing without theatrical qualification? Others would have demanded answers and pressed for specifics and tried to get the creature to explain the methodology behind the conviction, but Noah only looked up and thought about all the potential possibilities that could unfold from here, because the creature had not asked him for validation and the creature had not been looking for reassurance from a peer. The creature had made a statement and the statement had landed, and that was enough. In the next moment. Huom. The sky above the gilded white mountain began to change, not cracking or tearing or opening in the manner of ordinary traversals but simply settling into something it had always been capable of becoming, the pale atmospheric light deepening as the ambient observable force flowing through the upper reaches of the wild bent toward a single point above the peak in slow majestic arcs that redirected every thread of golden force upward toward a destination that had not yet manifested. Then the destination manifested. A figure began to emerge in the sky above the mountain, and it emerged not by traveling down into the space but by becoming visible within it, the air parting in deference around a presence that had always been there and had simply been waiting to be perceived. The figure was tall and grand and wreathed in light that did not belong to any spectrum Noah had previously encountered, a gold that was not merely gold but a hue carrying the resonance of something foundational, a gold that pressed against the eye the way a truth pressed against a mind, and every aspect of the figure's presence layered backward into registers that kept unfolding the longer Noah looked at them. The pressure began to bloom. It rolled outward from the figure in expanding rings that did not behave the way any pressure Noah had previously encountered behaved, because each ring carried the specific resonance of a being whose classification sat so far beyond anything the mountain or its corpses or its broken temples had ever accommodated that the rings did not merely press against the substrate of the wild but rewrote what the substrate of the wild was permitted to be within their reach. The creature's multicolored flames began to rise, and his body began to lift from the cracked railing he had been sitting on, and Noah began to rise alongside him in the same motion as the two of them prepared to face the pressure of the emerging figure head-on. They did not make it. The rings of pressure reached them halfway through their ascent, and what happened next was something Noah had never experienced in any of his engagements across any of the frameworks he had ever stood inside of. The pressure did not strike him. Striking would have been a relationship between two beings in which both beings had positions. What reached him was something that bypassed the concept of position entirely, a weight that did not come from any direction because it arrived from every direction simultaneously, a downward insistence that did not meet his body so much as it became the condition of the space his body was trying to occupy. He stopped rising. His ascent arrested itself mid-motion without any decision on his part. His body caught suspended between where he had been sitting and where he had been trying to reach, the momentum of his rise bleeding out into the pressure without producing any further altitude. Then he began to descend. Slowly. Inch by inch. Forced back down toward the cracked railing he had just lifted off from, the pressure not merely resisting his attempt to rise but reversing it, insisting that rising was a privilege the arriving figure had not yet authorized him to exercise. His Hadean configuration held. His bones did not buckle. His organs did not rupture. Infinity began to hum. But every layer of his engineering was being asked to hold against something his engineering had not been designed to resist, and the holding was consuming capacity he had not previously known he would need to spend simply to remain intact. Beside him, the creature was also descending. His multicolored flames had flattened against the downward pressure, guttering lower along his body than they had flickered throughout the entire assault on the mountain, and his ascent had reversed just as Noah's had, his body settling back toward the balcony under the weight of the pressure with the same slow inexorable compression. The two of them moved downward together. Noah felt this pressure he had never felt before pushing against him, a pressure that did not measure against any of the Vakachev scales he had catalogued across his climbing, a pressure that lived in its own register and that communicated with the fluency of law exactly how large the gap was between the being above and the two beings on the cracked balcony beneath him. In the next moment, a booming voice filled the sky, filled with cold, prideful, undeniable authority that rolled out lazily and calmly with the patient inevitability of something much larger than the space it was filling. Kneel, ye unworthy. Boom. An unfathomably undeniable pressure descended. It poured down from the figure in a single vast wave that did not distribute itself evenly through the sky but claimed the sky outright, every cubic measure of open air above the gilded white mountain and for gigaparsecs in every direction becoming the speaker's domain the moment the command left his mouth, and the claiming manifested visibly as the skies of the wild became painted and covered in gold, an unbroken radiant gold that bore no texture beyond the specific hue of the speakers. Authority, a gold that replaced the ambient weavings and the residual light and the pale atmospheric tones of the entire upper reach of the wild with nothing but his gold, his domain, his casual claim on everything his voice could touch. The pressure pressed further downward on Noah, and his descent continued. Beside him, The creature held his position as best he could under the same descending weight, his multicolored flame still burning beneath the gold, his gaze still lifted upward with the steady calmness and defiance he had carried. Above them, the figure had not yet fully resolved into its final visible form. The gold continued to settle around him. The pressure continued to ripple outward. The false golden idol had arrived. Chapter 51-55, Kneel, ye unworthy. 2. One should always fight regardless of the odds. Even if things seem over and done, even if the numbers say the outcome has already been decided, even if every framework one has access to insists that the gap between oneself and the enemy above cannot be crossed, one should always fight. Because the moment one stops fighting is the moment one truly loses, and the losing is not the loss of the engagement but the loss of the thread of one's own existence, the surrender of the single continuous line that runs through every struggle a being has ever chosen to stand inside of. So persevere. Because perseverance guarantees that the being who perseveres remains a being, and remaining a being is the foundation upon which every eventual victory is built, even the victories that arrive across timescales the persevering being could not have conceived of at the moment they first refused to yield. Persevere. Against the pressure forcing him to continue going down, Noah felt his existence roaring. He felt his infinity burning as it asked, across every channel of his being with the clarity of a tyrannical outrage refined into a single question: how dare you? How dare this presence above press him down toward the cracked balcony like a casual hand pushing a toy back into its box, and how dare this weight assume that its descending insistence would be accepted by the being it was descending against, and how dare the arriving entity operate on the assumption that Noah would simply sink beneath its heaviness the way any ordinary being beneath its classification would sink, without the radiating entity even bothering to turn its full attention toward the question of whether the sinking would proceed as expected. Warning: a being at the third scale of existence is expressing itself against you. Classification: the Paleozoic scale, Ordovician tier. The first demarcation of Paleozoic. Designation: the false golden idol, as designated by the creature. The being's true name and distinction remain to be revealed. What you are currently facing is the basal existential radiation of the arriving entity. His true expression has not yet begun. Recommendation: none. This engagement is beyond all standard parameters. Boom. He was facing just the basal existential radiation, just the passive emission, just the default leakage of a being who had not yet decided to turn his attention toward Noah with any focus, whose presence alone was enough to press bounded and primordial architects into helpless descent across a radius that spanned gigaparsecs. This was what the Paleozoic scale felt like simply by existing in the same vicinity as lesser beings, and Noah's Hadean foundation was almost buckling under it. But even if this entity was that much more powerful, Noah did not follow Vakachev's scales. He had pioneered his own, and his framework did not acknowledge the authority that the idol's radiation assumed over beings at the second scale. The idol's pressure was real, but the pressure was also operating on a set of assumptions that did not apply to Noah's engineering. Noah was not a bounded life form, Noah was not a primordial architect, Noah was something else entirely, and something else entirely did not have to accept the descent the idol's radiation demanded. So he would fight. Because today was an opportunity for him to peel back the layer of mystery surrounding the Gilded, to witness the Paleozoic register from the inside of an engagement rather than across the distance, to feel exactly what the gap consisted of so that he could engineer the crossing of it with the clarity only direct experience could provide. So. Boo. He defiantly bellowed out with his whole existence, a single raw shout that rolled up from his Hadean lungs and heart and out through his quintessence infiniforce across every channel of his being. And he accepted the upgrade. Noah pulled the quintessential ego of Superbius V1 from his sandbox and integrated the package into his own foundation in the same breath that carried his bellow outward, and the integration was immediate and overwhelming, and it was nothing like what he had expected. His quintessence Infiniforce caught fire with an astounding pride that had never before lived inside his existence. The multicolored currents of the Infiniforce suddenly saturated with a conviction that his every weaving was now worthy of defending against anything that existed, that his every civilization was a sovereign expression of a cause that did not bow to anything above it, that his entire being across every stratum of its engineering was a supremacy that the idol's radiation had simply failed to recognize upon arrival. Infinity itself became prideful. His reserves of uncountable infinity, already vast, caught the superbious pride and blazed with it, and the rate at which his body generated new quintessence Infiniforce erupted upward by a factor of 10 in the span between one breath and the next. The new Infiniforce pouring out of his existence with the unapologetic confidence of a being who had just been informed that his output was permitted to be grander than he had previously allowed it to be. His Hadean pillar of infinity responded. Every civilization actualized within the pillar rose to attention simultaneously, with the first tongue at the base of the pillar blazing brighter in its crystalline blue intensity, the multicolored flames of existence licking higher through the mid-tiers with a new assertiveness, the mirrors of paradox reflecting their impossibilities with tyrannical certainty, and the storm of chaos at the apex roaring with a weight that had not been in it before. Every actualized civilization throughout the pillar stood up tyrannically and imperiously, each one a pillar of its own authority insisting that it too was worthy of being respected by whatever presence had decided to descend into this engagement. The descent stopped. The pressure forcing Noah downward met the full weight of his pillar standing up in answering defiance, and the pressure found itself no longer able to push Noah any further, and he stopped sinking. He hung in the air above the cracked railing with his feet inches above the balcony's ruined stone, held there by the collision between the idol's passive radiation and his own newly amplified existence. Then, slowly, he began to turn his head upward. Huam. Every muscle in his neck buzzed with the effort of the motion as the pressure resisted the turning and his existence insisted on it, with his quintessence Infiniforce flaring with its new pride at each incremental degree of the rotation and his pillar lending him the authority to complete the turn even though the completion consumed capacity he had not previously known he would need to spend simply to move his own head against the weight. His gaze lifted to meet the Gilded One's arriving visage. And his knees buzzed as he began to rise. Not fast, and not easily, because every inch of lift took the full commitment of his vast quintessence Infiniforce pressing downward through his legs to push his body upward by a measured fraction, and every inch demanded the full cooperation of his pillar bearing down on the substrate beneath him to provide the purchase his feet required. His entire existence was buzzing at a frequency he had never operated at before, every stratum of his engineering stretched to its active threshold simply to maintain the rise against the radiation that was trying to keep him grounded. He rose and he kept rising. Civilization activation confirmed, the quintessential ego of Superbious V1 integrated into your foundation. Your generation of quintessence Infiniforce has increased by approximately 10x due to the Superbious pride now permeating your existence. Your Hadean pillar of infinity has risen, with every actualized civilization contributing its weight to the resistance. Current status: you are maintaining your position against the basal existential radiation of an Ordovician Paleozoic being. This alone is a feat that no bounded or primordial architect across recorded history has accomplished without specialized intervention. Engagement probability assessment straight face. The possibility of continuing to rise to confront the enemy above, even with all tools currently available to you, sits at less than 0.01%. The probability of victory in direct engagement sits below measurable thresholds. The gap between your current configuration and a Stage 1 Paleozoic being is currently too vast. Oh! Shockingly, beside him, the creature had erupted with terrifying multicolored flames as his figure rose as well, and his posture looked even more stable than Noah's, with his body lifting with a fluidity that suggested the radiation was not pressing him the way it was pressing Noah, Or that his means of resisting the radiation operated on a weaving that did not require the kind of effortful buzzing Noah's every muscle was currently producing. Both of them now looked up toward the Gilded One who had settled into his full position above the mountain. Below them at the base of the mountain, Anaximander had fallen onto his hands and knees with sweat beading across his scholarly face as he visibly struggled simply to remain conscious against the radiation pressing down on him, while Emotive trembled beside him with her hair cycling through desperate flickering colors, her body being forced down by the radiation but her legs refusing to fully yield, her posture locked in the quarter crouch of a being who was losing the fight to remain upright. But was committed to losing it slowly rather than quickly. Noah looked up at the Gilded One and saw him fully for the first time. The false golden idol was humanoid in the grander mention of humanoid, the proportions of his frame built along the cosmological lines of an old war statue that had been refined beyond any statue's limitations into living expression. He stood impossibly tall in the air above the mountain, though tall was the wrong word because his true size seemed to layer backward into weavings that Noah's perception could not fully resolve, depth beyond depth, the being's presence unfolding into recessions that kept extending the longer one looked. His skin was the pure radiant gold of refined observable force compressed into flesh, unblemished and luminous, a living alloy of gilded metal and living tissue that carried no hint of the wear that lesser bodies accumulated, and his hair fell long and pale gold down his back, threaded with strands of deeper bronze that caught the ambient light of his own radiation. His robes were the intricate layered golds of a superbious house at Paleozoic standing, embroidered with patterns that shifted subtly as he floated, sigils of pride woven across the fabric in configurations that proclaimed his sovereignty to anyone who had the literacy to read them. His face held the hard impassive beauty of a being engineered for cosmological standing, every line sculpted and every proportion precise, with every feature calibrated to communicate that this was what superiority looked like when superiority had been given a face. And his eyes. His eyes were pure unbroken white, the white of polished bone, and within the white of each eye, a sword floated in place of a pupil, the swords drawn in fine detail with their blades pointing downward and their hilts elegant and their presence steady. As his gaze tracked across the mountain and settled on the creature and then on Noah beside him, the swords within his eyes rotated slightly, tracking the gaze with the independent articulation of separate instruments. He looked down at both of them coldly. His voice came out unfathomably calm, lazy, and prideful. "We remember you." The voice drifted down with the patient register of a being who was using a tiny fraction of the breath his lungs could have committed to speaking. "Someone as insignificant as you, and we had almost forgotten. Eons ago, some small region of the wild, some small primordial architect and his small woman who refused an offer from a Gilded One. The audacity was briefly amusing. The consequence was instructive. We moved on." He tilted his head slightly. "And you did all this for something so minor? You challenged a Gilded One because you could not let go of her. Ah! She was a beauty, small frame-wise, but beautiful in the proportions of her kind. She tasted good, actually, and both of us know how she tasted, because you had her many times during your small life together while I had her the last time. How did that make you feel? Did you become obsessed with that moment, as I intended you to? Was the obsession so strong that it has brought you here to stand before me with the belief that you can do anything meaningful?" His mouth curved into a small cold smile. "I spared you countless eons ago specifically so that you would live with the shame of not being able to protect someone who believed in you to protect her. It was a gift in its own way, because most beings who challenged us did not receive the courtesy of continued existence, and you received it because I wanted to observe what shame at your classification would produce over long timescales. You have produced this. A mountain of corpses, a slow climb, a summons that retrieves me from the brain world to acknowledge what you have done." The swords in his eyes rotated slightly toward Noah and then back. "While I had her pinned down, she tried to turn her head several times to make sure you did not see, and she tried to collapse her own existence many times on her own initiative, but I stopped her. I held her existence open so that she could not exit the experience voluntarily. Oh, the shame and pain she felt, the agony, the specific agony of a being who understood that her own ending had been removed as an option. It was all tasty, really quite tasty, because I do not often linger on encounters with lesser beings of your classification, but hers lingered. Credit where credit is due. He spread his arms slightly. But for us to be here right now, for such an insignificant thing, come on. I am a Superbius. Superbius rule the observable and the unobservable, all others are below us, much less a bounded life form like you. You should have thanked me for what I did to her. You should be celebrating what I gave you, the clarity of understanding your place across the remaining eons of your small existence. You should be happy. You should even be accomplished, in the small way a being at your classification can be accomplished, that you managed to call me here now across the barrier that separates my world from yours. But for what? You cannot do anything. You have guaranteed nothing except your own death, and even that, I will not feel much from it. It will be briefly satisfying in the way that squashing a particularly loud insect is briefly satisfying. Then I will return to more important matters. He settled back slightly in the air. Well. Let us hear what you have to say before the matter concludes. I permit you to speak. Boom. Chapter 51-56, For me, for her I. The words were not even directed at him, but Noah felt a profound sense of revulsion rise through his existence as he listened to this being speak. Every word the idol had said was horrid, and every word the idol had said had been said with the casual pleasure of a being who took genuine satisfaction from remembering the suffering he had caused. A being who drew a small refined joy from cataloging the specific horrors of what he had done to a woman who had wanted to escape him so badly that she had tried to collapse her own existence multiple times to prevent the continuation of the encounter. And he truly, existentially believed everything he said. The belief was the worst part of all of it, because the idol was not performing cruelty and he was not posturing for an audience. He was describing his reality with the clarity of a being who genuinely considered himself so far above the primordial architects beneath him that what he had done to the soul was not a cruelty requiring justification but a casual exercise of authority that no one in the world should ever have expected him to refrain from. Noah felt rage rising within him from these words alone, and he could imagine how the creature felt, and he could feel it because shockingly, at this moment, the creature actually broke whatever shackles still kept Noah anchored to his position and began to float freely upward into the air above the mountain, his multicolored flames blazing higher around him as he rose. The image was glorious against the entirely gold skies and the visage of a gilded one, a single small figure wreathed in multicolored flames lifting upward into a domain that had been claimed by a being orders of magnitude above him, the gold of the sky pressing in from every direction, the figure refusing to be pressed back down, rising into the idol's painted dominion as if the painting had not been noticed or, more accurately, as if the painting had been noticed and found insufficient reason to stop. The creature's voice came out calm, but within the calm anyone listening could feel the blinding rage that had been refined across eons. Yes. I did not have the power to protect her back then. His flames flickered steadily. I failed her. I failed her then, and I have carried the failing across every moment of my climbing since. But I will not fail her now. Bounded lifeforms, gilded lifeforms, primeval lifeforms, there are always those considered higher than others across the arrangements of existence, and the higher ones have always operated on the assumption that the lower ones should accept the arrangement with the gratitude due to their betters. I have never accepted the arrangement, I have never been grateful, I have only been climbing, and I have only been climbing so that I could stand where I currently stand and make a single small statement that I believe existence has been needing to hear for a very long time. His flames steadied into their obsidian undertone. I want to show that false idols can very much bleed. He lifted his gaze to the idol directly. Jerussia Aurelius Maximus of the Superbius House of the Crimson Chalice, third seat of the Upper Sanctum, voice of the radiant quorum, keeper of the chalice that does not empty. He paused. Are you ready to repent? As he spoke, the creature raised his hand. His flames surged upward along his arm in braided currents, the multicolored golden fires along his body gathering and flowing into his raised palm, pulled together into a condensing mass that began to shape itself into something. His civilization of existence, one of the four aspects of the oldest paradox, flowed up alongside the flames and braided with them, contributing the crystalline weight of his most fundamental cause to the forming shape. A sword took form. It was incandescent and crystalline, multicolored across its length with the full spectrum of the creature's refined flames running through the blade like living layers of stained glass fused into a single cutting edge, and it settled into his grip with the quiet weight of a weapon that had been waiting within him since long before this afternoon. Noah gazed at all of this unfold with an attention that refused to blink, because even he had to ask himself the question. The entity above felt utterly insurmountable, and the gap between a second-scale being and a Paleozoic being, even on the creature's unconventional foundation, was so vast that the word gap was the wrong word, because a gap implied a space that could be crossed with sufficient effort. And what sat between the creature and Gerousia Aurelius Maximus was not a gap but a category difference that no amount of effort alone should have been able to bridge. Just how could the creature do anything against them? The Gilded One smiled lightly. How does an ant like you come to know my name? His voice carried the amused condescension. The creature's reply came brutal and immediate. The names of excrements are easy to find. One simply looks at the bottom of a chamber pot long enough, and the labels reveal themselves. Yours have been particularly easy to read, because your house leaves trails of shit wherever it drags itself. The swords in the Gilded One's eyes snapped into tight vertical alignment, and his expression shifted into something cold. Ye vile creature. His voice dropped lower. It seems I have given you too much freedom. You can stop speaking and moving now. As the Gilded One was saying this, Noah opened his eyes wide. He had been paying close attention to the creature to see what this being could possibly do against something of this magnitude, and what he felt next froze his every thought in place, because all the surrounding infinity began to seethe excitedly. Infinity churned across the mountain and the sky and the entire upper reach of the wild, every current of it responding to something that had just begun to bloom within the creature's body, something Noah did not recognize, something that made infinity itself react. In the next instant, as if in slow motion, the creature disappeared. Noah could not follow the motion, because even with his Hadean mind of infinite calculation stretching the instant into extended subjective time, the motion was too quick. One moment the creature was lifting his sword, and the next moment the creature was in front of Gerousia Aurelius Maximus, his body floating at the Gilded One's own altitude, the distance between them compressed to within the arm's reach of the creature's raised blade. The creature's multicolored flaming body looked unfathomably calm and serene, because the rage that had driven him across eons of climbing had not disappeared but had simply fallen into an abyssal stillness, the stillness of a fire burning at the bottom of a well that no wind could reach. He swung the sword, and the swing was slow in Noah's stretched perception, almost meditative, the kind of swing a master calligrapher makes when placing a single definitive stroke on a page that has been waiting for that stroke across an entire lifetime of preparation. Noah observed every detail. The sword's edge carried, at the moment of swing, an obsidian light that dispersed all pride and infinity near it, and the pride and infinity did not push away from the sword but simply stopped being within the immediate vicinity of the blade, as if the sword had been dipped in a deeper substrate that took precedence over the current weavings of pride and infinity of the Gilded One. The sword met the chest of the Gilded One, and it cut. The obsidian light carried it clean through the layered embroidered golds of Gerousia Aurelius Maximus's robes, through the luminous living alloy of his skin, through whatever substrate lay beneath his skin at the Paleozoic power, and a long gash opened across his chest from his left shoulder to his right hip. A river of crimson gold blood erupted from the cut and painted the golden skies of the wild with a crimson spatter that hung in the air like a signature written across a claimed canvas. Boom! Noah saw all of this with disbelief, because what was that power, and how could the creature do this? Boom! After the strike, instantly, the golden sky shattered. Multicolored flames tinged with an obsidian light covered all of the wild, rolling out from the creature's position in a single vast wave that overwrote the golden dominion the Gerousia had painted across the sky, and where the gold had claimed the air minutes ago, now the creature's flames claimed it, tinged with the deeper obsidian of whatever substrate had just expressed itself through his sword. When Noah could observe again, he saw Gerousia Aurelius Maximus. The Gilded One's face had transformed into something Noah had not expected to ever see on a Paleozoic being, because what now sat across his features was shock, incredulous wide-pupiled shock, the swords in his white eyes quivering out of their tight alignment as his lips parted slightly and his hand rose to touch the cut across his chest. His fingers came away stained with crimson gold blood, and he stared at the blood on his fingers for a long suspended moment before his eyes snapped back to the creature with an expression that carried the specific horror of a being whose assumptions had just been violated. Noah's gaze stayed on the creature. The creature was transforming, and his size grew larger and larger as Noah watched, his frame expanding from the standard proportions of a primordial architect into something grander, something that had been waiting inside him across his eons of climbing for the exact moment to be released. His body trembled slightly as he grew, a tremor that suggested heavy strain, but he persevered through the strain the way he had persevered through every strain across his climb. An obsidian tail bloomed behind him, long and thick and serpentine, wreathed with the same multicolored flames now tinged obsidian, and his body became grander and more muscular as the frame of a being who had shed the limitations of his previous classification settled into its new proportions. His face and body became filled with archaic tattoos, patterns written in obsidian ink across his skin, sigils and scripts that Noah could not read but that felt older than any language currently spoken across the observable. An obsidian flame shaped like a crown formed above his head, burning slowly, a single solid ring of obsidian fire resting in the air above his brow. And then the power he radiated disappeared completely. As if he no longer existed, or as if his power level was not important to the current arrangement of reality, or as if it was now so deeply veiled that it could not be sensed by any of the frameworks Noah had access to. Noah's perception, which had been straining to track the creature's output at the Paleozoic equivalent intensity of the strike, now registered nothing at all, an empty space where a being should have been. His eyes became clear for the first time, and they looked mundane, just ordinary human eyes with dark obsidian pupils that held the steady weight of a being who had shed every layer of labeling across his climb and who now stood in front of his enemy with nothing between them but the quiet gaze of someone who had arrived at the place he had spent eons traveling to. Those eyes looked toward the Gilded One coldly. At this time, Gerousia Aurelius Maximus moved back. He moved back with utter shock, and his luminous body, which had been floating with the authority of a being who owned the space he occupied, actually recoiled a measurable distance through the air as his hands stayed pressed against the cut on his chest and the swords in his eyes collapsed into narrow trembling lines. He bellowed out. The source. The source. How do you have the primordial source? Boom. Noah's entire existence buzzed. Chapter 51-57, For me, for her too. The primordial source. These were the terrifying words to come out of the mouth of the Gerousia, and Noah found his existence buzzing as they landed. The creature. The primordial source. The two names should not settle together in his mind. None of what he knew, none of it had prepared him for the possibility that this being had actually touched the deepest well of power across observable existence, the well that the Gilded Ones themselves had been pursuing across eons without ever quite closing the distance to it. The primordial source. The creature had it. The creature had it. Was he, a relictus or connected to them? Noah observed the figure of Gerousia Aurelius Maximus show visible fear at the reality of what had just stood up in front of him, because the fear was not something a Paleozoic being of his standing would have permitted himself to express under ordinary circumstances. His recoil through the air, his parted lips, the trembling swords in his white eyes, the luminous hand pressed against the bleeding cut across his chest, all of these composed a picture of genuine alarm that Noah suspected had not appeared on Gerousia Aurelius Maximus's face in a very long time. But moments later, his pride shone through the fear. His posture straightened by visible degrees as his engineered superbious foundation reasserted itself against the shock, because even in the face of a being holding the primordial source, a Gerousia of the House of the Crimson Chalice could not remain afraid for long without betraying every principle of the ego that defined him. His sharp gaze returned to the creature's transformed figure, and his voice came out once more, though it carried a new edge that the earlier casual laziness had not contained. Something as weak as you must have just gained this. His fingers flexed against his chest wound, the crimson gold blood smearing across his palm. A recent touch, barely integrated, still untested across any real engagement. I will carve you out in this battle before you have the chance to grow into what that source might eventually make of you. Your confidence is premature. Your dash. The creature raised his blade. The motion was small, almost casual, a single lifting of the multicolored sword toward the cut already opened across the Gilded One's chest. And shockingly, the Gerousia's voice actually cut off. His mouth remained open around the unspoken next syllable, but no sound emerged from it, and the silence that followed was the silence of a presence being denied the continuation of his own speech. His lips moved. His throat worked. Nothing came out. The creature spoke into the new silence. There will not be a battle. His voice came calm. The moment I cut you, the battle was over. Having been touched by the source, I can now cut you off, and Ordovician Paleozoic does not matter in the face of that cutting, and Superbius does not matter, and the House of the Crimson Chalice does not matter. Only the source matters. The source is the well from which all other authorities drink, only the source matters, only the source. His obsidian-crowned head tilted slightly. I do this for myself. I do it for her. I do it for the countless many who have suffered under your hands and the hands of those who share your engineered pride. I do this for the Gilded Ones I will scorch out of existence across the climb that remains in front of me, for the houses whose civilizations I will crumble into dust, for every trembling lesser being who ever knelt before a Gilded One because the scales told them they had to kneel. I do this until no life form across any reach of observable existence can look at another life form and believe they are grander by virtue of engineered superiority alone. After these words, Noah observed the creature move his left hand as if issuing a silent command. From the chest wound of the Gerousia, obsidian light bloomed outward and covered everything in the immediate vicinity of the Gilded One's body, the light not emanating from the wound so much as the wound functioning as a gate that something had just opened. The Gerousia became frozen in shock, his mouth still not opening, his limbs becoming raised and splayed outward into a cross-shaped configuration that no gesture of his own had chosen, his luminous body held in place by whatever authority the creature had just exerted through the opening of the cut. The creature floated over to him calmly. And then he began the work. He raised his multicolored sword and began to use it to carve out a Gilded One. The scene was shockingly similar to what Noah had watched the creature do to the primordial architects scattered across the mountain's tiers, and Noah realized in the slow wait of observing it that the creature had been rehearsing this exact procedure across every body he had processed. The methodology was identical. The cuts followed the same structural seams. The extraction of organs proceeded along the same patient sequence. The body being carved was Paleozoic rather than Proterozoic, but the carving itself operated by the same logic, because the creature had been practicing on bodies of other classification in order to arrive at this body with the hands of a master who had already completed his apprenticeship. As if to show, they were all equal. The golden glistening organs of a gilded one emerged one by one as the creature extracted them. The heart of civilization of a Paleozoic being was different from the Proterozoic version, but a heart regardless. Where Philemon's heart had been a dense crystalline structure, the Gerousia's was a cathedral-like organ of living gold, layered with chambers and subchambers that opened and closed as the creature's blade cut it free from its moorings. It pulsed once in the creature's hand before it was set aside, floating in the air beside the Gerousia's restrained body. The lungs came next. They were twin structures of luminous gold membrane that had been processing the ambient authorities of the brain world across eons of their owner's life, and they exhaled a final radiant breath as the creature cut their connections to the Gerousia's chest cavity. Unknown organs emerged in pieces because they had been integrated too deeply to remove intact. The creature extracted fragments one by one, each fragment carrying a different axiom of the Gerousia's civilization, each axiom sputtering and fading as its host organ was removed from the body that had sustained it. Then came the skin. The creature began to flay the gilded one alive. The carving was patient. The carving was thorough. The creature worked in the methodical rhythm of a being who had been imagining this exact procedure across eons of preparation, and the imagining had accumulated such refined detail that the actual execution looked almost meditative, the movements of his blade tracing the seams of the Gerousia's musculature with the economy of a master who wasted no stroke. It was meditative. Noah observed in detail, and as he observed, he caught it. Small tears dropped from the creature's multicolored flaming face. They fell from the outer corners of his obsidian-pupilled eyes and traveled a fraction of an inch through the air before evaporating a nanosecond later against the residual heat of his flames, and others watching from below would not have been able to see them at all, would have missed the signal entirely, would have registered only the terrible procedure and not the grief still running beneath the methodology. Noah saw them. The creature continued working, and as he worked, his voice came out low, addressed to the frozen and carved body of Gerousia Aurelius Maximus. This was what you did to her eons ago when you were done with her. His blade made another cut. You carved her. You opened her weavings and took what pieces of her you wanted and discarded what pieces you did not. You did it slowly, because you had time, because nothing in your classification had ever taught you that time was a resource you should spend carefully on the suffering of those beneath you. Today, you get a taste of your own medicine. Today you find out what it feels like. His voice carried a quiet tremor beneath the calm, the tremor of a being who had waited for this exact moment across more time than most beings could conceive of. I do not hate you, Aurelius. I passed through hate a long time ago. What I carry for you now is the steady cold weight of balance. The scales have been tilted wrong for eons, and someone has to tilt them back, and the tilting is going to feel a lot like what you are currently experiencing, and that is the only right shape for it to feel. He kept working. Revenge and vengeance are sometimes needed to balance the scales. His blade worked with patience. Not always, because not every injury can be balanced, and not every balancing produces a better world than the unbalanced one preceding it. But sometimes the balance is needed, and the need is not vulgar but necessary. An eye for an eye. A life for a life. These formulas were not invented by small beings out of spite. They were articulated across long histories by beings who had observed that some injuries continue to poison existence until they are answered, and the answering, however terrible, concludes the poison in ways that merciful non-action cannot. He extracted a long ribbon of the Gerousia's spinal musculature. All beings are equal in one specific way, and the Gilded have spent eons denying this equality because denying it was the foundation of their hierarchical authority. But the equality holds regardless of denial. A life is a life. The life of a lesser being and the life of a Gerousia carry the same foundational weight when stripped of their engineered amplifications and measured by what they are in themselves. Equal. Always equal. And when one life takes another without cause, the balance must eventually be restored, and vengeance is the blade that restores it. His gaze lifted briefly toward the golden skies his flames had overridden. Today is a day for balancing. Boom. Noah watched it all with a sense of somberness settling through his existence, and he saw crimson gold blood of a gilded one float in the skies as the creature continued the carving. The blood did not fall. It drifted in slow suspended patterns through the air above the mountain, catching the multicolored obsidian-tinged light of the creature's flames, each droplet glistening with the final residue of a being whose standing had been stripped away layer by layer as his body was processed. Bounded can die, and gilded can die. Huum. Noah witnessed the creature carve the being entirely. And at the end of the procedure, the creature reached into what remained of the Gerousia's body and ripped out the spine. The spine emerged intact, a long articulated column of golden vertebrae threaded with luminous filaments that had once carried the Gerousia's nervous authority across the length of his frame. The creature held it up briefly in the air before setting it aside with the other extracted organs. All the carved organs and bones floating in the skies began to disappear one by one. And as each component disappeared, the brilliant life of a gilded one began to fade, the residual authority that had made Gerousia Aurelius Maximus a Paleozoic being diminishing by measurable degrees with each erased organ, his existence thinning toward a terminus. As this happened, Noah heard the voice of the creature within his mind. The voice came calm and quiet. I am sorry for what is coming. I truly am. I did everything I could not to implicate you further by not aiding you in anything as much as possible. Every choice I made calibrated to keep our involvement separate in the eyes of the existential record, so that when this moment arrived, the consequences would land on me and me alone. But the consequences will not land cleanly. I will draw away their rage. I will leave behind a parting gift for you. But I am sorry, because choices have consequences, and I made mine knowing what those consequences might look like when they arrived. I will bear all of them that come for me. But the nature of gilded men and gilded women is spiteful and unpredictable at their highest. Some of their rage may flow to you all regardless of how carefully I try to wall the blame off. I cannot guarantee your isolation from what follows. I am sorry for what is coming. Boom. Noah's gaze became heavy as the transmission settled into his consciousness, because he had known the moment he sat down beside the creature that if this being was capable of overcoming the impossible, the overcoming would carry consequences that would propagate outward across existence in ways nobody at the mountain could fully predict. He had understood the weight of the witnessing when he had chosen to stay. He had said as much, in his monologue about pivotal choices, not that ago. The creature had just carved out a gilded one in observable existence. A Gerousia of the superbious house of the Crimson Chalice. Third seat of the upper sanctum. Voice of the radiant quorum. Keeper of the chalice that does not empty. This was a choice. And it was a choice that would likely have tremendous consequences. And just as Noah thought of this, boom! Everything began to shake. The mountain trembled beneath his feet, and the balcony he was still standing above shuddered with a deeper instability than the one the creature's assault had produced, and the skies above him, the skies that had been painted multicolored obsidian by the creature's overriding wave, began to tremble and crack. Fine fractures began to appear across the upper reaches of the sky, hairline splits that spread outward from multiple points simultaneously, and through those splits something else pressed against the fabric of the observable from somewhere above it. Oh! Oh! Chapter 51-58, Golden Wrath. From above, figures began to appear across the already shattered gold of the sky that the creature had overwritten moments earlier. Noah observed them emerge with the same clinical attention he had been paying to every detail of the battle, watching as 6 Superbious Gilded Ones manifested in the air above the gilded white mountain at varying altitudes and distances. Each of them carried the same refined gold luminescence of Paleozoic tier Superbious engineering, each of them was robed in the layered ceremonial colors of their respective houses, and each of them radiated basal existential radiation at the steady passive intensity that had pressed Noah down to the cracked balcony when the Gerusia had first arrived. And then, after them, a 7th figure descended. She arrived with even less announcement than the 6 who had come before her, simply resolving into visibility at the center of their arrangement as if she had always been there and had merely been waiting to be perceived, and Noah registered her presence with an immediate sharpening of his attention because the radiation pouring off her was of a different register than the 6 gilded ones flanking her. Her existential radiation did not announce itself with the brash golden luminescence of the Superbious. Her radiation was quieter, denser, older, a pressure that settled rather than pressed, and the settling of it felt more absolute than the pressing of Aurelius Maximus had been. She was a woman of terrifying beauty. Her form was tall and slender with the long refined lines of a being engineered for presence across very large chambers of influence, her skin the pale pearlescent gold of a gilded lifeform, her hair a flowing river of molten silver gold that fell past her waist in patterns of arrested motion that did not quite obey the ordinary rules of falling. Her eyes were a deep amber gold that held no swords in their pupils the way Aurelius Maximus's had, but her eyes instead held something that looked like a slowly rotating mandala of interlocking geometric shapes, each shape moving at its own independent rate against the others. Another brilliant light bloomed near her. Beside her, floating close at her right shoulder, was a massive muscular gilded one around whose body crimson-red light surged in steady aggressive currents that never quite settled into stillness. His frame was built along the proportions of an ancient warrior rebuilt at Paleozoic scale, his chest broad and armored in red gold plate that seemed to have been forged from his own refined wrath rather than worked from external materials. His eyes were pure unbroken red, the red of arterial blood held at the moment before it spilled. Noah burned with his newly amplified Superbious pride as he focused his infinity upward to extract whatever details infinity could offer him about the arrivals, and ruination obliged quickly. Entities detected, 6 Superbious Gilded Ones. Classification, the Paleozoic scale, Ordovician tier. All 6 are Gerusia ranked or below. Entity detected, Sororis prima Elsiana. Classification, the Paleozoic scale, Ordovician tier. Affiliation, the Magna Sorora. Entity detected, Custos of Sororis prima Elsiana. Name, Ferocis Valerius Crail of the Ira House of the Crimson Mantle. Classification, the Paleozoic scale, Ordovician tier. Engineered ego, amplified Ira, wrath, dot. He is likely bonded as Custos to Sororis prima Elsiana. Noah absorbed the notifications with the cold calm of someone who had just received confirmation of exactly how much worse things were about to become. But the confirmation did not rattle him because confirmation was simply information and information was always preferable to its absence regardless of what the information contained. Sororis prima Elsiana took control of the situation without pausing to consult any of the gilded ones flanking her, her amber gold eyes tracking across the scene below, and when her gaze finally settled on the creature's floating figure, she spoke for the first time. A young Relictus has appeared in these foul lands and killed a gilded one. Her voice rolled outward across the shattered sky. A Superbious Gilded One has been killed. Make sure this vile thing does not escape. HUUM. The creature rose calmly from his position beside what remained of Gerusia Aurelius Maximus's processed body, and as he rose he did not turn to look at Noah, nor did he look at Anaximander still kneeling on the pale stone of the mountain's base, nor did he look at emotive trembling beside the tall scholar. He simply held his multicolored crystalline blade in his right hand, closed his dark obsidian-pupilled eyes for a single measured moment as if offering a silent goodbye to everything he would not be able to speak aloud in the time remaining, and then a roar erupted from him that carried no words but only the raw voiceless declaration of a being committing himself fully to whatever came next. The obsidian light of the primordial source erupted upward and outward from his transformed body, flowing along the length of his blade in braided currents of deep darkness that dispersed the ambient observable force and infinity around him into pockets of temporary non-existence, and then the light shot out into the distance with the creature carried along its trajectory, his figure vanishing from the sky above the gilded white mountain at a speed that Noah's perception could only register as a receding smear of obsidian-tinged brilliance against the ruined sky. Sororis Prima Elziana watched the departure without visible reaction, and Noah observed the 6 Jerussia-ranked gilded ones around her give chase immediately, their bodies surging upward and outward. They blurred across the sky in the direction the creature had taken and were gone within moments, leaving behind only the residual trails of their golden existential radiation lingering in the air where their bodies had been. Sororis Prima Elziana nodded once to her custos. Ferocis Valerius Crail launched himself into the sky without a word, his massive armored frame tearing upward with the crimson aggression of his amplified ira surging around him in intensified currents. The skies emptied of the response party, and only Sororis Prima Elziana remained floating above the mountain, her amber-gold eyes holding their slowly rotating mandalas of nested geometry as she turned her attention to the carved remnants of Jerussia Aurelius Maximus still suspended in the shattered air. Noah observed her go to the processed remains of the Jerussia with a slow drifting grace. And her expression actually softened. Her face, which had held the cold imperious composure of a Sororis Prima for every second since her arrival, softened into an expression of genuine heartbreak as she drifted close to what remained of Aurelius Maximus's floating carved frame, her amber-gold eyes dimming slightly as she took in the thoroughness of the carving and the specific patterns of the flaying that the creature had executed. She reached out with a pale pearlescent hand and gathered the remnant flayed skin of the Jerussia into her palms with the tender care of a being handling something precious, and then she closed her eyes and held the skin against her chest for a long moment of silence that Noah could feel pressing against the substrate of the wild itself. Her voice came quiet and private when she finally spoke. No gilded one should ever die in such lands, nor should you have been alone. I will bring you justice, Aurelius. I will bring you justice, and I will scorch the foundations of whatever bred the relictus that took you from us, and I will make certain that no such creature ever rises again within reach of the Sororis. She kissed the flayed skin once with a kind of intimate grief. Chapter 51-59, Golden Wrath. 2. What justice? For someone like Aurelius Maximus. What justice for the being who had forced himself on a primordial architect woman while holding her consciousness open so that she could not escape the encounter by ending herself, who had killed her afterward and taken what remained as a souvenir, who had spared the creature specifically so that he could live with the shame of having failed to protect her across the remainder of his eons. Ha! What fucking justice! What a word for the being Sororis Prima Elziana was currently mourning with such evident tenderness. What a configuration of values had produced a sisterhood in which the mourning of such a being could occur with such unguarded sincerity. Right after kissing the remnant skin, Sororis Prima Elziana waved her hands coldly, and in the next moment, as if time itself was being rewound across the region above the mountain, illusory figures of the creature and Aurelius Maximus began to play out the recent past in reverse. Noah watched the reversing events with his eyes burning with defiance and his body already preparing for whatever came next, because the reversal was a playback mechanism that Sororis Prima Elziana was clearly using to reconstruct what had occurred before her arrival. The reversing figures played out across the sky above the mountain, moving backward through the strike that had carved Aurelius's chest, backward through the creature's transformation into his revealed form, backward through the summoning and the arrival, and as the playback continued into the earlier portions of the day, Noah's attention sharpened on what he was watching. The playback was not showing the truth. Before Aurelius Maximus had arrived in the sky above the mountain, the playback showed Philemon Aristos and the other primordial architects of the gathering clique standing across the tiers of the ruined temples, intact and breathing, their bodies whole and their foundations undamaged. The illusory figures of Noah and Emotive and Anaximander appeared in the playback as well, but they appeared as kneeling figures on the stone beside the primordial architects, paying the expected reverence to a Gerousia who had descended to receive it, their postures and expressions carefully rendered in the manner of bounded lifeforms who had been visiting the mountain to confer with the Gerousia on some unspecified matter. Then the playback showed the creature appearing from nowhere, attacking without provocation, killing Philemon Aristos and the other primordial architects in rapid succession before turning on Aurelius Maximus himself. And in the reconstruction Noah's illusory figure along with Emotive and Anaximander appeared to have survived only by the grace of the creature's attention being entirely consumed by the greater targets before him. Noah marveled quietly at what he was watching. The creature had managed even this, had reached back into the substrate of what had occurred with the primordial source and rewritten the history visible to outside reconstruction, and the rewriting had been calibrated specifically to remove Noah and Emotive and Anaximander from implication in the killing of the Gerousia. The drawing away of rage that the creature had mentioned. The devotion of the effort was striking, because the creature had been carving Aurelius Maximus alive at the same time he had been writing this alibi into existence. But Sororis Prima Elziana shook her head coldly as the playback reached its earliest reconstructed moments and then dissolved back into the ambient existence, and she finally looked down at Noah and Emotive and Anaximander and the remnant corpses scattered across the almost flattened mountain below with a gaze that had shifted from grief back into the cold imperious composure of her rank. Her expression was not exactly dismissive, because dismissiveness would have required her to consider the beings below her significant enough to actively dismiss. What crossed her features was closer to clinical evaluation, the look of a being assessing a problem that did not particularly engage her interest but that nonetheless required resolution. She spoke. In lands of the bounded, for a relictus to appear amongst the bounded means that others like him could exist here. Her amber gold eyes swept across the mountain and the surrounding regions of the wild. The threat this represents to the Gilded Ones is too substantial to leave undressed. Observable existence and the bounded life forms within it must all be accounted for, and the accounting must be thorough enough to prevent any further relictus from emerging from the conditions that produced this one. Her voice held no cruelty and no satisfaction, only the steady explanatory cadence of a being describing an administrative necessity. Any traces of civilizations that produced a relictus environment need to be further bound and severed. This is not a punishment. It is a prophylactic measure. HUUM. She paused briefly as her mandala eyes tracked across the figures below her. It is efficient. It is regrettable, in its small way. It is also, I am sorry to say, what the circumstances now require. Noah gazed up at her as her words settled into the air, and his eyes burned with a defiance that he made no attempt to conceal beneath any more pragmatic expression. He looked up with defiance because he did not fear. He knew what the result may be. He knew. But his infinity, his quintessence, his very being, he truly could not allow himself to simply look down and bend the knee right now. As much of a weakness and illogical this sounded, he truly could not do it. And Sororis Prima Elziana saw him. His defiance registered in her mandala eyes as a small interesting observation, and she descended slightly through the air toward him with the same drifting grace she had used to approach Aurelius Maximus's remains, her tall slender figure lowering by small increments until she floated at a distance that permitted proper address. She regarded him the way a being regarded an insect that had unexpectedly produced an identifiable expression, with neither hostility nor curiosity but with a flat detached interest in the anomaly for its own sake. Her beauty was undeniable at this closer range. When she spoke, her voice came out conversational, almost gentle, with the patient indulgence of a being willing to hear out a small objection before proceeding with the administrative necessity. O bounded life form who owes their life to the late Jerussia Aurelius. Her amber gold eyes held his without either warmth or enmity. You do not agree? At such a question, Noah kept his gaze locked to hers and spoke calmly, the calmness of his delivery matching the calmness of hers as if the two of them were peers discussing a procedural matter. As the creature had said, all of them were equal. So, I do not agree. Boom. Chapter 5160, Golden Wrath. 3. Noah knew the smarter and more logical thing to do was to simply bend his head down and not say or do a single thing. The creature had already set everything up with a fabricated history, had carved an entire alternative sequence of events into the readable weavings of what had occurred, had positioned Noah and Emotive and Anaximander as incidental survivors who had only escaped the Relictus's assault because the greater targets had consumed the Relictus's attention. If any being watching from outside had been privy to Noah's internal debate at this moment, they might have scratched their heads and wondered why he was making such an illogical choice when the alibi was already in place and the only required action was silent compliance. Bow the head. Let the Sororis Prima proceed. Accept whatever adjustments she intended to make to the broader observable existence and address the consequences later, once her attention had moved elsewhere and his power had grown significantly could address those consequences properly. It was the correct play. It was the move any outside observer with a functioning grasp of logic would have recommended. But truly, the moment he bowed his head would feel like a moment where fractures bloomed in his civilization. He knew the shape of those fractures because he had carried similar fractures in him across other moments of his existence when circumstances had demanded a capitulation his core had refused to offer. It was like mundane normal humans crossing paths with other humans who happened to be richer or who held positions of power, and choosing not to meet their eyes or speak up, choosing to shrink slightly so that the passage through the encounter would produce the least friction possible. The choice got them in less trouble in the moment. The encounter passed and the day continued. But they would remember that shrinking afterward, would carry the memory of having abandoned their posture for the sake of convenience, and across the years the accumulation of such small capitulations produced beings who could no longer recognize the versions of themselves that had existed before the capitulations had begun. The fractures compounded quietly. The original shape of the person eroded along the seams of every small unspoken yielding. So yes. It was not the most logical thing to do. But he still dared to look at a Gilded One, at a Sororis Prima, and say no. Thinking of all this reminded him of a particularly unpleasant memory of a man he had hated with every bone in his body across the full span of his earliest years of existence. Thinking of all this reminded him of the only man he had ever bent his head down to, because truly, he had feared him. Not respected, not honored, not admired, but feared in the specific way of a child facing a being whose capacity to hurt him exceeded any capacity he possessed to defend himself. It reminded him of his father. The memory flashed in his mind like something he could not suppress, and in the stretched instant of his Hadean mind pulling this moment into extended perception, the memory unfurled with the crisp brutal clarity of a small human scene he had been carrying across more years than he cared to count. He was 12 years old at the time, in that broken-down home in the living room with the stained carpet and the curtains that never properly closed. His father had stood up from the couch where he had been lying most of the afternoon, his stained robe hanging open and his beer belly sticking out in a pale round hemisphere above the waistband of sweatpants that had not been washed in longer than the boy had been alive, holding a leather belt in one thick hand and a half-empty bottle of beer in the other. The television behind him was playing something loud that nobody was watching. The light in the room was yellow and dim because one of the bulbs in the overhead fixture had been burned out. His father had asked him coldly. I sat and watched you little shit the whole day while your mother worked, and when I bring a woman friend over, you tell your mom about it. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? The 12-year-old version of Noah had looked at his father with teary eyes that he had been trying very hard to keep from spilling over, because spilling over would have invited a different and worse kind of response from the man who had just stood up, and he had been defiant. He had not wanted to see what his father had been doing with the woman friend who kept coming over when his mother went to work. He had not wanted to be told to stay quiet about it. He had not wanted to carry secrets that did not belong to him but that he was being forced to hold for the comfort of an adult who had never shown him a single moment of genuine comfort in return. So when he had looked up at his father with that small defiant gaze, the 12-year-old version had met the eyes of the man who had fathered him, and those eyes had held nothing. Not anger or rage exactly. Simply the flat contempt of a being who considered the small creature before him an inconvenience that needed to be addressed so that the afternoon could continue undisturbed. His father had beaten him with that belt again and again. The first strike had landed across his shoulder and sent him stumbling sideways into the coffee table. The second strike had caught him across the back of his legs as he tried to steady himself. The third strike had knocked him to the carpet entirely, and the subsequent strikes had landed while he was down, the leather biting into his back and his arms and the parts of his body he tried to curl into a protective ball around his chest. His father had not shouted during the beating. His father had spoken steadily, the way a man speaks when he is delivering a lecture that he believes to be instructive rather than cruel. When I talk to you, you look down and listen. You do not look at me like that. You do not look at me with that fucking face of yours like you think you have something to say about anything. I gave you your life. I can take it away. Do you understand? Do you fucking understand? The 12-year-old him had understood. He had kept his head down after that, crying. The leather belt still landing across his back in measured intervals that had begun to space themselves out as his father's arm grew tired. He had not raised his head to meet his father's gaze for the remainder of that afternoon, and he had not raised it for many afternoons that followed, because the pain of the beatings was real and the fear of the pain was realer still, and he had been 12 years old and his father had been a grown man twice his size and 3 times his weight. And there had been no framework available to the 12-year-old in which raising his head would have produced any outcome other than more belt strikes. Landing across a body that was already bruised in patterns that would take weeks to fade. He had feared what that useless man, that much bigger than him, could do to him. He had hated that memory so much. He hated the fact that it lived inside him at all. He hated that no amount of climbing across the years since had permitted him to fully evict the memory from the deeper rooms of his existence where memories of that kind took up permanent residence. He hated that some part of him, some small 12-year-old part, still carried the shape of having bowed his head, still remembered the exact texture of the carpet against his cheek, still remembered the way his own tears had tasted when they had pooled against his lips because he could not wipe them away without the wiping being seen as another form of defiance that would have earned additional strikes. He hated that part of him. And he had spent every year of his subsequent existence, both the years before ruination and the unfathomable years since, building himself into a being whose shape could not be returned to that bowed posture by any external force regardless of how grand the external force became. He was not going to bow his head now. Not to his dead father. Not to Sororis Prima Elziana. Not to any Gilded One or Superbia Sisterhood or Paleozoic classification that wanted him to look down. Whatever came as the consequence of refusing to bow, he would pay in whatever currencies existence demanded, or his own currencies. Because the alternative was to become the 12-year-old on the carpet again, and that 12-year-old had already paid his portion of the yielding long ago, and no further portion was available from the being Noah had become in the years since. Ah! He shook his head slightly as if to physically erase the memory, and the stretched instant his Hadean mind had pulled the reflection into collapse back into the ordinary flow of time. Before him, Sororis Prima Elziana raised her brows calmly. Her amber-gold eyes with their slowly rotating mandalas held him with the patient indulgence of a being who had not been inconvenienced by his momentary pause, and she spoke with the same gentle administrative weaving she had been using since she had descended toward him. "Am I interrupting you from your thoughts?" Noah shook his head and sighed, the sigh of a being who had just finished a brief internal excavation and was now ready to speak to the external situation once more. "No. I'm listening." His voice came out steady and measured. "I was saying no. I do not agree that those of us here need to be further bounded and severed. We did nothing to deserve such treatment." Sororis Prima Elziana looked at Noah calmly as if she had discovered a particularly bold insect, and Noah kept his gaze on her without breaking the contact, because breaking it at this point would have undone the entire interior argument he had just finished having with himself, and he had committed to the posture of looking up and he intended to maintain that posture through whatever response she issued. In the next moment, she spoke. Her voice came calm and cold. "It is very unique that you would have an opinion." Her mandala eyes rotated slightly in their slow internal rhythms. "And it is more unique still that you would think your opinion matters enough to voice it in response to a directive from a Sororis Prima. Do you understand how the arrangement of authority actually flows across our peoples? Even among the gilded, the superbious are the ones with the most say, because our pride is the oldest amplified ego and the one around which the broader gilded hierarchy organized itself across the eons of our establishment. Even gilded ones of other amplified egos follow superbious direction when superbious direction is given, because the structure of our authority makes following the only available option for those who wish to maintain their standing." She tilted her head slightly as her gaze swept across him. "And bounded lifeforms do not have a say. Not in the ordinary sense. Not in any sense that the arrangement of our authority has ever been required to accommodate." Her voice softened. "When a gardener decides that a section of soil requires treatment to prevent the further emergence of pests, the gardener does not consult the ants already living in that soil. The gardener does not pause to consider whether the ants might prefer a different configuration of treatment. The ants are not partners in the decision. The ants are part of the condition being addressed. When the treatment is applied, some of the ants will die, and some of the ants will be displaced, and some of the ants will survive and rebuild their colonies elsewhere in configurations the gardener did not specifically intend but that fall within acceptable parameters. The gardener does not feel cruelty toward the ants during this process, because the gardener does not feel anything toward the ants at all. The ants are simply part of the soil. The soil is what the gardener is attending to. The attending proceeds regardless of what the ants might think about it, because ants do not think in ways that gardeners are required to consult." Her gaze settled on him with the clinical steadiness of someone who had used this analogy many times before. "Me saying what I said was not a matter of debate. It was not a proposition offered for your consideration. It was not something that a being of your classification is invited to think about and disagree against. It was an administrative assessment of the conditions surrounding a relictus emergence, and the assessment will translate into actions regardless of the thoughts any ant in the affected soil might happen to form about it." Her voice carried no cruelty in it. "And for your unruliness, I will begin with you." She drifted slightly closer through the air, her tall slender form lowering until she floated at a height that permitted her to look down at him with the intimacy of an executioner preparing to conclude a minor affair before attending to the larger matters waiting beyond it. "I will bind you further. I will not sever your existence entirely, because you live due to the late Gerusia Aurelius Maximus's favor, and honoring his final disposition toward the bounded around him is the courtesy his standing earned from our sisterhood. But you will be bound further, boy. You will feel the binding settle into every layer of your foundations. You will understand, when the binding is complete, exactly where the ants are permitted to crawl within the soil they have been given, and you will not voice disagreements of this kind again because the voicing itself will become a configuration your bound existence no longer permits. Boom. Chapter 5161, Golden Wrath. 4. Sororis Prima Elziana raised her pale pearlescent hands, and her body surged with a dense mixture of golden observable force and infinity flowing outward from her skin in visible currents that bent the ambient air of the wild toward her position as if the air itself was volunteering to contribute to the work she was about to do. Between her raised palms, a construct began to form, blue-gold in its interwoven colors and pyramidal in its shape, its sides composed of small interlocking geometric facets that rotated slowly against each other in the same patient manner that the mandalas of her eyes rotated within their amber-gold borders, and the construct thickened and sharpened as she poured more of her authority into its formation until it floated between her palms as a dense weapon of bindings. She pushed the construct downward toward Noah with a single small gesture. Noah kept his defiant gaze locked on hers even as the construct descended, as he committed to the posture of meeting her eyes, and he intended to maintain that posture. Faster than his current perception could properly track, faster than his Hadean mind of infinite calculation could stretch the instant to accommodate, the pyramidal construct shot down from her palms and embedded itself into the back of his right hand with the clean precision of a seal settling into wax. And the back of his hand began to shine with the same blue-gold brilliance that had composed the construct as its facets folded into his skin and began to propagate inward. As the process of the binding began to spread through him, Sororis Prima Elziana continued calmly. It may help you, or perhaps merely amuse me, to explain what will be closed to you. Her mandala eyes drifted across him without warmth. In the ordinary course of a bounded lifeform's progression, the path from the second scale passes through certain milestones that any being with sufficient cultivation can theoretically approach. At the peak of the Ediacaran tier of the Proterozoic scale, one forges what is called the civilizational forge, a new organ dedicated to compressing their civilization into a denser and more refined state than it held during earlier tiers. The forge iterates across eons of cultivation. Each pass through it compresses the civilization further. Each compression makes the wielding of that civilization sharper, more precise, more able to deliver concentrated expressions of its core axioms through single gestures and single words. She made a small gesture with her free hand that produced a pale illustrative image of a compressing organ in the air beside her, the image rotating slowly for Noah's benefit. Once the civilizational forge reaches sufficient density, the being may attempt to enter what is called the transitional Cambrian stage, which sits between second and third scale, and which requires the being to begin the conversion of their foundational matter from Proterozoic substrate into Paleozoic substrate at the cellular and subcellular levels across the entirety of their existence. Bounded lifeforms such as yourself can reach Cambrian if they are exceptional enough, but they cannot cross fully into the third scale, because the bounded lattice cannot hold Paleozoic substrate without collapsing. Cambrian is your absolute ceiling in the ordinary course of things. Which, I should note, is an ambitious ceiling that almost none of you ever actually reach. The illustrative image shifted into something resembling a ladder with a clearly marked upper boundary that the bounded silhouettes on the lower rungs could never climb past. The third scale itself, the Paleozoic scale, is where beings like myself exist. At Paleozoic, one becomes a weapon of existence. The casual presence of a Paleozoic being radiates what is called existential radiation, a passive emission that twists the arrangement of existence around the radiating body simply by the body occupying the space it occupies. A Paleozoic being walks through a region, and the region is never the same again. Ambient observable force in the walked path shifts its arrangement for hours or days or centuries depending on the intensity of the walker. Lesser beings caught in the wake experience foundational strain. Civilizations encountered without the proper engineering may fold into the radiating being's cosmological alignment, their axioms rewriting themselves around the grander presence. Her voice took on a slightly lecturing quality as she continued. A Paleozoic being at even my current tier, the Ordovician, can, you wouldn't even understand. At higher stages of Paleozoic, Silurian and Devonian, the capacities grow grander still. A basal primitive mind like yours is not able to understand. Her mandala eyes rotated slightly as she seemed to savor the picture she was painting. All that future you would have never reached. You are bounded. Your ceiling is Cambrian at the absolute most generous accounting, and almost no bounded across recorded history actually achieves that ceiling. I offer you this preview not because you will ever approach it but because it serves as a useful reference for understanding what I am about to close to you. The illustrative image dissolved back into the ambient air as she folded her hands together. The binding I impose on you will restrict your power, and the power of all others within this observable existence, to the fundamental depth of Vakachev's first scale. Boom! You will remember, yes, that you are the ant, and I am providing treatment to the soil. I am binding you and all others down here to that stage. Your cultivation will not exceed it. Your climbing will not extend beyond it. Whatever capacities you have already developed that sit above fundamental depth will be compressed downward into that stage until they fit within its boundaries. This first binding alone would be sufficient for most administrative purposes. But the circumstances of a relictus emergence justify thoroughness, and so I will layer additional bindings into your existence to ensure that no further escape from the administered parameters becomes possible. Her voice continued to list the bindings with clinical precision. You will be locked out from accessing and influencing infinity. You will be locked out from accessing and influencing observable force, which means the ambient golden currents that saturate this existence will no longer respond to your call. You will be locked out from accessing and influencing unobservable force, though you would have never even touched it to begin with. She listed the next bindings with the same unhurried patience. Your civilization will be bound into a dormant state. You will retain memory of it. You will no longer be able to wield it. Any capacities you developed that operated through civilizational channels will cease to function. Any weavings you have placed across the observable that depended on your civilization being alive and active within you will dissolve. Noah kept his defiant gaze on her through all of it, and system notifications bloomed through his perception in steady sequence as Ruination catalogued everything this dumb bitch said. Binding applied, the scale limiter. Your accessible cultivation has been capped at the fundamental depth of Vakachev's first scale. Any capacities exceeding this threshold have been compressed into dormant storage within your existence. The binding assumes you operate within Vakachev's scales framework. Binding applied, the infinity seal. Your access to infinity as a weaving has been severed. Ambient infinity will no longer respond to your call. Binding applied, the observable force lockout. Your access to the ambient currents of observable force has been blocked. Binding applied, the unobservable force lockout. Your access to the deeper unobservable substrates has been blocked. Binding applied, the civilizational dormancy. Your civilization has been forced into dormant storage. You retain memory of its shape but cannot wield it. Binding applied, the weaving severance. Any weavings you have placed across the observable that depended on your active cause will dissolve. Additional binding applied, the voice restraint. You are restrained from voicing disagreements against Sororis authority. Additional binding applied, the deferential posture. You will find yourself physically inclined toward lowered gaze and reduced stature in the presence of gilded lifeforms. The inclination operates as a default orientation rather than an active compulsion, and it will require deliberate effort to resist. Really? Was that right? Okay. Okay. Sororis Prima Elziana continued for another long stretch as the bindings layered themselves into Noah's perception, and Noah absorbed every word without breaking his gaze. She did not realize the binding of the deferential posture was being resisted. When she finished, she looked at Noah calmly, and the expression on her face carried the same flat detached interest it had carried since she had first descended toward him, with no hostility and no satisfaction and no particular engagement, simply the steady observation of a being who had completed an action and was now waiting briefly to confirm the action had taken. You may find, in time, that the constraints are merciful. Her voice softened slightly. Consider the extension of the analogy I offered you earlier. The ant in the treated soil often believes that the treatment represents a curtailment of the ant's life. The ant mourns the loss of the broader colony. The ant struggles against the adjusted conditions. But across the long course of the ant's subsequent existence, the ant may come to discover that the bounded conditions produce a form of peace that the broader colony never permitted. No expansion means no overreach. No overreach means no conflicts with other colonies at the edges of the territory. No conflicts means no casualties. The limitations allow the ant to live a simpler and less anxious life than the unlimited ant ever could have lived. Freer, in a certain specific sense, precisely because the capacity for unfree activity has been removed. She folded her hands together in front of her. Sometimes, the ant simply needs to be grateful. The gardener's treatment was not a punishment. It was a gift of reduced scope, which is also a gift of reduced suffering. Ants need to be thankful for this. Those of you who come to thankfulness across the years that follow will find the remainder of your existence to be calmer than the existence you would have otherwise constructed for yourselves. Those of you who do not come to thankfulness will continue struggling against constraints that cannot be overcome, and the struggling will be your only reward, and the reward will not be as satisfying as the thankfulness would have been. Her mandala eyes rotated slowly as she delivered the closing observation. Be thankful, boy. Be thankful while you have the space to develop the thankfulness properly. It will make your bounded remainder more bearable than the alternative. Boom. Chapter 5162, You seal nothing. You bind nothing. Sororis Prima Elziana rose slightly through the air and waved her hands, and blue-gold brilliance erupted around her like a roaring beast filled with wrath, the colors of her authority compounding into an intensity that had not been in her earlier displays of observable force and infinity, the wrath of a sisterhood mourning the death of a Jerussia expressing itself outward through the raised palms of the Sororis Prima. Two more pyramidal constructs formed between her palms and shot downward toward Emotive and Anaximander at the base of the mountain, each construct embedding itself into the back of the hand of its target with the same clean precision that had planted the first construct into Noah's hand, and both Emotive and Anaximander tensed as the bindings settled into their existences and began to propagate through their foundations. But Sororis Prima Elziana was not finished. Trillions of additional pyramidal constructs bloomed from her raised palms and expanded outward into the air above the gilded white mountain, dispersing in radiant formations that rode the golden-blue brilliance of her authority outward across every reach of the wild and beyond, flowing through the weavings of the observable existence into every territory and realm and civilization and small corner of the lower face of reality where bounded lifeforms lived their small unregulated lives. The constructs spread in exponential waves, each construct branching into further constructs, each further construct branching into yet more, the proliferation continuing until the entire expanse of the observable existence was being blanketed in a descending storm of blue-gold bindings that sought their targets with the patient inevitability of a verdict being delivered across an entire population. The wrath of the Gilded Ones, mourning one of their own, was poured outward across every existence beneath them. Every bounded life form within reach would receive their constructs. Every civilization within the observable would feel its connections severed. The death of a Gilded One had brought down a terrifying golden wrath, and the wrath was now settling itself across the full expanse of the observable. Noah stood on the ruined balcony beneath Sororis Prima Elziana with the first construct already settled into the back of his hand, his eyes flashing coldly with an imperious light. He stared up at the endless sky, his figure burning with brilliance as Sororis Prima Elziana had departed at some point during the final stages of her distribution of the trillions of pyramidal bindings across observable existence. The skies had not returned to their ordinary coloration. The wrath of gold she had unleashed upon completing her procedure seemed to seek a form of permanence in the upper reaches of the wild. The molten saturated gold she had inherited from Jerussia Aurelius Maximus's earlier claim now compounded with her own golden blue authority into a canopy that stretched across every direction his perception could track. The gold above was not going anywhere. The gold above had been written into the arrangement of existence with enough intention to outlast any ordinary weathering. However, he could affirm with his intuition and the broader immensity of his awareness that no Gilded Ones remained in the immediate vicinity. The 6 Jerussia-ranked Gilded Ones had departed to pursue the creature. Ferocis Valerius Crail had departed behind them to lend his ira to the pursuit. Sororis Prima Elziana herself had completed her distribution of the pyramidal constructs and had vanished, leaving behind only the constructs themselves now settling into the foundations of every bounded life form and every affected civilization across the full expanse of the observable. The sky was empty of gilded presences. The sky was filled, however, with the saturated aftermath of what the gilded presences had accomplished during their brief entrance. Noah looked at the back of his hand where Sororis Prima Elziana had planted her first pyramidal construct, the one she had designated as the initial binding from which all subsequent bindings had propagated outward into him. The construct had settled cleanly into his skin and had begun its propagation. The back of his hand now shone with a soft blue-gold brilliance that pulsed in slow steady intervals, and the brilliance traced along his veins into his forearm, and from there continued its reach into the deeper foundations of his existence where Elziana's collection of additional bindings had layered themselves into the specific channel she had intended them to occupy. He coldly observed the construct on the back of his hand for a long patient moment. Then he raised his hand. Then he began to laugh. He laughed as if he had gone a little mad, his laughter rolling up from somewhere deep in his chest and spilling outward across the ruined balcony of the gilded White Mountain's highest remaining temple with a cadence that surprised even him. One of his hands eventually rose to cover the lower portion of his face as if he did not want anyone else to witness the specific shape of his expression during this laughter, while the other hand, the one carrying the pyramidal construct that shone with Elziana's authority, remained raised toward the gold-saturated sky above him as he observed the construct through the gaps between the fingers of his covering hand. Down below him at the base of the mountain, he could perceive Emotive and Anaximander with ashen expressions on their faces, the two of them enduring the settling of their own pyramidal constructs into their respective hands, the bindings wrapping tightly around their foundations with the same propagating thoroughness that had been applied to him. He could perceive the specific shape of their shock as they looked up at him and witnessed his laughter, and he could read in their expressions the question neither of them had yet dared to voice aloud. Had he gone mad due to the bindings? Had the pressure of having an entire layered binding applied to his existence finally broken whatever composure he had been maintaining, and was he now laughing in the specific terminal manner of a being whose foundations had cracked under pressure that exceeded his capacity to bear? No. He had not gone mad. Not at all. However, he could not help but laugh, because his mind was already busy constructing a very specific image that he found himself unable to look away from. He was imagining, with the crystalline clarity that his Hadean mind of infinite calculation permitted him to bring to his imaginings, the day that he would have Sororis Prima Elziana at his feet. Not defeated in the ordinary sense of the word, because the ordinary defeat would not have produced the precise expression he wanted to witness on her face. He was imagining the day she would look up at him from her kneeling position with her amber gold mandala eyes quivering out of their slowly rotating geometries and into the narrow trembling lines of a being whose existential assumptions had just been violated, and he was imagining the exact cadence of shock and incredulity that her voice would carry when she finally spoke to him from that position. And he was imagining the small private satisfaction he would feel in that moment of having demonstrated to her that the ant in her extended analogy had been something other than an ant all along. Chapter 5163, You seal nothing. You bind nothing. 2. He could perceive the image so unfathomably clearly. Because she truly thought she could bind him. Him. Me. Ha. Boom! As he bellowed the question out across the ruined balcony, around his body boundless multicolored infinity surged in response to the bellowing, and his quintessence infiniforce continued to generate endlessly within his existence at the elevated rate the superbious amplification had enabled hours earlier, pouring outward from his foundations in rivers of layered color that did not show any sign of having been sealed or suppressed by Elziana's work. The brilliance of what he was putting out pressed against the gold-saturated sky above him and found the sky unable to contain it, and small flickers of his multicolored infiniforce began to push upward against the golden canopy with the patient persistent assertion of a living current reclaiming its territory. Noah continued to laugh while his quintessence infiniforce surged around him and commenced painting the surrounding regions of the mountain and the sky with his own preferred colors, and he voiced his thoughts aloud with the tyrannical amusement of a being witnessing the failure of a process that had presumed to address him. The Infinity Seal. His voice carried the clean dry cadence of genuine amusement. You cannot bind or suppress my infinity. You cannot even begin to. My quintessence infiniforce is generated internally, from my own existence. Your seal passes through my foundations like nothing. It finds nothing to seal. It closes nothing. HUUM. His quintessence infiniforce surged around him ever more intensely, and the boundless infinity began to coil around his body and skin like an endless network of coiling serpents, each coil carrying its own layered colors. Each coil weaving through and around the coils adjacent to it in patterns that suggested the infinity itself had been waiting for permission to express itself this freely and was now taking full advantage of the permission being granted. Noah closed his eyes while surrounded by the boundless infinity, and his figure stood gloriously at the center of the surging currents as his Hadean pillar of infinity bloomed around him in its full manifested form rather than the faint background constructed had been earlier. The first tongue crystallized into its blue forest at the base of the pillar. The multicolored flames of existence licked upward through the mid-tiers with renewed intensity. The mirrors of paradox reflected their impossibilities across every direction. The storm of chaos roared at the apex with the weight of his refusal to accept the conclusions. Every actualized civilization throughout the pillar rose in rank alongside his spoken refutations, each one contributing its weight to the broader assertion his existence was now making against Elziana's distributed authority. He spoke to his very existence and to his civilizations within him and within his pillar, and his voice boomed outward from within his foundations as it refuted each of the bindings in sequence. The scale limiter. His voice held the dry amusement of a being pointing out an obvious miscalculation. You limited me to the fundamental depth of Vakachev's first scale. I am not on Vakachev's scales. Your limiter has applied itself to coordinates I do not occupy. It sits there, compressing a portion of Vakachev's framework that is not mine to be compressed. The binding is technically functional. The binding has technically done what it was designed to do. The binding has simply done it, to a space I was never in. Boom. His pillar rose higher in response to the refutation, and more of his quintessence infiniforce poured outward from his existence to replace what the refutation had just consumed. The observable force lockout. He felt the continuous feed from Uber Golden Adelheid still flowing through their shared bond, the golden current pouring into him through the wormhole of quintessence infiniforce they shared, unaffected by the lockout that had sealed the ambient channels around him. You blocked my access to the ambient currents. You did not block the private channel I share. The lockout has closed a door I was not using. The door I actually use remains open. Boom. The unobservable force lockout. His laughter continued beneath the words. I have not been drawing on unobservable force in any meaningful way yet. Boom. The civilizational dormancy. He observed within himself the way his civilizations were behaving under the pressure of the binding, and he perceived the specific shape of what the dormancy had attempted to do. His civilizations flickered slightly under the settling of the binding. But, they did not fall asleep. His Hadean organ of civilization held them against the pressure, and his pillar reinforced the hold by bearing down on the storage configuration with its full accumulated weight. The civilizations continued to operate. The dormancy continued to insist that they should not be operating. The disagreement between the binding and the actual state of his civilizations was simply a disagreement that the binding was losing. You forced my civilizations into dormancy. My organ refused the force. My pillar refused alongside the organ. My civilizations continue to hum within me at their active intensities, and your binding continues to sit within my foundations issuing instructions that my foundations are not obeying. It is a conversation the binding cannot win because my foundations have already decided the outcome, backed by my infinity. Boom. The voice restraint. He laughed fully at this one, because the laughter itself was the rebuttal, because he had been speaking freely and defiantly for the entire duration of his refutations and the binding that was supposed to prevent such speaking had found no purchase with which to prevent anything. I am speaking. I am speaking loudly. I am speaking in direct opposition to Sororous authority. Boom. The deferential posture. He stood tall at the center of his pillar, his head lifted toward the gold-saturated sky above him, his spine straight, his shoulders relaxed into the posture of a being who had never been inclined to defer to anything across his entire cultivation. I cannot defer. I will never defer. Boom. The memory seal. He remembered every detail of the afternoon with the clarity of his Hadean mind of infinite calculation, remembered the creature's strike, remembered Aurelius Maximus's carving, remembered Elziana's descent and her clinical cruelty and her distribution of the trillions of constructs across the observable, remembered every word of her extended analogy about ants and soil and gardeners, remembered the exact sequence in which his bindings had been applied to him. Nothing was sealed. His memory was entirely available to him. The more Noah refuted, the more his body generated quintessence infiniforce boundlessly, each refutation pulling additional reserves of his internal substance outward into the ambient field around him, and the surge of infiniforce around his figure began to expand in magnitudes that exceeded any surge he had previously produced across his existence. It felt boundless. The multicolored infinity surged outward from him like a vibrant rising sea, and the sea commenced rising upward through the gold-saturated sky with the patient persistence of a tide that had decided to claim the territory a prior tide had been occupying. The gold of Elziana's and Aurelius's combined wrath began to be displaced. Small fractures appeared in the golden canopy above the mountain as Noah's multicolored infiniforce pressed against it from below, and the fractures widened into gaps, and through the gaps his own colors began to pour outward into the upper reaches of the wild. The multicolored quintessence infiniforce spread across the upper atmosphere of the wild in rolling waves that overwrote the golden wrath with Noah's own preferred palette. Where the gold had claimed the sky as Sororous Prima Elziana's domain, Noah's infiniforce now commenced claiming it back as his. Chapter 5164, You seal nothing. You bind nothing. 3. As the spreading of his infiniforce reached its fullest outward expression, something commenced rising within him, and the rising commanded his attention because the rising was not something he had summoned. Something was emerging from the Hadean organ of civilization. The organ flashed and compressed and radiated profoundly within the deepest layers of his foundations, its compression pulling on the full weight of his existence and on the full accumulated authority of his Hadean pillar of infinity, and the resulting emission carried a density of quintessence infiniforce that eclipsed every prior emission he had generated. The emission rose upward through his foundations and gathered itself. It was something new. It was something his existence was in the process of producing in response to the particular circumstances of the afternoon. A system notification bloomed into his perception. Your existence has triggered a previously undocumented developmental phenomenon. Designation: the quintessential Hadean civilizational eon of development. This developmental phenomenon is unique to your existence and to your framework. It is not present in Vakachev's scales, nor in any adjacent framework. It has commenced in response to your refutation of each binding imposed by Sororis Prima Elsiana, with each successful refutation of someone unfathomably grander contributing accumulated momentum toward the developmental threshold. Mechanism. Through the act of denying the weavings of a gilded one and overcoming every single one of them, your existence has generated a developmental pressure directed against the broader phenomenon Sororis Prima Elsiana represents. Your existence does not merely wish to resist her authority. Your existence wishes to exceed it, to make the bindings she carries obsolete by producing an equivalent authority of your own at a superior tier of expression. Your existence seeks to develop your own existential radiation, which your framework will render as infinite radiation. You seek to go above and beyond the Paleozoic expression of existential radiation by producing a version of it that operates through your quintessence infiniforce and through the full spectrum of your actualized civilizations simultaneously. Your existence seeks absolute. Your existence seeks absolute infinity. The developmental progression toward absolute infinity, which had been distant, has found its catalyst in the refutation of Sororis Prima Elsiana's weavings. The quintessential Hadean civilizational eon of development is beginning. Boom! A multicolored cocoon formed around Noah in response to the notification. The cocoon did not take an ordinary shape. It spiraled out from his body along the lines of a lemniscate, the infinity symbol stretched into three-dimensional living form, the two looping halves of the symbol wrapping around him in braided interwoven currents of quintessence infiniforce and observable force that pulsed with the slow patient intensity of a gestation. The upper loop of the lemniscate rose above his head and coiled back down toward his shoulders. The lower loop descended past his feet and coiled back upward toward his hips. The crossing point of the lemniscate settled at the center of his chest, where his immensity rested, the intersection of the two loops resting directly against the organ that held his anchored cause. The cocoon pulsed with a layered brilliance that spread outward from him in rolling waves. Rivers of quintessence infiniforce commenced surging and pulsing outward from the cocoon in every direction, his infiniforce spreading across the wild with a density that eclipsed every prior display he had produced, the multicolored currents running through the sky and the mountain and the surrounding regions like rivers of living light claiming territory for the developmental phenomenon unfolding within the lemniscate cocoon. Alongside the quintessence infiniforce, rivers of observable force poured out from the cocoon with equal intensity, the two forces braiding through each other. Noah stood at the center of the lemniscate cocoon with his eyes closed and his existence undergoing a developmental phenomenon, and around him the sky of the wild commenced transitioning entirely from the golden wrath of a departed Sororis Prima into the multicolored domain of a being whose refusal to be bound had just catalyzed a new phase of his continuing ascent. Sororis Prima Elsiana Report to the Council. Report submitted by Sororis Prima Elsiana of the Second Sanctum to the Council of the Magna Sorora, regarding the descent into the lesser domains on the occasion of the death of Gerusia Aurelius Maximus of the Superbious House of the Crimson Chalice. The affair has been addressed with the efficiency one would expect of our people, and I report now so that the Council may update its records accordingly and proceed with whatever additional actions are deemed appropriate within the broader handling of the Relictus emergence. A young Relictus manifested among the lower lifeforms. This in itself is a matter of some note, because appearances of Relictus within the lands of the bounded is impossible. The vile creature carved Aurelius thoroughly, which I note as a mark of either ritualistic intention or improvised cruelty. 6 Gerusia of the Superbious gave chase alongside my own Custos, and additional sisters and gilded ones across multiple houses have been notified of the trajectory. The pursuit is ongoing as even while young, a Relictus is a Relictus. The vile creature's escape was facilitated by his touch on the source. I anticipate the pursuit will continue across some span of days or weeks before resolution. The weakness of this young Relictus, however, is worth highlighting as an opportunity. He is not yet what the grown Relictus have been when they appeared against us. He is still in the early phases of his touch on the source, and his cultivation around that touch remains incomplete. This presents what I regard as a rare and exceedingly valuable chance. If we can secure this creature alive rather than collapse him outright, the Magnus Aurora may finally obtain a relictus specimen for detailed examination, and the knowledge we extract from such an examination would advance our understanding of the primordial source in ways our eons of theoretical work have failed to approach. I recommend the pursuit parameters be adjusted to prioritize capture over termination where capture becomes feasible. I await the Council's direction on this point. As for the lower lifeforms present at the site, and the broader observable existence surrounding the site, I have administered standard prophylactic bindings across every reachable population. The bounded have been compressed back into fundamental depth of the first scale. Their accesses to infinity and observable force and unobservable force have been sealed. Their civilizations have been forced into dormancy. I will note, for the Council's interest, that one of the lower lifeforms present at the site produced a small defiant response. I note this as a minor curiosity rather than a concern, because the voicing was brief and was addressed, but I mention it because the phenomenon of bounded beings producing audible disagreement against gilded ones has increased in frequency by a small but measurable fraction. The broader principle that has always guided our sisterhood remains in effect. All shall know the grace of our domain. All shall rest beneath the shade of the gilded canopy. All substrates of existence shall eventually be pruned into alignment with the gilded truth, and the pruning shall continue across whatever eons remain to us until the alignment is total. Submitted in the service of the Council and the continuation of our eternal arrangement. Sororis Prima Elsiana, Second Sanctum, Daughter of the Radiant Register. Chapter 5165, Reign I. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epochs, infinity reigns supreme. The shroud of endless blue shall fall upon observable existence. It shall be both salvation and damnation, both the key and the lock, both the bridge and the chasm. Under its weight, the doors of the scales shall open or the doors of the scales shall shatter. There is no third path. There is no middle ground. There is only the choice that is not a choice. The adversity that breaks all others shall forge him. The hardship that ends all paths shall begin his. The scales demand what the scales demand, and he shall pay in currencies that have not yet been minted. 3 times shall he face the mirror of undoing. 3 times shall he choose between becoming and unbecoming. 3 times shall the answer be the same, and 3 times shall the answer be different. In the end, which is also the beginning, the infinite shall stand before the undefined. And only one shall remain to tell the tale that no one shall hear. This is an echo of first cause. This is what shall come to pass, for it has already passed, and it shall pass again. The wheel turns. The river flows. The question echoes. He shall be the answer, or he shall be nothing. Or he shall be the question that ends all answers. The grandest things across existence have always been born from the heaviest adversity. This is not a sentiment offered for the comfort of those currently experiencing adversity, because comfort of that kind tends to dissolve under the weight of the circumstances it was meant to address. This is instead an observation that has been made across the long arc of existence by beings who have witnessed enough cycles of pressure and response to have identified the pattern with sufficient precision to state it plainly. Pressure applied to a weak foundation collapses that foundation. Pressure applied to a foundation of sufficient depth, however, does not collapse the foundation but compresses it, and compression across sufficient duration produces configurations of density that the uncompressed foundation could never have achieved through ordinary development. The beings who become grand do not become grand in pleasant circumstances. They become grand in circumstances that would have broken lesser beings entirely, and the breaking that did not occur becomes the engine through which the later grandeur is produced. Adversity is the forge. Pressure is the compression. The being at the center of the forge either melts into formlessness or emerges from the forge as something the original weaving could not have anticipated. Emotive and Anaximander looked up from the ruined base of the gilded white mountain to observe the brilliant cocoon suspended far above them in the fractured sky, and what they witnessed made every other concern that had occupied their attention suddenly feel small. Emotive felt the bindings on her existence with a clarity that her own foundations had never before been required to experience. The pyramidal construct embedded in the back of her hand radiated its quiet authority through every channel of her being, commencing the severance of her access to infinity, commencing the lockout from observable force, commencing the forced dormancy of her civilization. Her usual cycling hair had flattened into a single muted violet that she was not consciously producing, the color of a being whose expressive palette had been constrained by an external hand that had no interest in her expressive range. Her chatter that normally accompanied them had gone silent. Every emotion within her had become immensely serious. She looked up at the cocoon suspended in the sky and wondered how her fixation must be feeling. Did he truly feel all the bindings that had been placed upon him? Was he currently experiencing the same severance she was experiencing? Was he worried? Was he anxious? Had the composure that had carried him through so many prior encounters finally cracked under the weight of a being whose tear genuinely exceeded his own for the first time? She had never witnessed her fixation reach a point of genuine distress across her time spent adjacent to him, and the possibility that he might currently be reaching such a point, alone inside whatever cocoon his existence had produced, made her entire being buzz with a specific kind of rage she had not previously felt in quite this shape. She voiced the rage aloud. How dare she? Boom! Her voice rolled outward across the base of the mountain, and around her body, crimson waves of emotional authority commenced gathering with a density that had not been present a moment earlier. The crimson authority did not emerge from her internal reserves alone. It was pulling on something broader, reaching outward into the ambient emotional substrate of the wild and of every adjacent region, gathering the specific flavors of rage and outrage and humiliation that those constructs were currently producing inside countless bounded lifeforms across observable existence. The pulling was slow. They rose from the stone beneath her feet in the first slow moment, gathered across her shoulders and her arms and her chest in the second, compounded into a full enveloping aura in the third, and by the fourth moment Emotive stood at the center of a crimson storm that had pulled on accumulated emotional product from across an expanse of existence so vast that her usual siphoning capacity could not have accessed even a measurable fraction of it without the catalyst of her current rage. She looked up at the cocoon above her, and she voiced her next words with the full weight of the crimson storm now gathered around her. I felt her. Boom. I felt her pride. I felt her arrogance. Such vile pride carries a stench across the emotional weavings, and the stench does not dissipate when she departs. And no matter how far she goes, no matter how deeply she retreats, I will be able to pull on it because pride of that particular flavor cannot hide from someone like me. Wow! She lifted her hands toward the sky where Elziana had vanished, and her crimson storm intensified around her. So. Give me the intensity of your superbious pride. Give me the intensity of your arrogance. Give me the full accumulated weight of every moment you have ever spent looking down on a being beneath you, and give me the weight of every casual cruelty you have ever administered. I will gather all of it. I will shatter the shackles you placed on me with your own power. Boom! The crimson light of accumulated emotions shot upward from her body toward the distant sky and disappeared into the golden canopy above, and a storm of emotions covered the entire region around the mountain as Emotive commenced the work of dismantling her own bindings through a methodology that drew on the very source of the bindings themselves. Beside her, Anaximander rose from his kneeling position on the pale stone with an expression that was heavy, contemplative, patient. His tall angular frame straightened by measured increments as he recovered from the descending radiation that had forced him down earlier, and his face held the same scholarly composure that had accompanied him across every prior encounter. Anaximander's existence was unique. His power and civilization and way was unique compared to others, as he did not truly need authority. He examined the pyramidal construct on the back of his hand with detached intellectual attention. The bindings were present on him, but they wouldn't do too much. He looked up toward the cocoon above and waited to witness whatever emerged from it. Far above the mountain, the surging cocoon around Noah continued to expand and intensify. The rivers of multicolored infinifores that had been pouring outward from the cocoon in earlier moments had compounded into outright seas, the seas spreading across the upper reaches of the wild with a density that eclipsed even the ambient observable force that permeated the region, the ordinary golden currents of the wild substrate now being displaced by Noah's multicolored substance at a rate that could not be measured. His infinifore stretched across the upper atmosphere of the wild in rolling layered waves, each wave carrying its own combination of colors, each wave pressing outward from the cocoon with the patient persistence of a tide that had no intention of receding. The seas began to pulse. The pulsing commenced with the slow patient cadence of a heartbeat, each pulse spreading outward from the cocoon in a spherical wave that rolled across the sky and the mountain and the surrounding regions with the steady timing of cardiac systole, and each pulse was accompanied by a sound that had not been present before. The sound was a drum. Dum. 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 Infinity boomed like a drum as it pulsed outward from the cocoon, and the drumming carried the deep resonant timbre of an instrument that had been waiting within the substrate of existence for the specific moment to announce itself. The first drum was joined by a second drum, slightly offset in timing, contributing its own resonance to the broader rhythm. A third drum commenced alongside the second, and a fourth alongside the third, and soon the sky above the mountain was carrying a full percussive rhythm composed of infinity pulsing through dozens of overlapping drumbeats that rolled outward in coordinated patterns. Horns emerged alongside the drums. The horns were not literal instruments. They were the sonic expression of what Noah's quintessence infinifores was producing as it moved through the patterns his developmental phenomenon required, and the sound they produced carried the specific heroic cadence of an imperial procession arriving at the culmination of a long journey. The horns called outward across the sky with long sustained notes that built upon each other in layered harmonies, and the harmonies rose into configurations that felt grand and heroic and imperious all at once, the kind of symphony that would have been composed across millennia if existence had ever permitted a composer with sufficient reach to compose it. Oh! Oh! A symphony of drums and horns began to bloom across the wild. Chapter 5166, Reign 2. The symphony was grand. The symphony was imperious in the specific manner of music that had been written to announce the arrival of a being whose standing deserved announcement. The drums became more frequent as the symphony progressed. The horns became more glorious, their sustained notes climbing into higher harmonies that carried the building tension of a composition approaching its crescendo. The symphony built. Until. Boom! The cocoon broke apart in a blinding brilliance that saturated every direction. Tendrils and rivers of multicolored infinifore stretched outward from the point of breaking in vast expanding arcs, each tendril carrying its own unique combination of the colors that had composed the cocoon, each river pulsing with the heartbeat cadence of the symphony that had just concluded. The gold-saturated canopy Elziana and Aurelius had painted across the sky of the wild was overwritten entirely in the moment of the breaking, the multicolored infinifores claiming every inch of the sky that the golden wrath had previously claimed, the transition complete within the single extended moment of the cocoon's rupture. When Emotive and Anaximander looked up at the point where the cocoon had been, they observed what had emerged from it. A figure that resembled the Noah they knew. The figure resembled Noah in the sense that a refined edition of a document resembles the earlier draft from which it was developed. The general shape was the same. The proportions were the same. The identifiable features that had composed Noah across his prior manifestations were still present. However, every aspect of him had been polished, intensified, elevated into configurations that the earlier Noah had not possessed. His entire body was shrouded in a multicolored crystalline brilliance of infinity, the crystalline layer not applied to him but emerging from him, as though his skin had become a lens through which the full spectrum of his infiniforce could be observed in its refined state. The crystalline brilliance pulsed gently with the residual rhythm of the symphony, each pulse carrying the slow patient cadence of a heartbeat that had settled into its new steady operation. Dense rivers of infinity twirled around his body in continuous motion, forming multiple lemniscate symbols with their traced paths, each lemniscate a separate flowing braid of infiniforce that looped around a different portion of his body. One lemniscate wrapped around his chest and back. Another wrapped around his waist and hips. A third wrapped around his shoulders and neck. A fourth wrapped around his head, framing his features in a continuous braid of multicolored light that moved in slow patient rotation. His hair radiated its multicolored light more intensely than it had before, the strands themselves appearing to be composed of layered infiniforce rather than ordinary hair, their movements following their own independent currents regardless of the ambient air around him. His skin carried the internal golden illumination that had characterized his Hadean physiology, but the illumination now ran through layered patterns that suggested deeper architecture beneath the surface, the outlines of his Hadean organs visible as soft glows through the translucent quality his flesh had taken on during the developmental transition. His posture had straightened into something imperious. Not arrogant, precisely, because arrogance implied a relationship to beings who might challenge the imperiousness, and Noah's new posture did not seem to acknowledge the possibility of challenge as a relevant category. He simply stood at the center of his surrounding infiniforce with the casual grandeur of a being whose position in the arrangement of existence had just been clarified into something that required no defense. Emotive began to shake with despair as she observed him. Because, she could not feel anything. She could not feel any emotion whatsoever from her fixation, as though emotions did not exist in him, as though the entire emotional substrate that she had been reading Noah through across every prior moment of their acquaintance had been sealed behind a layer her siphoning could not penetrate. She reached outward with every emotional sense she possessed and received nothing in return. No pride. No amusement. No cold calculation. No tenderness toward those beneath him. No cruelty. Nothing. The space where his emotional signature should have been was simply empty in a manner that suggested either that his emotions had been transcended entirely or that they had been folded into the weavings of his new configuration so completely that external perception could no longer distinguish them from the ambient infiniforce surrounding his body. She looked at him closely. She observed that his eyes had become glazed crystalline blue with the internal light of infinity, and within the crystalline blue of each eye, small lemniscate symbols had replaced his pupils. The symbols rotated slowly within the blue of his irises, their infinite loops tracing their continuous figure-8 patterns in patient synchronized motion, and the sight of those eyes was unlike anything emotive had witnessed in any being across any of her eons. He raised his hand to look at himself. The hand moved with the deliberate grace of a being becoming acquainted with its new configuration, examining the crystalline brilliance of his own skin, observing the lemniscate rivers that flowed around his forearm, taking in the refined shape of his transformed fingers. He turned his hand slowly in the air before him, considering it from multiple angles, as though cataloging what the developmental phenomenon had produced. And then, without ceremony, he tapped his finger outward. A boundless flash of infinity bloomed silently and invisibly from the tap, spreading outward from his finger in every direction. The infinity did not produce sound. It did not produce visible light at its point of origin. It simply spread fully from this point, towards all of observable existence. And then his figure warped away and disappeared. He did not look toward Emotive before departing. He did not look toward Anaximander. He did not look at the remains of the mountain or the remnants of the corpses or the fractured sky or any other feature of the terrain. He simply warped, and then he was no longer present at the location the cocoon had emerged from, and the space where his figure had stood held only the residual rivers of his infiniforce continuing their outward spread across the upper atmosphere of the wild. Emotive crumbled to the ground at the base of the mountain with an expression of despair crossing her features in a single slow wave. Because she truly could not sense any emotion of her fixation. Because all she had observed in him during the brief moment of his emergence was boundless infinity. All she observed was infinity. All she could observe, when she reached outward toward the place his emotional substrate had occupied, was infinity. Infinity. The trumpet ceased. The drums concluded their rolling patterns. The symphony that had accompanied Noah's developmental transition dissolved, and an immense silence reigned across the regions where the music had played. Emotive remained on the ground, her hands flat against the surface beside her, tears falling from her eyes. She felt an unfathomable sense of loss. Not the loss of a being who had died. The being was still present. The loss she felt was something smaller and more private than mortality. It was the loss of the specific fixation she had been able to read, the being whose emotional architecture burned with boundless emotions. That being was no longer available to her. In his place stood something else. The silence continued. The infiniforce above her continued its patient spread across the sky, imperious, and filled with glorious purpose. Chapter 51-67, Reign 3. The pursuit of ultimate power has never been a path of accumulation without equal and devastating subtraction, for existence does not permit the birth of a titan without the death of the perspective that preceded it. To grasp the ungraspable, to reach beyond the bounded and the gilded until one touches the hem of the absolute, requires a currency that many find too heavy to pay. One must lose the comfort of limited perception, the warmth of common sorrow, and the familiar weight of fear, for a being who is filled with the boundless cannot simultaneously carry the small, flickering embers of human fragility. The cost of becoming boundless is, quite simply, the willingness to become nothing like what one was before, as the self is expanded until its borders dissolve into the infinite substrate of reality, leaving behind a presence that does not merely inhabit existence, but dictates its very arrangement. At the heart of the infiniverse, where the rain of the pluvial epoch fell in a steady, multicolored rhythm upon the golden sands, the humanoid manifestation of the infiniverse stood in a state of suspended anticipation inside its core. Beside her, the illusory figure of ruination shimmered with a clarity that suggested her processing was currently operating at the limits of its current Hadean architecture. Both turned their gazes toward a singular point in the space as a ripple of reality warping intensity announced an arrival that was not merely a physical displacement, but a total atmospheric shift. Noah's primary body, fresh from its emergence above the gilded white mountain, appeared within this internal reality with a silent, crystalline brilliance that seemed to drain the surrounding colors into its own multicolored spectrum. The infiniverse observed him with a gaze that held a depth of loyalty that transcended the concepts of servitude, her thoughts tracing the arduous path she and ruination had carved out during his absence. They had labored with a precision that defied logic to construct half of the infinite Calabayao manifolds, folding the dimensions of the 3,000 realms into recursive, infinitesimal configurations that even now served as a barrier against the prying eyes of the gilded. It was because of this half-finished work that the pyramidal bindings of Sororis Prima Elziana had failed to find purchase within these depths, yet the uncertainty within her foundations was growing. With the manifolds only half complete, the stress of the hidden existence was mounting, and the potential for discovery by a sufficiently persistent gilded authority remained a terrifying variable. She looked at her master, and for the first time in her long and devoted existence, she felt a sliver of genuine hesitation as she took in his new, glazed crystalline eyes and the absence of any emotional signature. "How does, Master, feel?" Her voice emerged with a softness that almost vanished beneath the sound of the falling rain. Noah did not turn his head to acknowledge her. He did not even shift his gaze toward the companion who served as the very foundation of his power, his posture remaining as fixed and immutable as a mountain of cold, crystalline light. Boundless. Boom. The word did not emerge from his throat in a human cadence, but manifested directly in the air, framed by the vertical bars of an authority that surpassed the system's own notifications. It was a statement that carried the weight of a being who had finally succeeded in his greatest fear, the fear that as a finite being, if he truly embodied infinity, the small, defining traits of Noah Osmond would be washed away by the tide. He stood now as a vessel that had been emptied of the finite and filled with the absolute, his previous worries about his own humanity appearing as distant and irrelevant as the concerns of an ant beneath the gaze of a star. Beside the Infiniverse, Ruination's figure solidified, her eyes wide as she observed the terrifying concentration of authority now radiating from him. Without a word of instruction, Noah moved. Hum. His existence blazed with waves of crystalline infinity that pulsed outward in synchronized ripples, and he stretched out his power in a manner that was both beautiful and horrifying to behold. His massive Hadean pillar of infinity rose from the multicolored sea, a boundless pillar of support that seemed to pierce through the very ceiling of this reality, its civilizations humming with a resonance that shook the foundations of the 3,000 realms. With a gesture that lacked any of his former dramatic flair, Noah unleashed a tidal wave of quintessence infiniforce and observable force, interlaced with the newly blooming, corrosive brilliance of his infinite radiation. He was not merely building the remaining half of the infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds, he was forcing them into existence through sheer existential weight. He wrapped his power around the entirety of the Infiniverse, folding the dimensions with a speed that defied calculation, the space around them twisting and tucking into recursive loops that vanished into the infinitesimal. The Infiniverse and Ruination watched as the vast expanse of the internal reality was suddenly, completely, and irrevocably hidden behind the paradoxical weavings of the manifolds, the structure settling into a state of total dimensional concealment. Ruination began to flicker, her internal protocols automatically preparing to announce the completion of the monumental task. The infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds have been successfully dashed. I know. Boom. Noah's voice cut through her notification, colder and more certain than any data she could provide. He stepped forward, his eyes with their rotating lemniscate pupils finally settling on the void. The configuration is total. The gilded lifeforms will find only the absence of observation where we dwell. I shall now begin the design of miniature causes, relying upon the weight of our absolute infinity to induce and accelerate the transformation of the Infiniverse into a genuine observable existence. This action shall lead to a quintessential harvest of THR highest magnitude at this moment. The logic was flawless, the ambition terrifying, and the delivery devoid of the human excitement that usually accompanied his breakthroughs. Ruination looked at him, her composure wavering as she voiced the question that had been haunting their shared connection since he bloomed from the cocoon. Master, are you? You were worried that if you ever bathed yourself too fully in the infinite, that the finite man named Noah Osmond would cease to be. Noah finally turned, his gaze passing through them as if they were as transparent as the rain of the pluvial epoch, his figure radiating a pressure that made the very air groan. I am me, and I have always been me. I am merely unbound from the lesser worries of a fragile perspective. I am free. Boom. The declaration rolled outward like a thunderclap of absolute truth, shaking the newly folded dimensions of the Infiniverse as Noah stood at the center of his hidden empire, a being of boundless infinity. Chapter 5168, Reign 4. The architecture of a nascent observable existence is not governed by the slow, grinding gears of natural evolution, but by the decisive imposition of a higher will that treats the laws of physics as, well, mere suggestions to be rewritten. To transition a space from a mere collection of realms into a genuine observable existence requires more than just time and space, it requires the introduction of catastrophic developmental pressures that force the substrate of reality to expand, adapt, and solidify at a rate that defies the very concept of gradualism. This could be achieved by miniature causes, in the form of the intentional ignition of existential flashpoints that serve as the catalysts for a reality's maturation, ensuring that what was once a protected internal sanctuary becomes a sovereign expanse capable of standing against the weight of the outer existence. In the center of the folded dimensions of the Infiniverse, Noah stood as the architect of this accelerated epoch, his hands moving with the rhythmic grace of a conductor directing a symphony of fundamental forces. Boundless rivers of multicolored quintessence infiniforce converged between his palms, swirling into dense, vibrating spheres of raw potential that hummed with the resonance of absolute infinity. He did not speak with the breath of a man, but with the authority of infinity itself, his words manifesting in the air as bars of immutable command. The Paleocene-Eocene Thermal Infinimum. As he voiced the designation, a sphere of searing, white gold brilliance erupted from his hands and shot outward into the heights of the radiant sky. This miniature cause was designed to unleash a wave of warming infinity and torrential, nutrient-rich storms across the 3,000 realms, raising the ambient temperature of existence to a point of hyperstimulation that would cause the growth rate of every realm and every physical structure to increase by 100 times. The Cretaceous Infinite Revolution. A second sphere, this one pulsing with the deep violet and gold of structural upheaval, followed the first. It carried the authority to trigger a profound shift in the geological and existential foundations of the Infiniverse, forcing the realms to diversify their environments and refine their spatial boundaries, ensuring that the architecture of this reality possessed the complexity required of a genuine observable existence. The Mousterian Pluvial. The third manifestation took the form of a serene, crystalline blue light that carried the scent of rain and the weight of untapped vitality. Upon its activation, the humidity of the entire existence reached a state of perfect saturation, allowing for the expansion of populations, plants, microbes, and wildlife and all other forms of life at a pace that mimicked the uncontrolled blooming of a spring that would never end. The Infiniverse and Ruination watched as these miniature causes reached their respective zeniths and broke apart, spreading across the Infiniverse in rolling waves of transformative authority. In the sandy gold realm of dreams, the effects of the thermal infinimum arrived first. The golden dunes, which had previously shifted in slow, languid patterns, began to boil with activity as the warming infinity sank into the grains. The sky above the desert turned a deep, bruised purple as torrential storms of liquid mana began to fall, and where the rain touched the sand, massive structures of dreaming glass began to sprout like crystalline forests, growing hundreds of feet in minutes as the realm's development bypassed eons of slow accumulation. In the early Veiled Shore, the Cretaceous Infinite Revolution and the Mousterian Pluvial converged to create a scene of terrifying abundance. The plots of farmland, already teeming with sacred herbs, suddenly expanded as the very coastline of the golden sandy beaches pushed outward into the multicolored sea. The herbs themselves began to evolve in real time, their stalks thickening into translucent pillars of power while their leaves shimmered with the refined weavings of infinity, the entire shoreline becoming a dense jungle of high-tier resources that thrummed with the heartbeat of existence coming alive. Every single herb became infinite. Deep within the realm of prana, the trees of Yggdrasil responded to the deluge of the pluvial with a violent surge of vitality. Their roots tore through the domain to claim more territory while their canopies rose to brush against the firmament, the air becoming so thick with the essence of life that new species of iridescent wildlife began to manifest from the ambient energy, populating the emerald heights with a speed that made the concept of birth seem like a redundant relic of the past. While the realms above underwent their frantic evolution, a second manifestation of the Infiniverse appeared within the depths of Muspelheim, a place of crimson gold fires and eternal heat. Her gaze was filled with a clinical, singular purpose as she navigated the rivers of flame toward a region where a gathering of high-level entities resided. There, Amelia Osmont sat in quiet conversation with the mnemonic Leviathan and the singular cognizance, the beholder. They turned as the humanoid manifestation approached. "Ma'am," the Infiniverse spoke, her voice carrying the firm resonance of her master's new state. "I may need you to carry out a contingency plan Master left behind for us to carry out in the case things went wrong." Amelia Osmont stood, her features tightening as a shadow of motherly worry crossed her gaze. "In the case things went wrong?" Amelia asked, her voice trembling slightly. What has gone wrong?" The Infiniverse did not hesitate, her movement appearing as a blur of motion that defied spatial distance. She placed her hand upon Amelia Osmont's shoulder, her touch vibrating with a frequency that was no longer entirely compatible with the bounded. Infinity. The word was whispered twice, a silent, terrifying echo that carried the weight of the change Noah had undergone. Infinity. HUUM. As the word settled into Amelia's mind, she felt the cold, boundless nature of infinity as she disappeared. Boom. Soon after. The atmosphere of Muspelheim, usually defined by the rhythmic crackle of crimson gold fires, suddenly buckled under a pressure that did not belong to the elemental domain, as the space where the manifestation of the Infiniverse and Amelia Osmont had stood was violated by a returning surge of multicolored light. The two figures were deposited back into the heart of the flame-drenched realm with the violent precision of a reality-altering command, the vibrant waves of infinity that accompanied their arrival washing over the molten landscape and silencing the roar of the eternal fires in a single, sweeping motion. The Infiniverse's gaze became impossibly heavy as she felt the shift in the ambient environment, the effects of the newly ignited miniature causes now beginning to bleed into Muspelheim, turning the crimson heat into something refined, sharp, and terrifyingly efficient. "I discussed contingencies with you during my lesser form." Noah's voice erupted from the very fabric of the reality he now inhabited, his words booming with an imperious resonance. "All that were considered contingencies are no longer contingencies. There is no requirement for you to attempt anything in this moment, as I shall deny access to all things. From this point forward, across every territory and every folded dimension we occupy, there shall only be the reign of boundless infinity. Do you understand?" The weight of the question was a declaration of a new, immutable law. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the frequency of his absolute state, the multicolored light of his quintessence Infiniforce painting the obsidian peaks of Muspelheim. Amelia Osmont stood in the center of the surging light as she looked up somberly. The Infiniverse straightened her posture as she replied. "Yes. Master." Without a further word, and without a single gesture of comfort for the woman who had birthed the man he used to be, the Infiniverse disappeared again, her figure dissolving into the multicolored currents of the atmosphere. There was no more room for secret plans. There was no more room for the fear of loss or the caution of the bounded. There would only be boundless infinity. Boom. Chapter 5169, Reign v. At this moment, Golden Adelheid had sent a portion of her consciousness into the vibrant quintessence Infiniforce inside of her existence as her expression was heavy, the pearlescent gold of her internal manifestation flickering with the tremors of a reality that had been fundamentally shaken by recent events. The concept was anathema to everything she understood of the hierarchy, a violent violation of the natural order that suggested the foundations of the brain world were not as immutable as the Magnus Aurora believed. She struggled to reconcile the image of the creature she had known with the reality of a young relictus who had somehow tapped into the primordial source, a wellspring of power that even the third-scale gilded ones could not access despite eons of dedicated pursuit. She had all these questions as her direct access had not bothered to come here out of his own volition, his silence since the conclusion of their last exchange becoming a source of mounting anxiety that she could no longer ignore. Boom. Multicolored quintessence Infiniforce did not merely flow through the connection, it surged and increased in concentration with a tidal ferocity that suggested a dam had been shattered on the other side, seas of concentrated brilliance rushing out and flowing into her in an endless, unstoppable manner that she had never before experienced. As the flood reached its zenith, the visage of Noah Osmont manifested within the center of the surge, his figure surrounded by an intense, crystalline light of infinity that made the surrounding space appear dim by comparison. What happened down there? And what are you doing right now? I am beginning to alter the nature of our relationship. The words vibrated through her foundations, holding the cold weight of a glorious verdict that left no room for negotiation or appeal. Gulden Adelheide's figure shook as the realization of his intent settled into her mind, the influx of his infiniforce now so intense that it was beginning to manifest as visible rivers beneath her pearlescent skin, the multicolored light fighting for dominance against her natural gold. Have you fallen to the madness of infinity, Osmont? Has the Gamagian finally claimed the mind of the one who thought he could outrun it? You are speaking like a being who has lost his anchor. Noah's reply was instantaneous as it carried the dry, terrifying cadence of his new state, dismissing her concern with the indifference of a mathematician correcting a trivial error. He floated forward until he was inches away from her internal manifestation, his towering presence casting a multicolored shadow across her form as he looked down at her with a gaze that held no malice, yet possessed no warmth. Hold tight, Gulden Adelheide. You sought a Custos who could change the nature of the gilded, and I am merely fulfilling the potential of your request. You will soon join me in the endless light of infinity. She had lived through eons of manic shifts and chaotic siphoning, had navigated the turbulent seas of every conceivable sentiment across the observable, but the realization that the emotional weavings of her fixation had been replaced by a void of absolute, clinical infinity was a loss that felt far too big not just for her own fragile heart, but for the very fabric of existence itself. But as she was wallowing in this loss, her knees pressed against the pale stone of the mountain's ruins, she felt something bloom within her existence that defied the forced dormancy of her bindings. When she blinked and focused her internal perception, she saw that an unknown and unfathomable construct had actually managed to bypass everything and enter the deepest reaches of her foundations, manifesting within her internal seas of emotion as an illusory crimson-blue holographic figure that carried the faint, unmistakable glow of her fixation's authority. Chapter 5170, Reign 6. Time seemingly became stretched toward infinity and slowed down at this moment, the falling dust of the mountain freezing in mid-air and the roar of the distant wild fading into a singular, pressurized point of absolute stillness. The holographic image to appear within emotive was actually ruination, with her manifesting with an urgency that stripped away her usual detachment, her eyes reflecting the swirling chaos of emotive's interior world as she gazed at the manic being's consciousness. We do not have much time. The master pushed himself a bit far and entered a temporary state of absolute infinity that needs a concentrated ignition of raw emotional resonance to stabilize and return him to his old self. Other options have become non-viable, and maybe the most chaotic, intense weavings of emotions in all of observable existence may be enough to allow master to regain control. I can take whatever you give and infuse it directly within him, allowing for a temporary instant of infinity where he can anchor himself back to who he was. For his sake, what will you give? He would need everything you can give as his infinity is currently too encompassing. What can you give? Emotive was shocked as the magnitude of the situation settled into her mind, the realization that her fixation's boundless state was actually a dangerous imbalance that threatened to consume the man she adored, and because she was told there was no time, her decision was already made in an instant that required no deliberation. She trembled with a sudden, violent conviction as her manifestation within her own body reached out and plunged her hand into her chest, the illusory flesh parting without resistance as she grasped the very core of her being. She pulled out a heart burning with a blinding, kaleidoscopic emotion that defied classification, the organ pulsing with the concentrated intensity of every joy, every rage, and every obsessive fixation she had ever siphoned across her long existence. Tears began to fall from her face in heavy, translucent tracks as she smiled with a heartbreaking mixture of sorrow and triumph, looking at the holographic image of ruination with eyes that had finally found their singular purpose. "For him, I give my everything," she whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of the gift. All my emotions, all my intensity, all the chaos I have ever claimed. I give my very heart. Boom! Boundless emotions converged in the pulsing multicolored heart, the organ expanding and contracting with a frequency that threatened to shatter the mental space they occupied. Ruination looked at Emotive's smiling, teary face, seeing the terrifying conviction of a manic being, and she reached out to grasp the heart with hands that shone with a blinding, white-gold light of Hadean authority. Ruination bellowed out a command that shook the folded dimensions of their connection, waves of infinity cascading around her in violent, recursive loops as she utilized her intrinsic link with her master to open a channel that should not have existed. She prepared to infuse the most potent and boundless emotions from a single wild being in all of observable existence, a tide of raw, unadulterated feeling that acted as a searing brand against the cold perfection of Noah's absolute state, flooding into her master with the intent to drown the infinite in the return of the finite. Boom! An explosion of utmost brilliance and incandescence exploded out right after, the light of glory tearing through the silence of the wild and the hidden depths of the infiniverse simultaneously, as the heart of a manic being was offered up to save the soul of a king. Of a tyrannical emperor. It felt like a truly long incandescent dream that he was actively participating in, a state of existence where the boundaries between his will and the fundamental forces of the existence had dissolved into a singular, shimmering continuity. He could not quite explain the sensation with the vocabulary of his previous experiences, for while he was still himself in the most foundational sense of his identity, he felt as though there was a corrective weaving applied to his thoughts and actions that dictated every movement with a terrifying, glorious efficiency. In this state, he had operated without the interference of emotions, his decisions bypassing the messy filtration of sentiment to achieve the most optimal outcomes across every theater of his influence. The rapid completion of the infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds, the intricate design of the new miniature causes that now accelerated his infiniverse, the clinical dismissal of his mother's and the infiniverse concerns, and even his ongoing, aggressive restructuring of Uber Golden Adelheide's very nature had all been executed with the cold grace of a calculated choices. In this influx state of infinity, he had carried out actions that he would normally hesitate to perform, yet throughout the entire process, a small, receding part of his consciousness had told itself that he could simply leave this state whenever he wished, that the transition was a tool rather than a destination. But now, as he attempted to reach for the familiar anchors of his finite self, that certainty began to waver under the sheer volume of the absolute. Now, that's not too good. The thought echoed through his mind with a dry, detached cadence, for the boundless infinity permeating within him was making his own thoughts not want to return to the limitations of the past. Because why should he? At this moment, his own quintessence Infiniforce was actively beginning a process that felt as patient as it was inevitable, a transformation that sought to rewrite everything about him from a finite being into something else entirely, a being whose scale was so vast that the concept of an individual, Noah, became a redundant rounding error. He had theorized this possibility, understanding that a finite being did not possess the same worries or priorities as an infinite being, and that they were fundamentally different configurations of existence that could not coexist without one eventually subsuming the other. He realized with a chilling clarity that as long as he did not let go of his finite self, he would never truly live up to the full potential of infinity, yet if he did let go, the man who had started this journey would be lost to the brilliance of the absolute. In his hands, infinity would always be limited by his refusal to disappear. He sighed within the silence of his crystalline mind, the sound of faint ripple in a sea of almost perfection, and he prepared to pull the biggest contingency he had placed upon himself to shatter this state of apathy before it became permanent, when all of a sudden, boom! He shockingly felt an influx of unfathomably intense, manic emotions surge from his connection with infinity, a tide of raw, unadulterated chaos that defied the clinical geometry of his current thoughts. These emotions were so ridiculously intense and crazy, so filled with a singular, obsessive intensity, that the blinding calm and the near perfection of his absolute state were suddenly, violently overwhelmed. The cold efficiency of his mind buckled under the weight of a manic emotions, and Noah did not hesitate, his quintessential command erupting with the full force of his remaining will as he seized the surge of feeling. He moved tyrannically, acting with the predatory precision of a king reclaiming a stolen throne, as he channeled the entire flood of manic resonance and infinity directly toward his Hadean organ of civilization, using the heat of those emotions to burn through the glazed crystalline shell that had formed around his consciousness. The process was boundlessly glorious, the internal collision of absolute infinity and absolute emotion producing a resonance that shook the very foundation of his internal reality, forcing the dimensions to stabilize and the clinical apathy to recede like a tide before a rising sun. He took a crystalline core of this apathy and sealed it within his Hadean organ of civilization. Moments later, his body seated at the core of the infiniverse and surrounded by the endless multicolored sea's infinity, let out a long, ragged breath that carried the warmth of returning life. He blinked his eyes, and the glazed crystalline glare that had defined them for the past hour rapidly dissolved, replaced by the sharp, calculating, and viscerally human light that had always been his trademark. He felt the weight of his own skin again, the familiar pressure of his own memories and personality that had nearly been lost to the boundless. Before him, the figures of the infiniverse and ruination gazed at him with bright, expectant eyes, their forms flickering with the residual energy of the stabilization. Ruination stepped forward, her illusory features softening as she breathed a profound sigh of relief that seemed to echo through the system itself. "Welcome back, Master." Noah looked at his hands, seeing the multicolored light dim tremendously but still dancing there. He smiled, a slow, dark expression that held all the tyranny and ambition of the man who had defied the Gilded Ones. A reign of infinity was brought to an end in an extremely short period of time. Chapter 5171, Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. Noah stood at the center of the infiniverse, his gaze lingering on the vibrant, multicolored seas that churned with a restlessness he now recognized. He looked at his hands, sensing the profound and terrifying weight of the power coursing around him, a current of absolute infinity that still hummed with the cold, efficient geometry of the state he had just narrowly escaped. With a slow, deliberate exhale that carried the weight of a man reclaiming his soul, he finished THR process and actively began to draw that boundless pressure inward, compressing the staggering density of the absolute into his Hadean organ of civilization. The transition was not a simple storage of energy, but a structural rewriting of his very foundation as the organ buckled and then hardened under the influx, its purpose evolving to match the paradoxical nature of its new contents. Ruination. He called out the name with warmth, acknowledging the one he had nearly blacklisted during his descent into the apathetic void. Ruination stepped forward from the shimmering air, a soft, relieved smile gracing her illusory features as she waved her hand, causing a cascade of prompts to bloom before his eyes. Due to your active rejection of the clinical completeness of absolute infinity, your existence has compressed the influx into the Hadean organ of civilization. The Hadean organ of civilization is undergoing a permanent structural metamorphosis to also become the absolute forge of infinity. A paradoxical state has been achieved, near absolute infinity. As a finite being, your own scope and perspective act as a natural ceiling to the boundless. You are the limitation that prevents infinity from being absolute. Until a form of solution can be attained to bridge this existential gap, near absolute infinity shall be utilized and mediated exclusively through your organ, the absolute forge of infinity. Noah read the prompts and sighed, the sound echoing through the vastness of the infiniverse, for he understood the irony with the crystalline clarity of his Hadean mind. His own being was a limitation to the power he wielded, yet even with that knowledge, he felt no regret for his choice. He did not wish to become a cosmic automaton, a robot of progression for whom the journey held no value beyond the destination, because what he loved about existence was the raw and unadulterated wonder of it all. He lived for the exploration, the crushing adversity, the searing pain of growth, and the exquisite pleasure of victory, and other forms of pleasure, and to lose those things was to lose the very reason he had reached for the stars in the first place. He realized now that he could still carry the efficiency and ruthlessness of that absolute state within him, utilizing it as a tool when necessary without sacrificing himself. And when it came to sacrifices, he felt something deep within the newly formed Absolute Forge, the manic engine of emotions that was the heart of Emotive, which had served as the signal flare to bring him back from the brink of total self-extinction. He thought of the sacrifice she had made, a woman he had historically viewed with a mixture of distaste and suspicion, yet who had given her everything to ensure his return regardless of the cost. "I'll be back," he murmured to the two manifestations beside him. His body flickered and disappeared, warping through the dimensions with a speed that left the multicolored seas rippling in his wake, and he reappeared at the base of the mountain in the wild with his feet settling onto the pale and cracked stone as he looked down at the figure on the ground. Emotive was there, her manic violet hair muted and her eyes filled with a desolation that seemed to have aged her eons in a single hour, but when she looked up and saw him, her expression changed with a staggering and visceral intensity. Her eyes opened wide, tracing the contours of his face and searching the depth of his pupils for the return of that vibrant and tyrannical spark she had feared lost forever. When she confirmed it, when she saw the return of the Noah who could still look at her coldly and tyrannically, she did not hesitate. She surged from the ground with her body practically becoming a blur as she threw herself toward him, wrapping her arms around him in a grip so tight it would have crushed a Rhaetian Proterozoic scale entity. "I thought your brilliance was gone forever," she wailed, her voice thick with tears and a manic relief that shook her entire body. Noah looked down at the woman currently clinging to his body, and his internal reactions were conflicted. As he had seen her coming, his first thought had been to instinctively smack her away, much as he had done in the mountain of Alfheim, and he had even begun to raise a hand to stop the collision, but he found himself unable to carry it out. Despite her faults and her history and her irritating manic nature, this woman had plunged her hand into her own chest and surrendered her very heart to him when she truly did not have to. He sighed, the movement causing her to grip him even tighter, and instead of a strike, he found his hand settling atop her head in a slow and patient pat. Beside them, Anaximander rose from the stone and shook his head incredulously. Emotive blinked, her manic emotions blooming wildly at the touch, and she slowly let him go while moving back with a sudden and flustered start. "Ah, my apologies, sir. I was just taken away by, She stopped mid-sentence, raising her hand in confusion as she began to make small and bewildered sounds, for multicolored infinity began to rise from her form in terrifyingly dense concentrations and her existence radiated a profound aura that seemed to mirror Noah's own. Noah had to sigh again as he looked at her, his Hadean perception already tracing the source of the anomaly. Just how the hell was this woman so lucky? Because her heart, the very core of her civilization and her claim to chaos, was currently residing within his absolute forge of infinity, it was being bathed in the boundless currents of the absolute, and by extension her existence was being dragged upward along his own path while forced into a metamorphosis that neither of them had anticipated. Boom. Chapter 5172, Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. 2. What is happening? Emotive yelled, her hair cycling through colors so fast it looked like a strobe light of emotional instability. HUUM. The subject, the living Emotive, has been bound under the banner of near absolute infinity through the residence of her heart within the absolute forge of infinity. An unforeseen mutation has been triggered, the absolute amaranthine heart of emotive is being born. Through this bridge of infinity and emotion, egos of sins and virtues are being forged rapidly and with extreme intensity. Their software is being recorded as they form. Boom! Emotive's figure became surrounded by a swirling storm of boundless infinity as she let out a cry of startled power, and Noah looked at her manic and glowing form with a weary shake of his head while thinking of the complexity of the egos he had labored to design in his sandbox, and the ridiculous jump in power Emotive was about to have. Truly, how could someone be so lucky? He shook his head. Since he remembered the cold efficiency and pragmatism his other self that was filled with boundless infinity moved with, Noah sought to do the same as while he monitored the wriggling figure of Emotive in the air, he pulled from the near absolute infinity within his organ of civilization as an instant later, a shimmering distortion in the air behind him coalesced into a crystalline version of himself. This figure looked like a lesser version of how he had appeared when he held the weight of absolute infinity, his skin translucent and humming with the resonance of 1,000 different civilizations, and his eyes held a glazed blue depth that suggested a mind operating on the cold logic of the boundless. He called this a Nero-absolute clone, a construct that inherited the terrifying pragmatic efficiency of his absolute state while retaining just enough of his emotional core to serve as a perfect extension of his will across the battlefield of reality. Right now, it began to move as he sought to finish things off after the disastrous move by Sororis Prima Elziana, for he had no intention of allowing those who had challenged him to hide behind the chaos of the gilded distribution. Noah looked out toward the horizon of the fractured domain, his voice echoing out. My own personal infinity has covered the wild and continues to stretch out across observable existence, permeating the very weavings that you thought would protect you. I know exactly where you are, O Deliverance, and I know exactly how small your civilization has become now that the shadows of the Gilded have fallen upon it. HUUM. The Nero-absolute clone moved with a grace that bypassed the traditional concepts of travel, dipping into the sea of infinity that now painted the skies above the wild and disappearing from the mountain base in a single, silent flicker. In the next moment, it dipped out of the multicolored tide in a distant region of the wild, a place where the landscape was composed of floating land masses held together by shimmering bridges of liquid observable force. This region was a sanctuary for the elite, filled with the powerful auras of primordial architects who had spent eons cultivating their authority, and yet the air here was thick with the scent of stagnation and fear as the gilded bindings tightened their hold on the inhabitants. Noah's clone calmly floated toward the central island of this archipelago, a landmass filled with platinum-colored trees whose multicolored leaves rustled with the energy of the profound, but at its very center sat the titanic figure of the Deliverance. He was a grand and muscular platinum titan, a being who ruled these reaches with an iron hand, and yet right now he was staring at his hands blankly because the bindings of Sororis Prima Elziana had wrapped around him just like they had wrapped around every other bounded life form. This entity, who likely stood to be stronger than any Ediacaran Proterozoic scale entity in the history of the wild, now held a look of desolation that spoke of a king who had realized his throne was made of nothing but dust. Noah's clone descended toward the seated titan, his feet never touching the ground as he loomed before the despondent ruler, and he spoke with a cadence that allowed no room for the vanity of conversation. Normally, I might talk and then listen and yap back and forth while reflecting on the heavy irony of how we arrived at this point, but I find that my patience for such cycles has been exhausted by the scale of my new horizons. You declared a civilizational holy war meant to corner me and enslave my people, believing that you possessed the authority to dictate the terms of my existence, but you will not even live to see that holy war, nor will it ever happen. From now on and for the foreseeable future, there shall only be an endless shroud of infinity that swallows the legacy you thought was eternal. As he spoke, an incandescent blue flame bloomed within the palm of the clone's hand, a fire filled with the paradoxical density of near absolute infinity that formed into a blinding fireball flashing with a crystalline light. Without a second gesture, the fireball multiplied until the skies above all the floating land masses were filled with thousands of identical blue suns, each one pulsing with the resonance of a power that could burn away the foundations of the Proterozoic. Noah's clone gazed at the architecture of the primordial architects, his eyes cold and unmoving as he delivered the final verdict. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. HUUM. A fireball burning with a semblance of absolute infinity was a terrifying evolution of the simple skill he had used eons ago when he was merely a man killing apes and wolves inside the stone corridors of dungeons. Years later, those same flames had been refined through the forge of a Hadean heart, and they now descended with the inevitability of a dying primordial realm to burn primordial architects en masse. The glorious scene of the fireballs descending was a symphony of blue light and total erasure, and when one came into contact with the deliverance, his entire platinum body was shrouded in blue flames that did not merely burn his flesh but unwove his very causality. Only now did the Titan raise his head to meet Noah's eyes, and for a singular, crystalline moment, they shared a look of absolute coldness as the ruler of the wild realized the sheer scale of the being he had tried to challenge. A moment after they shared this look, the deliverance turned to ash, his muscular frame dissolving into a cloud of gray soot that was swept away by the wind of the explosion. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Chapter 5173, Hey, look at us. While the fires of his retribution claimed the floating landmasses of the wild and the primordial architects who had sought a civilizational holy war were reduced to insignificant drifts of ash, the focus of Noah remained divided across the vast distances of his reach. Around this same time, he was focusing a significant portion of his consciousness that had traversed the profound connection toward Uber-Golden Adelheid, and he was currently flooding her existence with a tidal wave of quintessence infiniforce that defied the previous limits of their shared bond. Inside the intricate and golden weavings of her existence, the manifestations of Uber-Golden Adelheid and Noah stood at the center of a surging multicolored flood, the density of the infiniforce so great that it threatened to drown the ambient observable force of her domain. Uber-Golden Adelheid gazed at him with a look that remained heavy and cold, yet her expression shifted into a silent and narrow focus as she observed a fundamental change in his presence. She witnessed the transition as the cold and imperious gaze of the Absolute began to thaw, the crystalline blue light of his lemniscate pupils receding into the depths of his eyes to be replaced by the sharp and dark calmness and amusement. As the last remnants of the clinical void vanished from his features, Noah looked at her and offered a brief and measured cough to clear the heavy silence of the chamber before he finally spoke. Apologies, I had a little episode there and initiated a process that required a certain degree of cognitive exclusion. Uber-Golden Adelheid did not immediately soften her posture, and her gaze remained clinical and cold as she looked him up and down while processing the return of his vibrant and tyrannical personality. I put a lot on the line for you, and I have risked the status of my house and my own continuation, she said, her voice carrying the sharp edge of a being who had been genuinely unsettled by his recent transformation. Can you not be trusted to remain himself? Has the weight of infinity already begun to affect you in this manner, and will it happen randomly during the most critical moments of our ascent? I need to know if we are still able to have our arrangement, and perhaps more importantly, I need to know why you are still flooding my existence with this intensity of infinity if you have truly returned to yourself. Noah met her flood of questions with a calm and unhurried composure, his figure radiating a sense of grounded power that felt even more dangerous than the cold apathy that had preceded it. Our arrangement can certainly continue, as this was not some episodic madness that will happen again, but rather a singular reboot of my system. I just made a major jump in power and had to reconfigure my foundations to account for the new architecture, and in the end, this development is quite good for you because my current standing should likely exceed the transitional Cambrian stage between the second scale and the third scale. Wow! If my calculations are correct, I may even be approaching the threshold of the third scale in raw power, which means the custos you are bound with is that much more formidable than the one you initially agreed to support. He paused as the multicolored rivers continued to swirl around them, the concentration of the infiniforce beginning to settle into a more manageable but still immense rhythm. He was relentlessly flooding it in. As for why I have not stopped this flow of infinity, the answer is simply that since the process has begun, there is no logical reason to stop it. It should be very beneficial to you as I have steadied the current so that you can use and distribute it freely through your own weavings, and with this substance, with my absolute infinity, I will ensure you become a truly formidable gilded one who stands apart from the rest of your people. Boom! His words caused Obergulden Adelheid to fall silent as she continued to stare at him with a cold and calculating intensity, her mind clearly weighing the potential of his new power against the risk he represented. The creature. She murmured, her thoughts turning toward the news that was even now rippling through the higher reaches of the brain world. Noah smiled and gave a light nod as he acknowledged the mention of his companion. A ridiculous being, truly. I had no idea he would have gained such direct access to the primordial source, but because of his actions, the immediate matters in observable existence are wrapped up in a little bow. Sororis Prima Elziana burned all of observable existence with her bindings, and with the chaos caused, I wondered if you have had any difficulty in doing what we talked about before. You mentioned a Sororis from the Magna Sorora would be helping you with the fabrications, but the one I met today, Sororis Prima Elziana, let me know that the members of that sisterhood are a handful to deal with. Obergulden Adelheid looked at him coldly before she closed her eyes for a long and patient moment, her focus turning inward as if she were confirming the status of her plans through the burning infinity currently coursing through her foundations at elevated concentrations. After she had confirmed whatever she needed to see, she looked back at Noah with an expression that suggested she was fully committing to a difficult decision. Even with all the chaos that has descended upon the lower domains, everything has been accomplished on my end. In fact, the chaos made certain aspects of the fabrication easier since there are currently multiple gilded ones who will be making their entry into observable existence to manage the aftermath of the relic disappearance. You must wait in the wandering territories, and sometime within the next hour, I will send a Sororis for you to begin the transfer. You have a flair for the dramatics, so make sure that you are not doing anything too obvious to be caught, because with a relic disappearing from down there, the Gilded Ones will keep a much closer gaze on everything happening. Chapter 5174, Hey, look at us. 2. She spoke those words calmly, and Noah gave a light nod while thinking about the boundless personal infinity he was spreading out across the wild. He was already beginning to make that infinity invisible, the multicolored brilliance slowly transforming to become the endless blue that would appear like natural and ambient infinity to any external observer. At the same time, his domain of the infiniverse had been fully covered and hidden from prying eyes through the enactment of the manifolds, making it a separate and sovereign existence that would be extremely difficult for any Gilded Ones to ever discover. He sought to see the emergence of his own observable existence from his infinite cause, and when that finally occurred, he knew that he would truly begin to play with the fundamental arrangements of power. Noah moved toward the seated Obergulden Adelheid and extended his hand with a dark and knowing smile, and she looked at the hand and then at him with a lingering coldness before she finally raised her own hand to grasp his. As he pulled her up from her meditative position, Noah looked at her with a gaze that held the full weight of their shared trajectory. Hey, look at us. Who would have thought after all of these days and eons that we would be standing where we are right now, and who could even imagine the heights where we will be standing just a few days from now? Be ready, Obergulden Adelheid. Be ready. HUUM. With those parting words, the manifestation of Noah dissipated into a flurry of multicolored infinity, leaving Obergulden Adelheid alone within her own weavings. The coldness slowly faded from her eyes as she watched the last flickers of his presence vanish, and she quickly returned to a meditative position to regulate her existence while the seas of infinity roared around her with a renewed and terrifying vigor. In the vast and unfathomable expanse of existence, whether one considers the most mundane reality where beings without a single drop of mana wage desperate wars with stone and steel, or the grandest realms where titans play with the very fabric of infinity while manipulating the complex weavings of reality, the principle of connection remains a critical and deciding constant. It is an observation that holds true across every scale of development that connections make the act of existing and ascending significantly easier, for if a being manages to know the right person at the right moment, they can obtain an unbelievable edge over the rest of existence that no amount of solitary labor could ever hope to replicate. A connection is a bridge that bypasses the traditional requirements of time and effort, permitting a sovereign being to reach across the chasms of classification to grasp opportunities that would otherwise remain forever out of reach for those who walk their paths alone. As he took care of the many lingering requirements of his current position, Noah continued to monitor the terrifying changes blooming within his Hadean organ of civilization, which had now also taken on the paradoxical role of a terrifying forge that he had compressed absolute infinity into. He considered this configuration to be nothing more than a temporary measure that permitted him to maintain his sanity and his selfhood, for he understood with the clinical clarity of his new architecture that a solution had to be found in the future or he would forever remain a finite being who limited the very infinity he sought to embody. And what a sad thing that would be! He was currently a vessel that was too small for its contents, a situation that forced him to utilize the absolute forge of infinity to mediate a power that his own scope could not yet fully encompass without risking the loss of his identity to the boundless tide. While he remained anchored in his thoughts, he watched the scattered ash of the primordial architects as it drifted through the air of the wild, and he observed the golden bubbles of Hadean singularities that flowed from the remains as a form of existential loot. These singularities held the concentrated weavings of their memories and their civilizations along with all the immensity and weight they had carried within their existences, allowing Noah to absorb the totality of their eons without having to physically traverse through their palaces. It was a seamless and efficient harvest that allowed him to sort through boundless weavings of information in real time, yet even as he processed this influx, he felt a glimmer of something unique that caused him to become serious right away. Above him, the atmosphere rippled with the blooming of multicolored flames that could only originate from a single being across the current landscape of the observable. These flames were veiled with a heavy obsidian light of terrifying power and immensity that suggested a proximity to the primordial source that few could comprehend, and as they unfurled, the voice of none other than the creature echoed through the region. "A parting gift for me to you," the voice spoke, sounding as though it were being carried by the very flames themselves. "The main part of my existence rejected the idea of doing this because it goes against the principles of adversity I have lived by, but I have learned that sometimes we can go against what our existence fully believes if the situation demands it, or perhaps that is merely the excuse I told myself to be able to take this action that I normally would not permit. Do with the gift what you want, but I thought it would be helpful for the path you have chosen to walk." It was a gift that the creature had not wanted to give because it violated his fundamental belief in the necessity of struggle, yet the multicolored flames opened up to reveal a sight that caused the air to hum with a saturated golden authority. Within the obsidian light lay a terrifying and pulsing golden heart accompanied by a network of complex golden vessels and capillaries, and Noah recognized them instantly as the pieces of a gilded one that the creature had carved out from the existence of Aurelius Maximus. These were the biological and existential anchors of a being of the Superbius house, and they began to burn with a terrifying allure of power the moment they were unveiled to the ambient atmosphere. Noah's gaze became heavy as he recognized the magnitude of what had been placed before him, for these were the literal foundations of a gilded life form that could be used to bridge the gap between his own Hadean engineering and the reality of the brain world. He quickly waved his hands to summon a sea of multicolored infinity that rose like a vibrant tide to envelop the golden remnants, and he pulled the entirety of the gift into the depths of his own existence. HUUM, Chapter 5175, Ego I. Existence is a series of punctuations, a collection of moments where the steady rhythm of the mundane is interrupted by the violent imposition of the extraordinary, yet among the many shifts that bloomed across the vastness of the observable and unobservable, there remained a specific category of upheaval that commanded the attention of even the most ancient and knowledgeable beings. There are debates every now and then between those who have witnessed the turn of eons, but most tend to agree that the point of greatest change occurred when a relictus emerged from a place they had never emerged from before, for that was the singular spark that set the ball of existence rolling towards weavings that no one could have anticipated, leading to an era of upheaval and glorious immensity that defied every established scale of progress. The Niru Absolute clone materialized in a region of the wild defined by an endless expanse of dazzling snow, the crystalline flakes falling in a silent and heavy rhythm that sought to bury the evidence of the violence beneath a layer of pristine white. Naldine Manthan sat upon the obscenely fat and golden shoulders of the greed personified Midas, her radiant white hair flowing behind her like a river of ivory and gold while her singularity-dotted eyes tracked the descent of the flakes with a heavy and detached melancholy that suggested she had already witnessed enough upheaval for a single existence. Midas remained stationary as a mountain of golden muscle and excess, his blue-gold wings folded tightly against his frame while the golden rings of greed orbited his limbs in a slow and patient rotation that kept the accumulating snow from settling upon his skin. Around them, the corpses of 4 primordial architects were scattered across the frozen ground, their once grand existences reduced to cold and silent monuments that were rapidly being claimed by the accumulation of the snow, their authority extinguished in the same clinical manner that the Gilded had intended for every bounded life form. Naldine absent-mindedly released her hands from Midas's shoulders to have the snow land on her palm, watching as the heat of her Hadean physiology caused the crystalline structure to dissolve into a tiny drop of moisture while the ambient silence of the region pressed against her foundations. Noah's Niru Absolute clone appeared before them with the silent grace of a ghost, his figure radiating a soft and multicolored brilliance that cast long shadows across the white terrain, and Naldine looked up at him with an expression that held a profound sense of sorrow as she spoke. "You finally came looking for me?" she asked. "I would ask you what happened out there, but I can assume from the way the everything has been overwritten that the conclusion was, as grand as your aspirations." Noah offered an assuring smile as he floated over toward her, his presence bringing a sudden and comforting warmth to the frozen air that seemed to push back the desolate chill of the region, and he leaned forward to press a gentle kiss against her forehead. He could sense that she was partially bounded by the clinical and suffocating actions of Sororis Prima Elziana, her internal architecture struggling against the bindings and the forced dormancy of her civilization. "Let's get those bindings fully off of you first," he said softly, his authority rising to meet the golden pressure within her skin. "Hum." He waved his hand to summon a sea of multicolored infinity that rose from the snowy ground like a vibrant and rising tide, wrapping Naldine and Midas in a protective and irresistible embrace before taking them away toward the hidden sanctuary of his own making where the rules of the Gilded held no sway. He took them towards the Infiniverse. In a different area on that vast mountain in the wild where the ruins of the temple remained as silent witnesses to the afternoon's carnage, Noah, emotive, and Anaximander remained beneath a sky that was now fully claimed by the invisible brilliance of infinity, one that would seem like any of the common seas of endless potential permeating in potent regions of observable existence. Noah observed the image of the living emotive as she floated in the air while boundless infinity surged around her existence, her figure dancing manically within the shifting currents of a transformation that had been forced upon her by the sheer weight of her own sacrifice. While all of this occurred, and while the atmosphere continued to hum with the resonance of his Niru Absolute state, he walked over toward Anaximander, who rose up from the pale stone and appeared to be exactly the same as always even though he should have been bound by the clinical and suffocating bindings that Sororis Prima Elziana had distributed across every reach of the observable. Noah looked at the scholarly figure for a long and patient moment, his eyes reflecting the sharp brilliance of a being who had just returned from the precipice of the Absolute. "How are you holding up, big guy?" Anaximander looked up toward the empty skies where the creature had departed, his expression carrying a mixture of scholarly detachment and a deep, private sorrow that he did not attempt to mask. "I considered myself the oldest friend of the creature, or perhaps I should say that I considered him my oldest friend, for we have walked the paths of the unknown for longer than most civilizations have existed. He has left right now for what may be the longest or perhaps the last time, and while I talked with him time and time again on what the future would look like after he had finally accomplished what he wanted, he was always staunch on his ideals regarding the necessity of standing against those whom one cannot go against. He is gone now, facing adversity and challenges that no existence should ever have to face alone, and yet this was the path he chose with his own hands, and so now, I will choose my own path to follow. Chapter 5176, Ego 2. Anaximander's eyes sparkled with a sudden and renewed light as he turned his gaze back toward Noah, his tall frame straightening with the conviction of a new purpose. I loved my life as an explorer, as Anaximander, and I will live this life to its fullest potential now that the boundaries are being shattered. I will see what else lies in our observable existence and in the brain-world observable existence. I will see it all, Osmont, I will see it all. Wah! Noah gave him a long and appreciative look while nodding his head in a gesture of genuine respect. Good luck, and be safe. Anaximander nodded with a soft smile, and in the next moment, he took a single step and disappeared from the ruined mountain. Where he went, even Noah could not say for certain with his current perception, but he reflected on the nature of the gifts the creature had distributed before his departure. Compared to the pulsing golden heart and the gilded vessels that had been given to him, the gift bestowed upon Anaximander must have been something grand enough to ensure that Noah would not have to worry about the safety of the explorer, for the creature was not a being who would leave his oldest companion without the means to survive the coming complexities. Noah thought about his own gifts that his near-absolute clone had already taken into the sovereign domain of the Infiniverse, and he knew that he would soon open them up to see exactly what wonders would bloom within his architecture. But for now, his focus had to remain on the woman who had given her everything in order to bring him back from the edge of a cold and perfect apathetic state. He turned his gaze back to the manic woman floating in the air and screaming as the infinity continued to surge around her, and he felt as though something incredible was happening inside of his Hadean organ of civilization. Within the absolute forge of infinity, a terrifying product had bloomed as the result of emotions being ridiculously amplified and infinitely elevated by the presence of the Absolute. He closed his eyes to see exactly what wonder had bloomed from the sacrifice of a manic heart. Noah appeared inside his Hadean organ of civilization, moving through the intricate layers of his own existence until he stood within the center of the absolute forge of infinity, a place that held within its architecture the terrible weight of the Hadean Desmoterian where Ozymandias presided over prisoners like the worthless and shitty living elemental. The forge itself was a new and pristine component that looked unfathomably vast and immaculate, an internal landscape of polished blue and gold lattices that stretched into a horizon composed of nothing but boundless infinity, and the air within this space hummed with the resonance of a reality that was actively being rewritten. At the very center of this immaculate workshop stood the absolute amaranthine heart of Emotive, a pulsing and radiant gem of impossible complexity that glowed with a deep and manic violet light while casting long shadows of emotional authority across the crystalline floor. Surrounding the heart were 14 massive illusory manifestations of Noah himself, each one representing a different potential iteration of his existence that had been forged through the collision of his near-absolute infinity and the manic intensity of Emotive sacrifice. These versions of him stood in silent and translucent rows, representing the infinitely amplified and engineered egos that were the product of a process that no other being in the history of the observable could have initiated with such precision. Each figure held a different posture and carried a different atmospheric weight, ranging from the suffocating pressure of absolute tyranny to the quiet and terrifying stillness of total surrender, their forms flickering with the multicolored light of the absolute forge. The crimson-blue illusory figure of Ruination appeared in this space with a sudden flicker of digital light, and she stepped forward to bow deeply toward her master with a smile that carried both pride and satisfaction. She began to float around the space while gesturing toward the 14 manifestations, her hands tracing lines of data in the air as she prepared to explain the magnitude of what had been created within the forge. Master, the product of your existential engineering has reached a state of stabilization within the absolute forge of infinity, resulting in the birth of the absolute egos of infinity. These egos are blank slates of sovereign authority that your existence can select to fully embody, allowing your external self to project the totality of a single amplified concept while utilizing the full depth of your infinity as its engine. The logic of the Gilded Ones was sound in this regard, for they understood that mixing multiple amplified egos would result in a diluted and impure manifestation where the individual strengths of each concept would interfere with one another, leading to a loss of the grandest individual features. Therefore, the absolute egos of infinity were born to ensure that you can transition between states of perfect and unadulterated authority, each interacting with infinity in a unique manner to amplify specific aspects of your capability and your infinite radiation. Noah's eyes shone with a sharp and focused intensity as he turned to look at the absolute superbious ego of infinity, observing the illusory form that stood with its chin lifted and its eyes reflecting a pride so absolute that it seemed to bend the light around it. The figure was draped in robes of molten gold and obsidian that flowed like liquid fire, and the aura it radiated was one of undeniable sovereignty that demanded the submission of every weaving in its presence, its figure pulsing with the heartbeat of a king who had never known a peer. The absolute superbious ego of infinity allows your existence to fully embody the extreme of pride, and it grants the following capabilities straight-face. The sovereign override. Your authority gains the capacity to treat the weavings of others as mere suggestions, permitting you to overwrite their civilizations and laws with your own preferred arrangements through the sheer weight of your existence. Chapter 5177, Ego 3. The capabilities of the absolute superbious ego of infinity continued to unfold before him. The infallible aegis of pride, damage directed at your figure is reduced by 99% if the source of the attack is deemed lesser by your ego, for the concept of pride refuses to acknowledge the validity of a strike from an inferior being, rendering their efforts into nothing but wasted motion. The monarch's pulse of infinity. Your infinite light is amplified by the weight of your superbious, causing the regression of targets to occur 10 times more potent and faster while simultaneously inflicting a state of existential despair that prevents the activation of any defensive contingencies. The absolute supremacy radiation of infinity. Your passive existential radiation has been refined through the forge to broadcast your supremacy as an immutable fact of existence, ensuring that any being within range involuntarily perceives their own foundations as fundamentally lesser while their egos find themselves unable to maintain their engineered amplifications in your presence. As the radiation permeates the local substrate, the confidence of your enemies collapses and their civilizations and skills operate at a drastically reduced efficiency because the beings wielding them can no longer believe fully in their own capacity while you occupy the same coordinate, and even other weak Gilded Ones of the superbious classifications may feel their very existence shrink as your existence dictates the terms of the encounter through the sheer weight of your singular sovereignty. Oh! The capabilities were grand as Noah couldn't help but smack his lips. Okay. Okay. Noah then turned his gaze toward the absolute humilitas ego of infinity, which stood in stark contrast to the first, appearing as a figure of quiet and terrifying simplicity with its hands folded and its head bowed slightly in a gesture of total release. This manifestation radiated a stillness so profound that it felt like a void in the atmosphere, a state of existence that had discarded every layer of self until only the core of his infinity remained as a silent and watchful observer. The absolute humilitas ego of infinity is the inverse of pride, and it grants the following capabilities straight-face. The void of surrender. Your existence becomes imperceptible to the intent and perception of others, for a being with no pride provides no surface for enmity or detection to find purchase upon, allowing you to move through existence as a phantom of the absolute. It is estimated that those on Vakachev's third scale and below may entirely not be able to perceive you. The reflective mirror of the humble. Attacks directed at you are not resisted but are instead accepted and reflected back toward the source with double their original intensity, utilizing the lack of self-assertion as a catalyst for a perfect and effortless counter that requires no movement. The absolute erasure of the self. By surrendering your ego, you can phase through any barrier or binding that relies on identifying the target, for the bindings of the Gilded cannot find a person where no person exists, permitting you to navigate the most restricted layers of the brain world as if they were empty air. As of now, the egos of Superbius and Humilitas are the only ones available for your immediate transformation, with their abilities capable of expansion and addition as more infinity is infused into them, and the remaining 12 are still being designed and infused with the necessary concentrations of infinity to achieve their absolute states within the forge. Noah read the prompts as his eyes blazed with a dark and calculating brilliance, for he could already see how these two states would allow him to navigate the dangerous waters of the brain world with a versatility that no other Gilded One could match. He looked at the two available transformations and could not help but nod his head as a sharp smile crossed his features, his mind already busy selecting which face he would show. Good. 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 HUUM. As Noah was looking at the nondescript form of Humilitas, a piercing scream echoed out to ruin the calmness of this space as like a meteor, a manic existence thundered down into the forge where her heart was. Ah! Boom! The impact sent ripples of multicolored light across the crystalline floors of this grand workshop, and the air itself groaned under the sudden weight of a presence that was as chaotic as it was undeniably powerful. Noah sighed lightly while the remnants of the impact settled around the intruder, and he whispered to himself as if he were reciting a mantra intended to preserve his patience. "She gave her everything for you," he murmured, his voice barely a breath against the humming of the absolute forge. "She gave her everything, she gave her everything." After repeating this 3 times and ensuring that his pragmatic temper was sufficiently anchored, he turned to see her. The figure that rose from the center of the impact was the living emotive, but she was no longer the skittish being who had crumbled at the base of the mountain, for her infusion with his quintessence Infiniforce had triggered a transformation that made her power burn with a shocking brilliance. She now stood firmly within the transitional Cambrian stage between the second scale and the third scale, her aura radiating a density of authority that would have made even a high-tier primordial architect tremble in her presence. She looked around with the skittish and frenetic intensity of a rabbit caught in a high-tier snare before her focus finally sharpened onto the figure of Noah, her eyes lighting up with a manic brilliance that caused her body to instinctively surge forward. She appeared as if she wanted to climb toward him and anchor herself to his existence as she had done on the mountain, yet she managed to hold herself back by gripping her own shoulders while her manic violet hair cycled through a strobe light of emotional colors. She breathed in and out with a visible effort to control her own manic impulses before she finally rose up grandly, her gaze sweeping across the vast and immaculate expanse of the forge while her eyes eventually settled on her own pulsing absolute amaranthine heart at the center of the room. Her eyes began to sparkle with a renewed and terrifying fanaticism as she took in the 14 massive illusory egos of infinity that surrounded her heart, and she voiced her question with a voice that was thick with wonder. "Sir, where are we?" Noah looked at her for a moment while noting that her eyes were shining far too brilliantly for his comfort, and he simply offered another heavy sigh before waving his hand toward her. A single, concentrated drop of multicolored infinity surged from his finger and entered her body, carrying with it the partial weight of the information regarding this place and the architecture of his internal reality, for she had her heart in this place and deserved to understand the significance of where she stood. Chapter 5178, Ego 4. Her eyes lit up as she processed the boundless waves of data in an instant, and beside Noah, the illusory figure of Ruination could be seen with a disgruntled expression that suggested she was not a fan of the specific prompts she was currently being required to generate. Ruination floated around the space while the data settled into Emotive's mind, and she uttered the prompts with a cadence that carried a hint of annoyance. Due to the unique circumstances of the developmental transition, the subject, the living emotive, has achieved an unprecedented synergy with the absolute forge of infinity. Since the intensity of her emotions and the essence of her heart were utilized as the primary stabilizing anchor during the amplification of the engineered egos to counteract the absolute infinity pouring into them, she has become an intrinsic part of the resulting architecture. As a consequence of this existential overlap, Emotive possesses the capability to take on the forms of the absolute egos of infinity at 50% effectiveness compared to the primary wielder. Noah listened to these prompts with a calm and measured composure while he looked at Emotive again, observing her as she stood upright and stared back at him with an expression that was far too bright for its own good. He could see that she was holding back boundless emotions within her foundations, her very existence vibrating with the pride of being allowed to share in the tools of her fixation, and he could not help but reflect on the sheer absurdity of the situation. Truly, she was far too lucky. The woman had practically stumbled into a tier of power that most beings would have spent eons pursuing and not achieved, and she had done so by simply following her own manic obsessions to their ultimate and sacrificial conclusion. Noah looked at the 14 egos and then back at the woman whose heart served as part of their engine as he shook his head and got ready to work. He looked over at Emotive and beckoned. "You, come here." "Yes, sir." She rushed over like a dog let loose as internally, Noah had a lot more intricacies and engineering to uncover. In the Infiniverse. The realm of dreams stretched outward in an endless expanse of shifting golden sands that glittered beneath the multicolored storms of the thermal infinimum, the atmosphere of this domain now thick with a heavy and nutrient-rich humidity that caused massive structures of dreaming glass to sprout from the dunes like translucent towers of frozen light. Within the heart of this frantic and accelerated development, the Nero-absolute clone of Noah stood with a quiet and terrifying composure, his figure radiating a soft multicolored brilliance that served as a stable anchor against the chaotic growth of the surrounding territory. Beside him, Naldine and Midas could be seen. Noah looked at them for a long and patient moment before he moved. The absolute superbious ego of infinity. With a slow and measured movement of his hands, he reached into the depths of his absolute forge of infinity and called upon the first of his completed iterations, the air around him groaning as the Nero-absolute infinity within his organ began to resonate with the manic resonance of the amaranthine heart. HUUM. The transformation was not a gradual shift but a total and violent overriding of his current manifestation, for his skin suddenly became more opaque and radiant while shimmering with the luster of polished obsidian and molten gold. A set of regal robes manifested around his frame, the fabric appearing to be composed of liquid shadow and burning starlight that flowed with its own independent rhythm, and his posture straightened into a configuration of such undeniable majesty that the dreaming glass forests nearby seemed to lean away in a gesture of involuntary submission. His eyes, though no longer glazed with the clinical void, blazed with a pride so absolute that it seemed to dictate the terms of existence for everything within his reach, and the very cadence of his breath became a rhythmic assertion of his singular supremacy. He adjusted the flow of his presence, acclimating to the staggering weight of the absolute superbious ego of infinity, and every mannerism he displayed began to emanate a regal pride that made the previous Noah appear as a mere shadow of the monarch he had now become. He looked at Naldine and Midas, and when he spoke, his voice carried the heavy and unhurried resonance of a king whose words were already written into the laws of reality. The bindings of the sisterhood, of Sororis Prima Elziana are merely that. Suggestions. As of now, I reject these flimsy suggestions. Boom. Noah raised his hand toward the two nascent Hadeans, and he proceeded to utilize the sovereign override to address the pyramidal constructs that still pulsed with a faint blue-gold brilliance upon their skin. This terrifying capability did not manifest as a simple destructive force, but as a tidal wave of multicolored authority that treated the gilded bindings as mere errors in a document that required immediate correction. Boom! As his authority made contact with the bindings, the air around Naldine and Midas began to crackle with the sound of breaking glass, the blue-gold light of Elziana's wrath struggling to maintain its geometry against the overwhelming weight of Noah's pride. The pyramidal constructs were fundamentally rewritten into the palette of the Absolute Forge, their golden blue essence being unmade and rewoven into flickers of multicolored infinity that were immediately absorbed back into the local environment. The severance of the bindings was total and clinical, the Sororis authority being erased from their foundations as if it had never existed, for the sovereign override permitted no disagreement and recognized no higher power than the one who had unleashed it. Naldine felt the sudden and violent return of her own power, her singularity-dotted eyes widening as the forced dormancy of her civilization was shattered by the intervention of Noah, and even the Greed personified Midas let out a low and resonant rumble of satisfaction as his golden rings began to orbit with a renewed and terrifying velocity. The desolation that had hung over them since the afternoon was washed away by the radiation of Noah's supremacy, leaving them standing within the golden sands as beings who were once again whole and unrestricted. Noah lowered his hand while the last remnants of the rewritten bindings dissolved into the dreaming glass, his figure still radiating the suffocating pressure of his superbious state as he looked out across the expanding horizons of his domain before he called out. The absolute humilitas ego of infinity. Woo! Noah breathed out and the majestic weight of the superbious ego began to dissolve, the molten gold of his robes and the suffocating pressure of his regal pride fading into a simple gray shroud that seemed to absorb the ambient light rather than reflect it, and his posture softened from that of a king into that of a being who had reached a state of total and absolute release. His eyes, which had previously blazed with the fires of an unyielding sovereignty, now became deep and quiet pools of blue that held the stillness of an eternal void, and every mannerism he displayed transitioned into a glorious and terrifying lack of self-assertion that made him appear more like a natural feature of the dreamscape than a living entity. HUUM. The transformation into the absolute humilitas ego of infinity was so profound that Naldine Manthan blinked while her singularity-dotted eyes struggled to maintain their focus on the space where Noah stood, for while his physical form had not moved, the very concept of his presence had begun to unravel within her perception until she was looking at nothing but the shifting golden sands of the realm of dreams. Beside her, the engineered greed of Midas rumbled in confusion as his rings of greed slowed their rotation, his instinct to track and covet power finding no purchase on a being who had successfully discarded every layer of observable ego, and for a long moment, the two nascent Hadeans stood alone as if Noah had never been there at all. Noah allowed himself to remain in this state of perfect invisibility for a heartbeat longer before he intentionally projected a flicker of his authority to show himself once more, appearing as a soft and nondescript shadow against the glittering dunes. "Another me will come soon as we prepare for some grand things," he said, his voice now a quiet and resonant murmur that carried no trace of his former arrogance, "so for now, join the others in the early veiled shore and wait." Naldine and Midas gave a synchronized nod of understanding as the humilitas manifestation of Noah dissipated into the golden air without leaving a single trace of his passage. He quickly appeared and moved across the vast expanse of the wastes with a terrifying speed, his figure a mere ghost weaving through the glimmering multicolored rain and the torrential storms of the pluvial epoch that continued to drench the transformed landscape in the essence of his developmental phenomenon. He eventually reached the outskirts of the wandering territories, a region filled with inverted landmasses and floating valleys of multicolored brilliance where the laws of spatial orientation appeared to have been discarded. It was a place of impossible geometries and shifting horizons, and it was here, within a valley where the light flowed upward like a reverse waterfall, that he settled into a patient wait for the Sororus from the Magna Sorora who would serve as the bridge to his next grand objective. The Genesis monarch sat upon a crystalline ledge while looking out toward, his presence so thoroughly erased by his ego that even the ambient infinity of the region seemed to flow through him without resistance, and he waited for the hour of his crossing to begin. Chapter 5179, What Makes You Tick? Existence was vast and filled with dangers, housing entities who had been alive for billions of years and eons, each of them having developed their own means of power and their own civilizations while existence itself remained filled with many anomalies that had matured through time, adversity, and innovation. There were monsters out there who could likely pinch their fingers and cause an entire observable existence to go dark, for the scales of power were not merely linear but were layered with the weight of ancient engineering and the terrifying reach of beings who had moved beyond the concepts of mortality. This reality was the sandbox upon which these titans painted their wills, and to those who had not yet reached such heights, the sheer scope of the potential threats was enough to paralyze the spirit, yet for those who sought the summit, it was the ultimate motivation to never allow the fires of their own progress to dim. Noah knew how dangerous observable existence could be, and he had gotten a vivid glimpse of that danger with the single member of the Magnus Aurora who had descended upon the ruins of the gilded White Mountain. He had been able to do nothing against her while she stood in the sky, and he could only observe defiantly as she laid the clinical bindings that permeated across all of observable existence with a casual efficiency that spoke of an unfathomable depth of authority. Even figures of great depth like Irwin and the creature had been required to do a great deal of preparation and design to affect the entire observable, and yet for the Gilded Ones, such monumental feats appeared to be simple, routine procedures that required no more effort than a gardener might spend pruning a single branch. It was precisely because he understood that existence was dangerous that he never allowed himself to feel a true sense of ease or to become laid back as if everything would somehow be okay, for Sororis Prima Elsiana was only a single being, a single Gilded One out of a countless number who had been alive for eons within the brain world. Even with the terrifying capabilities that he had just begun to unlock through his near-absolute infinity, Noah only saw them as potential points of opportunity that he could utilize to advance as he began to walk among monsters who had existentially engineered themselves. He knew that to survive and eventually thrive in the face of such beings, he would have to begin with a fundamental understanding of exactly what the Gilded Ones were at their very basal components. He stood within the realm of Genesis inside the Infiniverse, the air of the domain vibrating with the concentrated essence of his glorious Infiniverse. Are you all ready? His voice was calm and steady as he looked at the figures gathered around him, for he was surrounded by those who had served as his primary architects of development. Naldine Manthan stood with her radiant white hair glowing, and beside her was the Arch-Lich Arazon whose deathly Hadean bones shone with a deep and ancient light that suggested a mastery over the transition between life and unlife. Dr. Hall remained in his pristine white lab coat with his golden hair shining lustrously, his eyes reflecting the sharp, analytical focus of a man who lived for the moment of discovery. They were all surrounding a massive, clean white table made from the condensed weavings of Genesis, and upon that pristine surface lay the beating heart of a Gilded One, a collection of vessels that formed a humanoid shape, and other vibrant golden points of light that pulsed with a rhythm that defied the ordinary laws of biology. These were the remnants carved out by the creature, a gift of raw gilded architecture that carried a terrifying allure of power just from being unveiled to the atmosphere of the realm. Dr. Hall and Arch-Lich Arazon had come only after the direct bidding of their master, and they listened to his instructions with silent intensity, but Naldine was still fresh to the sight of such things and she could not help but shake her head in disbelief. This cannot really be the inner components of a Gilded One, right? She asked, her eyes filled with a heavy suspicion as she looked between the pulsing heart and Noah. How could you possibly get your hands on such a thing, and, just what else are you hiding from me? Noah stepped closer to the table, the multicolored light of his eyes reflecting off the vibrant golden remnants of the dead Jerussia. Existence finds a way, he said, his voice carrying the dark amusement. Come on. If we can reverse engineer and break down exactly what makes a Gilded One tick, then we can do many, many things from there to ensure our own standing remains unchallenged. Yes, many things could be possible, and even Noah himself could utilize this gift from the creature in a myriad of different ways, although he did not even think of transplanting these organs or this system into his own existence. He did not want such a dredge of filth to be inside him, for he found the engineered arrogance of the Gilded to be a stain on the purity of his own path, and he would continue forging his own organs and his own wonders as he built his infinite scale from the ground up. He acknowledged that there were many scary monsters out there and likely many beings who were currently much stronger than he was, and while they had the advantage of time, he had infinity and his own boundless, tyrannical quintessence to bridge the gap. Let's get to work. He delved into the procedure with a sharp excitement that permeated the air, and those around him followed his lead as the manifestations of ruination and the Infiniverse watched from the heights of the domain. They analyzed every movement and every reaction as the procedure commenced, their collective focus directed toward the singular question that would define their next phase of development. What the hell made a Gilded One tick? HUUM. Chapter 5180, information. In existence, there was something known as Murphy's Law. Though in the higher reaches of the information paradox, we recognize it as the inevitable manifestation of every catastrophic probability that has been seeded into the weavings of time. If a configuration of events exists that can lead to the undoing of a cause, then that configuration is not merely a possibility but a certainty that is already rushing toward its own realization, because information that can be written will eventually find its place upon the page of reality. The truly wise do not seek comfort in the illusion of stability, for stability is merely the brief and deceptive silence before the storm of existence decides to correct itself through the most violent means available. To exist is to be vulnerable to the absolute failure of every brittle foundation one has built, and only those who have looked into the depths of the worst possibilities and found their anchors there can truly hope to survive when the weavings finally decide to go wrong. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and it will do so with a clinical and devastating precision that cares nothing for the vanity of your preparations, leaving behind only the cold truth of what remains when the shroud of certainty is stripped away from the bones of reality. In the primordial realm of Helheim, the domain had changed as it unfolded as an expanse of stellar horror where the very concept of a horizon was replaced by a suffocating, lightless void that was punctuated only by the rhythmic, agonizing pulse of stars and wheels of existence that had long since forgotten how to radiate warmth. Space here did not function as a vacuum but as a viscous, ink-like medium through which massive, obsidian tentacles of unfathomable length writhed with the slow and patient grace of ancient predators, their surfaces slick with the residue of forgotten civilizations and the crushed dreams of those who had dared to seek the truth of the end. In the heart of this oddity, floating with a stillness that commanded the attention of the surrounding disturbances, was the titanic figure of the primordial paradox, an obsidian titan whose seated posture carried the weight of eons of calculated uncertainty. Behind his massive, mountain-like form stretched a mass of obsidian shadow that extended for light years into the reaches of the realm where even the most piercing perception could not find a conclusion, a darkness so profound that it seemed to be a living extension of the Titan's own mastery over the state of being and not being. The primordial paradox gazed behind him at the immense shadow with eyes that held the history of 1,000 failed epochs, and his voice emerged with a heavy and resonant timbre that caused the writhing tentacles of Helheim to momentarily still their motion. We have fought and fought across the shifting tides of the paradox, my disciple, and yet I never truly believed that you would return to me for guidance again after you chose to walk the path of your own madness. As existence rolls down and expands into configurations that even I find increasingly difficult to quantify, did you finally find yourself missing the presence of your teacher, and what exactly happened to your existence to cause the emergence of such a heavy and suffocating presence within the depths of your own shadow? The silence that followed was not an absence of sound but a physical pressure that squeezed the local space, until a voice began to emerge from the lightless depths of the mass behind the Titan, a voice that carried the ragged edge of a being who had been unmade and rewoven in the fires of a total contradiction. This was the living paradox, Erwin, yet the cadence of his speech had transitioned into something that felt like the grinding of tectonic plates beneath a sea of liquid information. The journey toward the culmination of my cause encountered a variable that was not permitted by any calculation I had spent eons perfecting, for my existence was almost entirely scorched and unmade by the absolute brilliance of the infinity wielded by Osmont. It was a fire that sought to erase the very information that defined me as a paradox, and as I felt the foundations of my body being reduced to nothingness during the struggle at Nakatsukuni, I realized that the only path toward survival was to latch even more onto the very information that was attempting to destroy me. The shadow behind the Titan began to undulate with a sudden, violent intensity, and the voice of Erwin grew deeper. By latching even further onto the information from Osmont, I found a collision between my paradox and his infinity that caused the very rules of existence to begin unraveling around me, creating a state where the laws of definition and undefinition were no longer able to maintain their separation. I am the information paradox. Information is conserved within me. And yet, simultaneously, that information is lost forever in ways that should be impossible. I hold both states within myself at all times. I am the void that consumes, and I am the release that carries no trace. I said these exact words to Osmont before. HUUM. I sought to become the fundamental information upon which observable existence operates. To be the paradox at the heart of reality itself. The information from Osmont and my destruction dispersed me across observable existence before reforming me with boundless information of the very nature of existence. Of the very scales of existence as I took in all their information. And from it, oh! A sense of madness bloomed from Irwin as he spoke. I have gained the terrifying capability to eat the information about Vakachev's scales, to consume the very rules that dictate how power is quantified and measured across reality, which means that I am no longer a being who merely operates within the system, but a predator who feeds upon the code of the system itself. I even devoured bindings of the information from a Gilded One trying to impose themselves on me and you as if it was the simplest thing in existence. As he spoke, the shadow behind the primordial paradox began to solidify into a shocking and Thonian-like manifestation, a creature composed of shifting, ink-black limbs and thousands of eyes that reflected the flickering data of existence, its figure appearing as a living violation of every biological and existential law. The only downside to this absolute consumption is that the volume of information I have taken in is so vast that I found myself losing my anchor in reality, for a being who eats the rules must eventually find a singular truth to hold on to or be lost to the void of his own hunger. My cause required an anchor, and I found it in the only piece of information that remains untainted by the paradox, which was my beginning as a mere peasant who was taken in by a master who saw potential in the dirt. I have come back to find you because you are my beginning and my anchor. The peasant asks for forgiveness. The peasant will always remain a peasant. This is my anchor. This will keep me sane. The Thonian form of Irwin loomed behind his teacher, its presence now so immense that it seemed to rival the obsidian titan in its terrifying potential. Master and disciple could move together once again, just as we did when the first paradox was being woven from the threads of the unknown, and this time we shall not merely observe the turning of the scales. We shall move together to devour all information across existence, taking on the gilded and the bounded, and everything else. Your disciple wishes to come home, Master. I am taking in far too much information as I need a living anchor of my cause. Your disciple needs you. HUUM. Chapter 5181, Gilded. I. Seated upon the jagged edges of a multicolored shard of floating rock that drifted through the inverted and unpredictable currents of the wandering territories, Noah experienced the profound and transformative silence of the absolute humilitas ego of infinity, a state that felt less like a mask he had donned and more like a fundamental realignment of his very soul. When he took on this specific transformation, he actually felt as if his very thoughts and everything about his internal architecture were perfectly aligned with this one singular amplified ego, for the fierce and tyrannical ambition that usually drove him was replaced by a quiet and terrifying clarity that required no assertion of the self. Even if he chose to speak out loud in this desolate and shimmering landscape, his voice came out filled with the gentle and patient qualities of this ego, his demeanor and his every movement radiating a quality of surrender that was an astonishing and glorious change to feel compared to his usual tyrannical and calculating self. It was to the point that even as he waited for the arrival of the clandestine contact from the Magnus Aurora, he felt an unbound sense of patience as if whatever would arrive exactly when it was meant to arrive, a state of peace and serenity that he had never truly expected to find within the chaotic path of his own progression. As he waited, the hours began to pass with the slow and unhurried rhythm of the inverted light waterfalls nearby, and during these hours he utilized his reach to check on many things across the expanding horizons of his influence. He checked on Alexander and the great usurper, who had not asked for his intervention despite the monumental changes that had unfolded across the wild, as they seemed to be dealing with the shifting circumstances on their own terms with a resilience that satisfied his expectations. Even the primordial paradox did not ask anything of him when Noah reached out across their shared understanding, for the ancient being stated with a detached calm that he was currently dealing with something paradoxical on his own and required no external support to maintain his standing. A tremendous number of things continued to occur within the depths of the Infiniverse during this quiet time, as Noah continued to outline the transformations that his people could eventually go through while uniquely designing their Hadean engineering based on the data he was learning from reverse engineering the inner components of the Gilded Gerousia. During these passing hours, he monitored the many activities within his domain and the movements of his allies, but eventually he raised his eyes filled with a terrifying and quiet humility toward the sky, for he felt the very fabric of the wild begin to shatter under the weight of an arrival that surpassed the previous descent of Elziana. Terrifying auras of Gilded Ones began to descend in a storm of gold and authority, their figures manifesting with a structural complexity that spoke of eons of existential engineering, and Noah watched with a clinical eye as the rigid hierarchy of their civilization revealed itself in the sky. He sensed 10 superbious Gilded Ones who were wearing regal golden clothing and shining with a pride that sought to overwrite the very air they occupied, their every movement conveying the casual inevitability of those who were born to rule without question. They were accompanied by 20 Ira Gilded Ones who wore heavy crimson armaments and radiated a profound and violent wrath, yet even these martial enforcers stood with a respectful distance from the superbious, acting as the sharp blades in the hands of their sovereign masters. Ho! He had not seen this many Gilded Ones before, as their interactions revealed new things. Following these were 500 Gula Gilded Ones burning with authority, their figures being either regally fat or immensely muscular while draped in silver robes that shimmered with the essence of their industrial gluttony, and finally 1,000 Luxuria Gilded Ones. These Luxuria were adorned in pink and possessed a beauty that was so unfathomable it threatened to unweave the senses of any bounded life form who dared to gaze upon them, yet Noah noticed with a calm heart that they stood as nothing more than living ornaments, their engineered forms positioned to maximize the aesthetic splendor of others they served. As soon as this many Gilded Ones arrived, space fluctuated with a sudden and intense ripple as 8 Sorores also arrived from the higher domains, all of them uniquely shining with a brand of superbious pride that marked them as daughters of the Magna Sorora. Noah observed the mannerisms of these sovereign women as they landed, noting how they spoke only to the 10 superbious males and females as if they were the only entities in the sky worthy of horizontal communication, while the Ira warriors stood in a state of aggressive readiness that required no orders to maintain. The superbious issued directives to others with the same disregard a man might show to the tools in his workshop, and Noah watched as the Gula and Luxuria moved with a total lack of independent ego to fulfill the requirements of the occupation. Multiple parties began to coalesce with the clinical efficiency of a deployment, where a single superbious Gilded One stood at the vanguard while the crimson-clad Ira followed behind as the instruments of their will, and the silver-robed Gula and the radiant Luxuria were distributed as the necessary infrastructure for the coming era of change. Noah's expression became calm and heavy as he watched the scale of the deployment through the eyes of his dispersed infinity. He did not expect so fucking many Gilded Ones. As Noah tracked the movements of the gilded forces that were even now carving their names into the substrate of the wild, he sensed space cracking open a few gigaparsecs away from his current coordinate within the inverted reaches of the wandering territories, for another Gilded One had descended away from the main deployment. This newcomer appeared directly within the shimmering and chaotic valleys of the territories, and when she emerged from the fractured reality, Noah observed her as she spread a veiled aura out across the local space as if she were searching for a specific signature that had been promised to her. Chapter 5182, Gilded. 2. He recognized that this was likely the contact Golden Adelheid had sent to facilitate his passage, and he noted with interest that even as she searched, she was masking her own power and presence with a degree of sophistication that suggested she did not want her presence in this region to be noted by the other sisters of the Magna Sorora. He felt her aura pass through the very region where he sat upon his floating debris, yet even as the searchlight of her perception swept over his coordinates, she did not sense him at all, her gaze continuing to move across the horizon without finding the target she had been dispatched to retrieve. Noah smiled brilliantly within the quietude of his own mind because he truly enjoyed the sensation of a Sororis being unable to perceive him even when he was sitting directly before her, and he found the absolute effectiveness of the Humilitas ego to be a glorious validation of his recent engineering. He decided that he had seen enough of her capacity, and he made the deliberate intention to allow his aura and his being to be perceived by her perception alone, allowing his presence to bleed back into the observable from the state of total invisibility. HUUM. He became visible to her perception in a single instant of reappearing light, and the response from the gilded visitor was immediate as she looked over in his direction and took a single step that warped the space between them. Woo! She appeared in front of Noah right away, her figure manifesting with the sudden and heavy weight of a mountain of compressed authority, and this ally of Uber-Golden Adelheid looked at him up and down with a cold and judgmental focus. Noah remained seated with a calm smile, his humilitas ego projecting a quality of serene and unassuming depth as he mirrored her actions by looking her over in return, noting that her attire was a grand display of sovereign elegance that surpassed even the regal presentation of Elziana. She was adorned in an exquisite golden sari of draped silk that flowed around her form like a river of molten sunlight, and her existence was further embellished with vibrant accessories of heavy necklaces and radiant jewels that chimed with a subtle and dangerous resonance. Her power felt even heavier than that of Sororis Prima Elziana, suggesting a standing within the sisterhood that commanded a terrifying degree of respect, and she stood before him with the posture of a ruler who found the current environment to be beneath her station. In the next moment, she broke the silence with a voice that was as cold as the void between the realms, introducing herself with a cadence that allowed for no ambiguity. I am Maharani's Prabhavati, or in the terminology of the Magna Sorora that you might be more familiar with, Sororis Prima Prabhavati. Noah looked at her with his unique and humble disposition, his eyes reflecting a quiet curiosity that held no trace of the tyrannical pride he usually broadcasted to his enemies. I am Osmond, the weaver of existence, and I find myself wondering, why you choose to carry the two distinctions of Maharanis and Sororis. Sororis Prima Prabhavati looked at him coldly, and she answered him with a clinical and detached explanation. I am Maharani's because I belong to a distinguished and ancient house within the brainworld observable existence, a standing that is similar to the one held by Uber-Golden Adelheid who stems from the lineage of the Uber-Golden House, but I am also Sororis because my identity as a sister of the Magna Sorora is equally important to the architecture of my life. Wow! I have come to this desolate region and searched for you specifically to see exactly what kind of bounded life form would be capable of convincing my childhood friend to risk her very life and the status of her house, for I have been asking myself if you would be some unfathomably handsome existence or perhaps a being who had gained an incredible degree of power to make you stand out among the dross. Yet as I look at you now, I sense nothing of value, for I do not even perceive the weavings of power that should accompany a being of your supposed significance. She stepped closer, the radiant jewels around her neck pulsing with a dim and threatening light that mirrored the rising tension in her gaze. Do you truly know the position she holds, and do you comprehend what all of this clandestine maneuvering means for her if the truth were to be discovered by the gilded houses? Do you understand the certain death that will be granted to her if you were to be found out, and do you realize that I should likely just kill you right now to end her problems early before your insignificance causes her ultimate ruin? Boom! Noah let out a soft and melodic laugh that carried the gentle weight of a stream flowing over smooth stones, his eyes remaining entirely calm even as the killing intent from the Sororis pressed against the local space. He looked at her with a laid-back expression that seemed entirely at odds with the gravity of her threat, for his current state of humilitas allowed him to view the prospect of his own demise with a serenity that bordered on the absolute. I find myself genuinely curious whether a Sororis of your standing possesses the capacity to erase a being such as myself from the weavings of existence, though I think we shall not find the answer to that question today because you have made a promise to your childhood friend. Rather than wasting our time with threats of a death that would only serve to break poor Uber-Golden Adelheid's heart, tell me more about the grand arrangement of your kind, for I watched hundreds of gilded ones descend upon observable existence only moments ago and saw the arrogant manner in which the Superbious issued their commands to the rest of the host. Are the gilded truly so divided in their standing? Sororis Prima Prabhavati adjusted the golden silk of her sari, her radiant jewels pulsing with a soft and haughty light as she looked down at him. To her, the questions he asked were so fundamental that the mere fact he needed them answered was a testament to the primitive nature of his origins. It is not a matter of division in the sense of a flaw, but rather a masterpiece of absolute order that ensures the stability of many observable existences through the glorious right of the superbious houses. For we are the sovereign planners and the faces of civilization who have been engineered with the most refined pride to lead. Boom! Beneath our guidance, the Iras serve as our glorious and unyielding blades, while the Avaritia maintain the archives of our wisdom and the wealth of our reach, and the Invidia watch for any deviation from this perfect harmony to ensure that no discord ever disrupts the beauty of our arrangement. Even the lower tiers find their truest purpose within this hierarchy, as the Aestia remain as the immovable anchors of our infrastructure, while the Gula and Luxuria find their truest fulfillment in providing the labor and the pleasure that allow the higher designations to focus on the governance of existence and war against the relictus. To a bounded mind like yours, it may appear as a cold stratification, but in truth, it is the highest form of compassion to grant every being a designation that perfectly matches their engineered essence, for what could be more merciful than ensuring a Luxuria never has to suffer the burden of a decision she was never meant to make while she basks in the reflected glory of the superbious she serves. Chapter 5183, Crack a Gilded One. Noah looked at this terrifying woman in front of him with a sense of cold serenity as he thought about her words, wondering if the same existential overriding he'd seen in bounded lifeforms applied to the masters themselves. He'd seen how the gilded could rewrite the very minds of those they touched, forcing even the most powerful primordial architects to revere the superbious as a fact of nature, and he couldn't help but speculate if this entire civilization was just a massive lattice of engineered obedience where even the strongest were bound by the strings of their caste. It was a dark, pragmatic thought that most wouldn't dare to entertain while standing before a Sororis Prima, but Noah wasn't most people, and he watched the Maharanis with the detached curiosity of a man looking at a particularly complex and monstrous puppet. As he was thinking this, Sororis Prima Prabhavati continued to look at him up and down before she shook her head and let out a long, weary sigh that suggested he was a burden she'd rather see discarded. While I cannot fathom what Golden Adelheid sees in you, I will keep my promise to her and design a new identity for your existence, because she doesn't have much time before the Magna Sorora will demand an answer from her regardless of her noble house. You have to go now, for I have to remain among the other sisters to close off the bases of this observable and observe the process, since it seems we cannot leave bounded lifeforms alone without them becoming ungrateful. We tried to give you an entire existence to yourselves while we remained in the brain world, occasionally coming down to bless you with our presence, and yet you've chosen to house a relictus among your ranks. She adjusted the golden silk of her sari with a sharp, dismissive movement that caused her radiant jewels to chime with a hollow resonance. It's no matter, for my custos will finish everything I've set up, and since the both of you are technically custodes, she can get you up to speed on exactly what you need to be and do to survive the crossing. Little Rani, come out and take charge of this weaver. The skies above the wandering territories shattered once more with a sudden, crystalline violence that made Noah raise his eyes to the heavens. Someone pristinely powerful began to descend from the fracture, her presence casting a soft pink radiance that contrasted sharply with the multicolored chaos of the region. Sororis Prima Prabhavati saw his reaction and offered a cold, thin smile of her own as the figure approached. What, did you think custodes could only be men? This is mine, and I assure you she's more capable than any Ira custos you might encounter, for she'll be the one to ensure your successful transition into the brain world. The custos who descended was a unique existence, a woman radiating a calm and overwhelming beauty while draped in flowing pink robes that clung to a figure that was curvaceous and full in every proportion. She possessed a physical allure that could likely topple civilizations if she chose to weaponize it, her ears being slightly pointy and delicate while hazy pink-white wings unfurled behind her to stabilize her descent. Her eyes were perhaps the most striking feature of all, for they shone like clusters of galaxies held within a sea of violet. She smiled and bowed toward Sororis Prima Prabhavati with a deep sense of reverence, but then she turned to Noah and shockingly offered the same smile and a respectful bow to him as well. A gilded one, especially one of this tier, bowing at him was a development he hadn't fully anticipated. He watched her calmly, for while she was undeniably beautiful, he'd seen beauty in every form imaginable throughout his life, and in his current state of the humilitas ego of infinity, the seductive charm of the luxuriate designation did absolutely nothing to his internal focus. She stood upright and gestured toward the horizon where the boundaries between domains were beginning to blur. "Please, follow me, for I'll be the one guiding your path from this point forward. Maharani's Prabhavati, you can trust me to take care of everything from here and ensure the weaver reaches his destination as intended." After those words, the Custos waved her hand upward in a grand, sweeping motion, and a shimmering rainbow-colored river began to ascend from the valley toward the shattered skies above. Noah looked at Sororis Prima Prabhavati, who continued to gaze at him with a cold and judgmental focus as he stepped onto the multicolored flow, and Rani followed closely behind him after offering one final, subordinate bow to her mistress. The moment he stepped onto the river, Noah felt his perception uniquely changing. He actually felt a sensation of power that he most closely remembered to be stemming from a grand cause, as if a pulse of the scales was being activated to pull from a segment of the first cause itself. Reality twisted and distorted around him until his body felt like it was disappearing from the territories and from every region he'd grown familiar with, his surroundings dissolving into a blur of speed and authority. In an instant, he found himself traversing across a domain of tumultuous crimson-pink clouds, feeling as if he were traveling within a vessel made of the very clouds themselves, and he realized the substance was a direct manifestation of the Custos's power. His smile of humility remained fixed even as dazzling system prompts began to appear in front of his eyes, the text glowing with the weight of a new and sovereign jurisdiction. You have entered a personalized domain backed by the Desidero cause. Your existence has temporarily ceased to reside within the standard coordinates of observable existence. You are currently traversing a transitional space covered by the light of the aforementioned cause inside a pathway designed to bring you to the brainworld observable existence. He was in a space between spaces, a transitional area between where he'd been and where he was going, yet in the next moment, the domain around him began to churn and solidify with a sudden violence. The clouds coalesced into a wide area filled with crimson-pink skies and a white sea below his feet, the edges of the space stretching out for a single light-year before being cut off by a wall of tumultuous vapor. Everything came to a sudden, jarring stop as the forward momentum of the Rainbow River vanished entirely, leaving Noah standing at the center of the silent, pink-lit void. Noah kept his calm smile and turned around to see Custos Rani, his head tilted slightly in a gesture of unassuming curiosity. "I wonder why we've stopped, for I was under the impression that we were on a very tight schedule." Behind him, Custos Rani was no longer bowed in a gesture of service, for she was now floating with a devilish light in her galaxy-filled eyes while a crimson aura began to fill the entire space. She offered him a dangerous smile that carried the full weight of her engineered lust, her posture radiating an authority that was no longer hidden beneath the mask of a guide. "Maharani's Prabhavati gave me very specific instructions for you, because she doesn't trust a bounded life form to ensure that her closest friend stays safe during the coming hours. I, Custos Rani, was deemed ideal for the task of bringing you under our total control, and within this space, will make the required modifications and engineering on your worthless bounded structure. We might even fuse you to the body of a dead Ira Gilded One to make you a decent enough shell to be a Custos of the Great Uber Golden House, for a bounded man has no place in the higher domains as he is." Boom! Her smile was cold and deadly and filled with a seductive malice that would have shattered the consciousness of any other bounded life form, for her aura was designed to make the mind surrender before the body was even touched. And yet, Noah, in his boundlessly surging humility, couldn't help but smile brilliantly in return. Adversity had come for him once again, and yet his heart blazed with the expectation of what he was about to do to this gilded doll. Fusing me to a corpse, he murmured, his voice as soft as a summer breeze. What a fascinatingly shitty idea. HUUM. Chapter 5184, Crack a Gilded One. 2. He was wondering exactly where his power currently resided after he had elevated so much in that short span of time since he first met a Gilded One, for the pace of his growth had been a violent sprint that left the very foundations of his previous weavings in the dust. He thought that he might be at the transitional stage if not nearing the power of a third-scale entity, but he always liked to underestimate himself so that whenever he met a truly terrifying enemy, he could face them without a single flicker of fear in his Hadean heart. The one behind him right now was not any mere third-scale entity but a Gilded One whose very basal form of life was countless times grander than any bounded life form, and as the air within the transitional domain began to thicken with a rank, sweet musk, a terrifying pressure and radiation began to emanate from her body. The radiation bloomed outward like a physical wave of suffocating desire, a heat that didn't burn the skin but sought to melt the very concept of the self into a pool of submissive filth. This existential radiation alone was enough to take down any entity within the second scale of existence, their civilizational weavings unraveling as they surrendered their sovereignty to the source of the light, but as it reached the coordinate where Noah sat, it encountered a stillness that was absolute. The Luxuria existential radiation is pressing down on your existence. Targeting your civilization and your ego, this radiation is designed to warp your foundational instructions into a state of total servitude where your sole purpose becomes loving and serving the Luxuria Gilded One. Common third-scale entities would find their autonomy erased by this engineered lust, yet because you are currently embodying the absolute humilitas ego of infinity, you have attained total immunity to these effects. Noah's eyes shone with a boundless and quiet humility as Custos Rani moved over toward him with the confidence of a predator who believed her prey had already been broken by the mere scent of her power. She floated until she was only inches away from his face, the smell of her skin like a mixture of honey and the copper tang of fresh blood, and she used her hand to raise his head by putting her fingers on his chin as if she were touching a vile and lesser thing that she had just bought at a market. While your face is not bad, you are far too plain and meek for my personal tastes, though right now you are merely akin to a drop of sand inside a tiny domain while I am a brilliant sun. Be happy to even be basking in my presence as it should be giving you immense pleasure, for I've locked down this entire place to ensure that the bond you have with Ubergolden Adelheid is muted. Any Custos can call out to their sorores, but this space we are in stops that signal to ensure you don't ruin our plans, so tell me, you vile tiny thing, do you love most in existence? She spoke with a prideful and heavy lust, her eyes shining with the predatory hunger of an existence that had gotten its claws into the souls of countless others, and she even ran her hands down Noah's chest and further down as if she were already claiming the meat of his body for her own entertainment. Noah watched her with a serene calm for a heartbeat longer before his expression shifted into something brutal and terrifying, his entire existence transitioning from the silence of humility into the roaring ocean of boundless pride. Dumb. 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 His hand shot out with the speed of a kinetic strike and grasped onto her slender neck, the sound of his fingers tightening like iron bands around her throat echoing through the pink-lit void. I sure as hell don't love you the most in existence, but I wonder if I can make you bleed today, and I wonder if I can finally bridge the gap between a bounded man and a gilded doll. Before she could even register the shift in his aura, he clamped down on her neck and smashed her body down onto the surface below them, his golden pride already beginning to permeate the surroundings and insert itself as the supreme law of the domain. He made the surface unfathomably solid through the weight of his will, and the golden space below cracked and splintered as the body of a Gilded One was slammed into it with enough force to shatter a primordial realm, the sound of the impact being a wet and heavy thud that demanded acknowledgement. You have successfully transformed into the absolute superbious ego of infinity. Your existence is now broadcasting the supremacy radiation, and the sovereign override is currently active within the local substrate. Noah looked down to see that shockingly, Custos Rani appeared entirely uninjured and unbothered, her gilded power rendering the physical impact into nothing but a minor inconvenience. She only looked at him with an expression of pure incredulity as she blinked her galaxy-filled eyes, her pink robes slightly ruffled as she realized that her radiation had failed to take hold. "You resisted my radiation. You, a mere bounded thing, successfully resisted my charms and dared to lay your hands upon my person." Noah rose to his full height and let go of her neck, allowing his tyrannical pride to surge around him in visible waves of molten gold and obsidian light. He stretched his limbs as if he knew he was about to have a grand and satisfying battle, his figure radiating a regal and terrifying beauty that made the pink clouds of the domain seem pale and insignificant by comparison. "I can give you a chance to try again, little gilded one, though I have to admit I'm disappointed, for I've been with many women in my time and I never expected one with an amplified ego of luxuria to be so tasteless and without any real charm. You only seem to be a common whore that is somewhat clean, so I find myself wondering if a gilded one of your station will truly be able to give me a challenge worth my time." Every single word and every single mannerism about him right now emanated such a profound level of pride that even the space around him seemed to bow, and the eyes of Kustos Rani began to shake with a violent and mounting rage. She began to laugh madly as she lay on that transformed golden floor, her voice becoming a booming and cracked thing that filled the transitional space with the sound of a gilded one losing her mind. "Wow! Wow wow wow! To be talked down to by a piece of bounded bacteria. Wow! Fuck, you can just die now." Boom! The true power of a gilded one unfurled at that moment as multiple pulses of the scales bloomed around her in a blinding display of golden light, the existential radiation of her lust spreading out like a tidal wave as the surrounding structure began to warp into a landscape of her choosing. HUUM. And yet, even in the face of this existential pressure, Noah smiled brutally with a pride that reached for the throat of the stars. "Today is a good day, it is a good day to crack a gilded one, a truly good day, so let me see what you've got." Boom! An unfathomable pride burning with infinity surged out from his core as Quintessence Infiniforce endlessly bloomed around him in a suffocating and terrifying fashion, looking like a storm that would drown everything in its path. The change that was being made in the surroundings by her radiation began to get reversed by the weight of his sovereignty, the pink clouds being torn apart to reveal forming suns and stellar bodies that radiated with his own tyrannical light. Noah stood dominantly in the center of the chaos, his eyes shining with the cold and brilliant fire of near absolute infinity, and even as Kustos Rani began to summon pulses of the scales, he only moved forward with the hunger of a king who had finally found a meal worth eating. Chapter 5185, Crack a Gilded One. 3. The silence of the transitional domain was shattered by the violent expansion of Kustos Rani's presence, her gilded foundations roaring with a manic and bruised pride that turned the cloying, sweet musk of her radiation into a suffocating miasma. She stood upon the golden floor that Noah had hardened with his sovereignty, her pink robes billowing like wings of tattered silk while the galaxy-filled clusters of her eyes burned with a light that was no longer seductive, but purely fucking predatory. Her laughter was a jagged thing that grated against the immaculate silence of the Absolute Forge's influence, sounding like the grinding of broken glass beneath the heel of a titan. She raised her left hand to her own lips and breathed across her fingertips with a gesture that was both delicate and horrifying, for the air she released was thick with the shimmering threads of a cause. The Desidero cause. Desidero Ember, first of wants, she hissed, her voice vibrating with the raw power of a gilded soul that had been pushed too far by a creature it considered beneath notice. I speak the thread. I seed the thread. What was content shall know its absence, and what was whole shall feel its fracture, so let the wanting commence where none existed. The Desidero whisper. She extended her hand outward with her fingers splayed, the threads of implanted desire racing through the air like invisible serpents to strike at Noah's existence. The subject is deploying the Desidero whisper, the pulse of implanted want, backed by the authority of the Desidero cause. This pulse attempts to integrate a foreign, crystallized desire into your foundational motivations to rewrite your emotional architecture from within. Because you are currently embodying the absolute superbious ego of infinity, your pride rejects the very possibility of external desire, for a sovereign being acknowledges no want that does not originate from his own will. Noah watched the shimmering threads dissipate against the invisible wall of his supremacy radiation, his expression one of dry and calculating amusement that only served to fuel the woman's rage. He could smell the ozone and the faint, metallic tang of the Desidero threads as they burned away in his presence, the scent reminding him of wet copper and old, forgotten regrets. Is that the best a custodes can offer when their charms fail to produce a groveling slave? He asked, his voice carrying the heavy and unhurried resonance of a monarch who found the entire spectacle to be a tedious interruption. You talked about bacteria and drops of sand, yet you're the one breathing on your fingers and hoping that a few threads of wanting will make me forget that I held your existence by the throat. Ronnie's face contorted into a mask of savage fury, her beauty curdling into a visceral horror as her aura flared with a crimson gold light that began to liquefy the white sea beneath her feet. She didn't wait for another exchange of words, her arms raising above her head and bringing them down in a sweeping arc as she summoned a tide of invisible pressure that sought to drown the entire light year of space. Desidero torrent, sea of wants. I pour the thread and I drown the thread, for what was endurable shall overflow, and the wanting shall exceed the vessel that holds it. The Desidero flood. Boom. The domain was suddenly filled with an overwhelming surge of sensation that felt like every desire Noah had ever suppressed was being amplified to the intensity of a dying sun. It was a sensory overload of the highest order, a psychological siege that sought to fracture his consciousness by making every casual preference into a screaming, all-consuming compulsion that demanded immediate satisfaction. Noah felt the pressure against his superbious foundations, but he only stood his ground while the forming suns of his quintessence infiniforce began to burn with a more terrifying and suffocating brilliance. He didn't just resist the flood, he moved to consume the momentum of the attack, his own near absolute infinity rising like a dark, crystalline tide to meet her golden torrent. A good day to crack a gilded one indeed. Come, he murmured, the words sounding like a promise delivered in the shadow of an executioner's blade. Boom. The multicolored brilliance of his infiniforce bloomed outward in a terrifying fashion, the tyrannical pride of his ego rewriting the pink clouds of the Desidero domain into landscapes of obsidian and cold, blue fire. The change she had imposed was violently reversed as blinding stellar bodies began to form around Noah, their radiation broadcasting his supremacy with such intensity that the white sea began to evaporate into a mist of golden blood and dissolved information. Noah stood at the center of the storm, his eyes shining with the cold fire of the absolute, and he watched as the surprise in Ronnie's galaxy-filled eyes turned into a flicker of genuine, visceral incredulity. She summoned more pulses of the scales around her as multiple causes came to her defense, but the air was already thick with the smell of her pride starting to rot beneath the weight of a bounded man. Let me see, Noah whispered, his hand reaching out to grasp at the fabric of the transitional space itself. Let me see, for my pride demands it. Boom. The transitional domain was no longer a place of quiet pink clouds and shimmering waterfalls, for it had become a claustrophobic slaughterhouse of competing authorities. Custos Rani stood at the center of this localized apocalypse, her galaxy-filled eyes burning with a light that had moved past seduction and into the realm of absolute, unadulterated madness. She commanded the architecture of the space to rise against the bounded intruder, waving her hands in a grand, sweeping motion that summoned boundless rivers of golden observable force from the white sea below. The rivers didn't flow so much as they surged like starving predators, massive currents of liquid gold that carried the weight causes, all of them aiming to drown Noah beneath the sheer, crushing mass of gilded luxuria authority. Noah stood his ground as the first wave of the golden tide slammed into the perimeter of his sovereignty, the sound of the impact being a resonant, metallic boom that shook the foundations of the Desidero space. He didn't move an inch as the liquid gold curled around his figure, for the molten radiance simply bounced off the invisible wall of his superbious pride as if it were a common rain striking an obsidian mountain. He let out a laugh that was thick with a glorious and terrifying pride, the sound echoing through the domain like the tolling of a funeral bell for the woman standing before him. "Is this the brilliant sun you promised, little gilded one?" he asked, his voice dripping with a dry and pragmatic disdain that made the golden rivers hiss and steam where they touched his aura, the absolute superbious ego of infinity truly unleashing itself. "It feels more like a tepid bath. Custodes surely cannot be this weak. You must be one of the weakest ones, right? The target is utilizing boundless observable force at the third scale capacity. The golden rivers are attempting an existential drowning to overwrite your coordinates and compress your civilization. Your absolute superbious ego has identified these attacks as insufficient. The sovereign override is actively neutralizing the golden weavings upon contact, rendering their mass into harmless, unrefined energy." Rani's face twisted into a mask of savage fury, her breath coming in ragged, wet gasps that smelled of honey and rot as she realized her primary manifestation was being treated as nothing but dross. She surged forward with a speed that bypassed the need for traditional motion, her pink robes billowing like the wings of a predatory insect while her aura flared with a crimson gold light that began to liquefy the air itself. She unleashed the Desidero flood once more, but this time she infused the pulse into her very hands and feet as she closed the distance for a brutal, close-quarters execution. Her hands moved in a blurring flurry of strikes that targeted the vital nexuses of Noah's existence, each hit carrying the weight of a dying existence and the suffocating pressure of her amplified lust filled with boundless luxuria gilded authority. Noah met her head-on, his movements becoming a clinical display of his own foundations. Physical. He could fucking get physical. He didn't back away as she unleashed a low, sweeping kick designed to shatter his shins, instead shifting his weight to catch the strike on the hardened obsidian pillar of his own leg, the sound of the collision being a sickening, wet crack of bone against iron. He didn't flinch as she tried to clinch his neck to deliver a series of devastating knees to his midsection, each one carrying the immensity of her pulses of the scales as his hands shot out to intercept her wrists with a grip that felt like the closing of a hydraulic press. Chapter 5186, Crack a Gilded One. 4. "Entertain me, O Gilded One," he roared, his voice surging with a prideful fire that caused the forming suns of his domain to flare with blinding intensity. "Show me the brilliance of the brain world. Show me why I should fear the children and custodes of the Magna Sorora, because this is an abysmal fucking introduction. Where is your pride? Where is your power? Where?" Boom. He twisted his body with a violent grace, pulling her inward and delivering a sharp elbow covered by near absolute infinity that caught her beneath the chin with the force of a tectonic shift. Crack. The impact wasn't a clean hit but a brutal explosion of near absolute infinity that sent a spray of iridescent, golden pink blood and teeth across his obsidian-light robes, the scent of her essence being a cloying mixture of ozone and failed perfection. Rani reeled back, her head snapping upward as the prideful strike from a bounded bacteria did the impossible. It caused her actual, visceral pain that her gilded structure couldn't immediately ignore. She let out a scream that was a mixture of agony and disbelief, her galaxy-filled eyes wide with the realization that the hierarchy she'd been born into was being physically dismantled by a man who shouldn't have been able to scratch her skin. Boom. She tried to retaliate by summoning the Desidero whisper through a spinning kick that aimed for his temple, the threads of implanted want clinging to her foot like a shroud of hungry ghosts. Noah didn't even bother to block the strike with his hands, he simply leaned into the impact and caught her shin with his shoulder, the weight of her wrath and her lust bouncing off his superbious ego without leaving a single mark on his existence. He grabbed her leg before she could retract it and slammed his fist into the center of her thigh with a blinding slap of infinity, the sound of her muscle tearing and her gilded femur fracturing being a heavy, textured noise that filled the silence of the void. Internal damage to Custos Rani, gilded structure fracture detected. The target's Luxuria empowerment is failing to provide adequate regeneration against the weight of your pride and near absolute infinity. The subject's pride is beginning to leak into the surrounding space as information waste. Rani scrambled back across the hardened golden floor, her pink robes now stained with her own hot, iridescent blood that pooled in configurations that looked like maps of a dying civilization. She began to laugh madly once more, the sound being a gurgling, wet thing as she coughed up a mixture of gold fluid and gray bile, her manic eyes fixed on the man who was walking toward her with the unhurried gait of a king. How? How? She shrieked, her voice cracking as she summoned every pulse she had left into a final, desperate shield of golden observable force. I am a Custos of the great houses. I am the vessel of the Desidero. You are nothing but a mistake in the code of reality. An ant. Something bounded. Noah didn't answer her with words, he simply closed the distance in a single, terrifying step that warped the space between them into a tunnel of blue and gold fire. He began to rain down a series of heavy, physical blows that were filled with his superior pride and backed by his infinite light, his fists and palms becoming blinding engines of destruction that smacked and hit her with a rhythmic, brutal cadence. Boom! 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 Each strike was a wet, heavy thud that sounded like a butcher tenderizing meat, his fists crushing her ribs and his palms slamming into her face until her unfathomable beauty was nothing but a ruin of swollen flesh and shattered galaxies. He smashed her body down onto the golden floor again and again, the surface cracking and splintering under the weight of a gilded body being treated as nothing but a shitty, good-for-nothing rag doll. Is this the modified engineering you promised for my worthless structure? Noah asked, his voice low and dangerous as he stood over her, his hands dripping with her golden blood. Is this the best the highborn can do when their toys start to fight back? Rani lay in the center of the White Sea's ruin, her body a broken and twitching thing that was barely recognizable as the Custos who had descended from the fracture. She tried to raise her hand to manifest one final pulse, her fingers trembling with the last remnants of her engineered lust, but Noah didn't give her the chance. He raised his eyes, which were now shining with the terrifying fire of the Absolute, and he began to draw the Lemniscate symbol in the air with a finger that was stained with the gold of her life. He spoke slowly as if an ancient emperor was making his grand decree. Infinite Ember, he murmured, his voice sounding like the first spark of a world being born in the dark. First spark of my emergence. I am the thread. I am the cause. The air around Rani began to grow cold and heavy, a silence settling over the space that felt like the moment before a life is snuffed out by the turning of a tide. What exists without the fire of painful birth shall know that fire now. Let causality regress. Let existence remember its emergence. Let all that stands without the pain spark of life return to the moment before that spark was possible. Noah looked down at the broken gilded woman with a gaze that held no hatred, only a cold and pragmatic judgment that saw through the eons of her engineering. The infinite light. HUUM. A blinding, multicolored radiance erupted from the symbol in the air, a light that didn't burn or destroy but simply interrogated the history of the being it touched. It reached into Rani's existence and asked the single question that her engineering couldn't answer. It asked if she had suffered to become what she was, if she had climbed the long and painful path of the bounded to earn the standing she occupied. The gilded architecture within her foundations screamed as the answer was recorded as a null, for she had been born into the third scale, engineered into her beauty, and handed her power as a birthright of the brain world. The regression commenced with a clinical and terrifying precision. Rani's broken, adult body began to shrink and smooth over, her shattered bones unbreaking as they returned to a softer, more primitive state. Noah stood over the broken ruin of the gilded woman, his hands stained with the shimmering, iridescent gold of her essence while the air around them vibrated with the terminal frequency of her failing pride. He looked down at her swollen features and the galaxy-filled eyes that were now clouded with a visceral, animal terror, and for a fleeting moment, he considered the pragmatic simplicity of snuffing her out right here in the dark. It would be easy. It would be satisfying to watch the light of a highborn doll go out permanently beneath his heel, but his tyrannical mind quickly discarded the thought because he knew the Maharani's was still connected to her. If Rani's life thread snapped, the cold Sororis would descend with the full weight of her house, and Noah wasn't quite ready to have that particular conversation while his feet were still wet with the blood of her favorite Custos. "I won't kill you, little gilded one, because your death would be far too loud for the quiet work I have planned for the brain world," he murmured, his voice carrying the dry, amused chill of a man who had already decided the fate of countless existences. "But, I'm going to take the architecture of your existence and rewrite the laws that govern it, starting with the lie of your own legitimacy. The subject has activated the infinite light. Target, Custos Rani. The pulse is interrogating the target's causal history to identify the pained emergence required by the infinite cause. The blinding radiance of the pulse didn't seek to regress her physical body fully, but instead dove deep into the conceptual foundations of her mind, a cold and clinical light that tore through her memories of ease and birthright. It reached into the void where her struggles should have been and found only the engineered perfection of a being who had never climbed, and the realization hit Rani's consciousness with the force of a psychological execution. She let out a gurgling, wet scream as her very existence began to question its own right to occupy space, the foundational lie of her gilded standing unraveling as she realized she had no legitimate origin to anchor her against the storm. Her mind fractured under the weight of the interrogation, the engineered lust that had sustained her for eons collapsing into a black hole of existential doubt that left her wide open for the next stage of Noah's work. Noah didn't hesitate, for he immediately began to pour his own quintessence infiniforce into the cracks of her psyche, shoving the raw power of his infinite cause into the spaces where her autonomy used to reside. He inserted his infinity into her weavings like a virus, his golden light binding itself to her neural pathways until every thought she had was filtered through the lens of his own sovereign will. It was a total and absolute consumption of her personhood, a mastery that didn't just break her body but claimed the very concept of herself as his property. Rani's body arched off the golden floor, her back snapping with a loud and textured crack as his infinity fused with her marrow and her spirit, and then she fell back into the white sea with a dull thud. The galaxy-filled light in her eyes flickered and then returned, but it was no longer the manic light of a gilded predator, it was a cold, blue-gold reflection of the man standing over her. She lay there for a moment while the transitional domain stabilized around them, the crimson-pink clouds turning a darker, more submissive shade of violet as the anchor of the space shifted its loyalty. Then, with a slow and mechanical grace, the Custos rose from the ruin of her own defeat and knelt at Noah's feet, her feet touching the cold, golden floor in a gesture of total and absolute surrender. "Master," she whispered, her voice no longer cold or seductive but hollowed out and filled with the resonance of his own pride. "I am the thread. I am the cause. Your will is the only light I acknowledge." Noah looked down at her and felt a dark, pragmatic satisfaction, for he now had a gilded puppet as his eyes and ears without alerting the Maharanis to the change. He reached out and placed his hand on the top of her head, his fingers stained with the gold of her recent trauma, and he offered a brilliant, tyrannical smile to the empty void. "Good. Because, there is so much to be done. So much." Boom. Chapter 5187, Life and Existence. Notes on Life and Existence, from the Musings of the Genesis Monarch. The fundamental architecture of life is built upon a foundation of absolute, unblinking inequity, for existence has never been a merchant of fairness but a butcher that decides which cuts of meat are destined for the high table and which are to be ground into the dirt of the lower domains. Many wonder at the origins of the gilded and the bounded as if there were some grand, poetic reason for the disparity, yet the truth is as cold and pragmatic as a surgical strike. Talent and potential are not gifts bestowed by anything, but are the raw biological and existential spoils of a theft that occurred before the first breath of a new reality was ever drawn. It is a nauseating reality to consider that while one soul is born without a single drop of mana to lubricate the gears of their survival, another is born with the engineered capacity to extinguish stars or erase entire primordial realms with a casual wave of a hand, and this difference is not a matter of destiny but of structural positioning within the feeding chain of existence. When the first cause erupts to birth a new observable existence, it is less a celebratory event of creation and more a violent hemorrhage of raw potential that draws the attention of the primeval ones who have waited in the dark for eons. These ancient entities and their gilded progeny do not descend upon a newly born observable to offer blessings or guidance, but instead they latch onto the wellspring of the first cause like parasites at the throat of a fresh kill, drinking deep of the untapped authority to produce even more gilded ones and secure their own sovereign stations. They occupy these new realms and claim the vast percentage of the first cause's power for their own, leaving behind only the dredges and the thinning remnants of mana for the bounded lifeforms who are forced to build civilizations out of the scraps that the masters found too bitter to swallow. The smell of this existential theft permeates the very fabric of the lower domains, a tang of authority dissolving that reminds every bounded creature that their poverty of power was a choice made by those who sit comfortably above. The most persistent question that plagues others of the abyss is why the truly powerful, those gilded ones who have lived for eons and mastered the weavings of reality, would choose to anchor their immortality in the so-called negative egos of existence. Why would a civilization capable of absolute perfection choose to amplify the filth of pride, the searing fire of wrath, or the bottomless, industrial hunger of gluttony? They did not make this choice out of a lack of imagination or a misunderstanding of morality, but because the negative egos possess a specific gravity and a savage density that the virtues simply cannot approximate. In an existence where power is literal consumption and every victory is a pyrrhic struggle against the void, a soul anchored in humility is a soul that is too light to withstand the crushing pressure of sovereign expansion, for the virtues are diffuse and yielding while the sins are the iron pillars upon which a truly tyrannical hierarchy can be built, or so many believe. But they have not played with virtues enough to understand. They truly do not understand. But, continuing on with the mindset that sins are supreme. Superbious is a structural integrity that refuses to be altered by external force. Ira is not merely rage, it is an unyielding engine of martial readiness that ensures the sword never dulls. Gula is not merely hunger, it is the relentless industrial output required to process the raw meat of existence into the refined artifacts of a glorious caste. The Gilded built their world on these foundations because anything less would have been crushed by the weight of their own stolen potential, and they found that the taste of wrath was a more reliable fuel than the sweet, fleeting breath of charity. Existence continues to churn and move in a cycle of consumption and indifference, offering many questions to those who have the leisure to ask them, but the answers do not drift through the air like spores. The truth is buried in the marrow of those who were strong enough to take it, and it reveals itself only to those who are willing to go searching in the dark places where the blood of the bounded still stains the golden floors of the elite. Observations on the Scales, the Genesis Monarch. The creature. Many beings believed in good and evil, right and wrong, but more often than not, things were much more complex than this. Around the same time that the Genesis Monarch bound the custos of Sororis Prima Prabhavati within the transitional pink clouds of the Desidero domain, a far more savage drama was unfolding a vast distance away in the endlessly tumultuous regions known as the undefined gaps. These were the infinite, lightless fractures in space that existed between the observable existence and the brainworld observable existence, stretching boundless and terrifying due to their sheer undefinition. They were almost as chaotic as the void outside of reality where no the second-scale entities could hope to survive for more than a heartbeat. Within this sensory deprivation tank of violent energy, a hunt had been carried out across the hours that passed, as a pack of the Gilded Ones relentlessly chased after the young Relictus whose very presence was a stain upon their orderly masterpiece. A unique development had finally occurred within the undefined gaps, for it seemed that the young Relictus had finally been cornered against the wall of a static, unobservable fold. The creature stood at the center of the darkness, his body burning with multicolored flames that were tinted by a glorious and heavy obsidian light, his eyes reflecting the cold hunger of the primordial source as he found himself surrounded by 18 of the Gilded Ones. 8 of these hunters were the superbious Gilded Ones who floated with a nauseating degree of arrogance, their golden robes shimmering even in the lightless gaps, while 10 the Ira Gilded Ones stood at the forefront like crimson-clad bastions of distilled rage. The space they occupied was a textured void, a place where the darkness felt like a physical weight pressing against the skin and the only illumination came from the predatory glow of gilded authority. A dominating superbious Gilded One with a grand, muscular physique floated ahead of his peers, the power of multiple causes bouncing off his chest like rain off a mountain as he looked at the Relictus with a gaze that held only clinical disdain. You truly thought you could kill one of us and simply run into the dark while growing stronger, as if the Magnus Sorora would not eventually close the loop on your transgression? He asked, his voice carrying the resonance of an executioner's verdict. When we have locked onto a thread, we don't let it go until the information is retrieved, and momentarily even more of us will arrive here as we finally harvest and break down the components of the Relictus. Chapter 5188, Momentum. At such words, the creature didn't flinch or show the tremors of a cornered animal, for he only offered a brutal and unsettling smile that seemed out of place on his ancient face. Right now, he felt a strange and piercing sense of freedom and sadness that nobody else could understand, for he was free because he was entirely alone, and because he was alone, the weight of his sadness was a physical burden that sat in his chest alongside his power. Existence was unfair and filled with an adversity that didn't care for the noble intentions of the weak, and he knew it was okay to feel free and sad simultaneously so long as one kept moving forward through the viscera of his own path. He understood that existence would, by its very nature, remain exactly the way it was, a rigid hierarchy of the primeval ones, the Gilded Ones, and the bounded lifeforms that would continue for countless eons of consumption unless someone moved to physically shatter the arrangement. Nothing changed unless someone did something, and the creature never once entertained the delusion that he could change the entirety of existence at once, for he was far too young and the scope of the void was far too vast. He didn't think he could change everything, but he knew he could get started in the observable existence he was currently in and move outward from there, one steady and blood-soaked step at a time. He breathed out a slow, steady cloud of multicolored vapor and closed his eyes as he felt the resonance of the glorious source, the primordial source that lived beneath the skin of reality. All of his worries and the lingering sadness of his loneliness momentarily paused. He remembered her face as his existence became firmer and brighter as he voiced his thoughts deeply, the sound of his voice cutting through the tumultuous noise of the undefined gaps. No, I didn't think for a single moment that I could kill one of you and simply leave unscathed, because that was never the plan I had laid out for the afternoon. The first domino, the false golden idol, was only the first domino in a much larger collapse, and I needed his death to act as a springboard to draw the rest of you out from your golden towers. He opened his eyes, and the obsidian light within them had become a crushing, physical pressure that caused the Ira warriors to tighten their grip on their crimson blades. I needed multiple more of the Gilded Ones to sustain the trajectory of my growth, which is why all of you are here now, for you're going to help me keep my momentum during my ascent. In existence, one needs to have momentum and pacing to keep going unceasingly, and I wasn't running from you, I was gathering as many of you as I could while giving myself the time to prepare. Now, we can finally get started, and I suggest you remember that in existence, there is only M.O. Men. Tom. Boom. The entire region of the undefined gaps instantly flashed with a blinding obsidian light that swallowed the golden radiance of the Gilded Ones, all sound fading into a terrifying, unnatural silence as vision was cut off by the surge of the primordial source. The only thing that could be heard within the lightless void was the booming voice of the creature, sounding like the judgment of a dark titan rising from the depths of the abyss. "Why do you all think you never got your filthy hands on the primordial source?" he asked, his voice dripping with a visceral disdain. "It's because vile and filthy hands shouldn't get to touch something so pristine, and while you'll always seek it, you will never find it in the halls of your gilded houses. It's abhorrent that you were even able to get your hands on the infinite, but I believe in the future, that even that will be stripped from you, so today, let me show you the true face of the primordial source. Let me show you." HUUM. As the obsidian flames began to settle, the body of the creature became the only visible entity in the void, wreathed in a fire that was so dark it seemed to consume the surrounding shadows. The obsidian flames began to coalesce and harden on his face, forming a glorious and terrifying bony mask that looked as if it had been carved from the very foundations of a dead existence. While this bony mask formed, his aura reached levels that were so terrifying they caused the space around him to groan and crack, the smell of ancient bone and ozone filling the undefined gaps as he took a single, fearless step toward the 18 the Gilded Ones who had thought they were the hunters. The weight of the primordial source was now absolute, and as he moved, the Gilded Ones felt the first genuine chill of a death that they hadn't engineered for themselves. Boom! The Gilded Ones. His thoughts moved with the speed of a kinetic strike as he analyzed the sheer, offensive density of their power, breaking the architecture of the Gilded Ones down into a few fundamental components that defined their absolute advantage. Their bodies were stronger and vaster, their internal systems filled with a degree of potential that made them appear as the favored children of the observable existence, especially as the observable force flooded their marrow and made it nauseatingly easy for them to alter the surrounding environment through their presence alone. With the addition of their engineered egos, their base values were inflated to a degree that allowed them to harness their next great strength, the infinite. Infinity. Within their bodies, infinity flowed in abundance, yet the creature felt like he was watching something pristine being defiled by its residence in the bodies of these lifeforms, for they had not earned the right to carry the boundless. When the infinite was added to their roster, it expanded their power in the reaches of the Paleozoic scale, allowing them to bypass the long eons of the transitional Cambrian stage to become adults who were profoundly confident and filled with a terrifying conviction. That was merely their starting point, but as if all of that were not enough, they had begun drawing additional power from the surrounding existences through a methodology that only those at the Proterozoic scale could typically touch, the pulses of the scales and the raw authority of the causes. Chapter 5189, Choices I. In the higher reaches of existential engineering, it was understood that while the first cause was the singular, erupting ocean that made way for an entire the observable existence, it was comprised of countless smaller the causes that functioned as the currents and the laws of that reality. The Desidero cause governed the mechanics of wanting and desire, while the Superbious cause provided the structural integrity of sovereignty, yet there were others that the creature could feel humming within the gaps, the Leadum cause, which dictated the inevitability of endings, and the Eternus cause, which anchored the static configurations of existence. These smaller the causes were the threads that the Gilded Ones utilized to sew their wills into the fabric of reality, drawing upon the specific weavings of the first cause to bolster their own engineered foundations. The creature focused his gaze on a roaring the Superbious Gilded One whose muscular physique was a testament to the vanity of his house, seeing his body differently compared to any other being as he peered through the golden skin to witness the glistening organs and the silver-etched bones. He saw the seas of the observable force moving through the target's vessels and identified the clusters where infinity was anchored, tracing the shimmering threads back to the causes from which the Gilded Warrior was currently drawing his suffocating power. With a motion that was both beautiful and horrifying, the creature swung his multicolored sword, the blade wreathed in the heavy and unyielding obsidian light of the primordial source. The obsidian light acted as a terminal shears, for as the blade passed through the local space, it proceeded to sever the metaphysical connections where this gilded one was drawing his authority. The creature cut him off from the causes, from the infinite, and even from the flow of the observable force, leaving the warrior with nothing but his own engineered ego to sustain him against the darkness of the undefined gaps. Squelch. The multicolored sword passed through the chest of the gilded one with a wet, heavy sound of tearing meat and cracking bone, and obsidian hooks formed upon the blade to anchor its position within the target's foundations. As the creature pulled the sword out with a violent wrench, a glistening heart and several iridescent organs erupted from the chest cavity in a spray of stellar light and crimson gold blood. The creature opened his mouth and allowed his own gravitational authority to pull these organs toward him, and he proceeded to brutally chew and devour them right away, the metallic tang of gilded essence filling his senses while the crimson gold fluid sputtered down his chin. The gilded one roared out in a mixture of shock and rising rage as his heart was consumed, but before the creature could enjoy the taste of his victory, 3 other of the gilded ones layered multiple the pulses of the scales upon his position from above. Boom! The creature's body was smashed down into the depths of the gaps with enough force to shatter any common Ordovician Paleozoic scale entity, and he went crashing into the solidified and inverted obsidian mountain ranges that served as the floor of the undefinition. Boom! He slowly rose from the center of a massive, smoking crater while stretching his body with a tyrannical grace, the sound of his joints popping being the only noise in the sudden silence of the impact. He noted that the gilded ones remained terrifyingly powerful, for those attacks had caused him a genuine, destabilizing pain that made his existence flicker, but he welcomed the sensation as the familiar weight of hardship and adversity. As such vile things as the gilded ones were, they were undeniably powerful, and he knew he needed to pick them off one by one, isolating them and gaining as much of their information as he could before they labeled him a greater threat and deployed genuine monsters from the Magna Sorora. Step by step, he would climb. The creature rose up again and looked toward the heights where the gilded ones were circling their gravely injured comrade, and he voiced his thoughts with a voice that was as cold as the void between the stars. That's one. Are the rest of you ready to contribute, or are you going to continue standing there while I keep my momentum? Boom! His body surged upward like an incandescent, flaming obsidian blade that was ready to cut open the things that should have never been cut, and the darkness of the undefined gaps was once again filled with the sound of a young relictus beginning his ascent. Noah was finding out something about himself that he did not expect, for the long eons of his progression had typically been defined by the spectacular and the distant, grand weavings that kept his enemies at a distance while he unmade them with a variety of weavings of power. For the past few years, he had fought with a variety of skills and abilities and spectacular weavings of existence that were brilliant and showy and a glorious spectacle to behold, ranging from the primal fury of fireballs and the grotesque architecture of abominations to the relentless legions of the undead. He had mastered the capabilities of Sever, Indefatigable, and the depths of the true sources, climbing all the way through the complexities of principles, ways, and the heavy authority of civilizations and infinity itself. Yet more recent fights had him finding a peculiar satisfaction in the visceral closeness of the struggle. He found himself increasingly drawn to the sensation of utilizing his own hands and feeling the raw exertion of power and immensity as it translated directly into the physical collapse of his enemies, a realization that carried no trace of madness but rather a cold, pragmatic appreciation for the immediate feedback of violence. There was an undeniable texture to bathing his hands in the very force of infinity or gripping the spear of civilization that held the weight of the entire infiniverse, and feeling how the eons' worth of advancements and the proud civilizations of his enemies shattered beneath his physical grip felt unexpectedly good. Chapter 5190, Choices. 2. The thought was an odd one to have as he paused in the silence of the transitional domain, and he asked himself whether he was developing some negative tendencies based on the egos he was currently amplifying or if he was simply discovering a more honest method of existence. And he had many skills, abilities, principles that he utilized for their current stages as after he exceeded them, he didn't use them much as he didn't feel the need to. But his hands and feet, he would always have his hands and feet to smash things. There was a profound and logical catharsis that emerged from physical combat that detached skills and grand weavings could never replicate, for skills was essentially a manipulation of the code of reality while a physical strike was a direct confrontation of essence against essence. When one utilizes their hands and legs to break an enemy, there is no filter of interpretation and no distance of causality, there is only the wet sound of resistance and the grinding vibration of bone meeting authority that provides an absolute confirmation of one's own superiority. Frankly, it just felt good. He was not developing any negative tendencies or anything like that. In the weavings of existence where every victory was bought with the blood of the bounded, Noah found that putting the terrifying weight of his cause and the density of his infinity into his fists allowed him to experience the brutality of his enemies as a tangible substance that he could physically dismantle and crush into the dirt. As he remained lost in these thoughts, he stood over the body of Custos Rani in the space she had enacted, her figure floating flat on her back with her skin and muscles pulled back in a clinical, surgical display that revealed the glowing pink-gold light of her internal components. He observed the gilded bones and the iridescent organs in detail, watching how the gold and silver-etched marrow and the pulsing vessels of the Luxuria designation operated with a structural complexity that surpassed anything he had seen in the lower domains. His hands moved to analyze the makeup of her existence with the detached focus of an architect examining the blueprints of a rival's fortress, and he nodded shortly after as he recognized the similarities between her anatomy and the components he had seen from the gift of the creature. About the same as the components I saw from the gift of the creature, though the resonance of the Luxuria heart is a touch more frenetic, he said calmly, his voice vibrating with the cold authority of his absolute superbious ego. "All right, close up, little Ronnie." As he issued the command, he closed his eyes to check on his Hadean organ of civilization, projecting his consciousness into the lightless and immense reaches of the absolute forge of infinity where he kept his near-absolute infinity compressed. Within this internal workshop, he observed the 14 massive illusory versions of himself that stood like silent sentinels of his potential, noting that while Superbius and Humilitas were already brightly lit, a third manifestation was now beginning to ignite with a shimmering, iridescent pink-gold flame. Beside the absolute amaranthine heart of Emotive, the woman herself was moving with a manic curiosity, her eyes wide as she watched the new ego stabilize and solidify within the forge's architecture. Noah appeared in front of the massive manifestation of the absolute Luxuria ego of infinity, and he looked upon the figure with an appreciative, tyrannical eye, for it was a being of shifting, crystalline skin and flowing robes of liquid starlight that seemed to pull at the very fabric of the surrounding space. The manifestation carried a beauty that was both breathtaking and horrifying, its features possessing a predatory grace that suggested a hunger that could never be satiated regardless of how much of reality it consumed. As he established the connection, comprehensive prompts began to bloom within his awareness, detailing the terrifying capabilities of the third completed ego with a clinical precision that made his eyes shine with a brilliant, dark light. The absolute Luxuria ego of infinity has been successfully integrated into the absolute forge. Desire consumption, you possess the capability to consume the desires of those around you, converting their wants and their longings into your own internal capacity for power. Every flicker of lust, ambition, and craving within your proximity flows into you as a tangible substance, allowing you to grow stronger the more your enemies desire their own survival or their own goals. The pleasure cascade, you can induce waves of ecstatic pleasure in your targets, overwhelming their processing capacity with a sensory intensity that exceeds the structural limits of their civilization. Affected beings collapse into helpless states of total surrender, and prolonged exposure ensures the dissolution of their foundations as their existences cannot maintain coherence under the weight of continuous, engineered pleasure. Quintessential indulgence, those without a sufficiently dense ego find themselves unable to resist the beck and call of your presence, for your very existence broadcasts a passive radiation that makes them want nothing more than your approval. When focused, this ability pits the full will of the target against your own, forcing them to find fulfillment only in the service of your desires. Pillow talk. The very weavings of existence crave your satisfaction above all else, causing secrets, knowledge, and forbidden information to naturally flow toward you as if existence itself were confessing its truths. Information that aligns with your current objectives will stream into your awareness without the need for active interrogation, for reality itself wants you to be satisfied. The Desidero Singularity. You can collapse the intent and the direction of all external attacks into a singular point within your own existence, transforming the want to harm you into the want to fuel you. Any strike backed by the desire for your destruction is drawn into this singularity and neutralized, its energy being added to your reserves as a tribute to your absolute standing. The apotheosis of the wanton. You can rewrite the local laws of causality based entirely on your own whims and wants, making your desire the primary axiom of the region. If you want a target to unmake themselves, the very rules of their biology will begin to align with that desire, forcing their existence to struggle against its own foundational instinct for survival in favor of satisfying your whim. Noah's eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance as he looked at the capabilities of Luxuria. "Why, are there so many?" he murmured to the void of the forge, his voice carrying a dry, pragmatic amusement that echoed off the iridescent walls. Because he was just thinking about how less abilities and skills were better for him, and yet even more unfurled. The one positive was multiple of them being passive if he took on the transformation of Luxuria. Chapter 5191, Choices. 3. Noah was getting familiar with the capabilities of the absolute Luxuria ego of infinity, for he wanted to see exactly how its effect would manifest when projected through the lens of his own Hadean foundations. He closed his eyes and allowed the cold integrity of his superbious pride to recede, beckoning the iridescent and predatory resonance of Luxuria to rise and overwrite the architecture of his form. The transformation was not a subtle shift but a violent reshaping of his existence, his skin becoming a shifting, crystalline substance that caught the light of the transitional domain and refracted it into 1,000 sharp and hungry hues. His robes dissolved into a flowing garment of liquid starlight that seemed to pull at the very fabric of the surrounding space, and his features settled into a beauty that was so unfathomable and dangerous it felt like a silent scream of aesthetic perfection. Noah raised his hands to look at the shimmering, translucent texture of his crystalline fingers, his gaze moving across the predatory grace of his own limbs with a dry and pragmatic appreciation. Beside him, the figure of Custos Rani began to tremble with a visceral intensity that shook the pink-gold radiance of her robes, her eyes wide with a shock that bordered on terror as she looked at him. After a heartbeat of frozen incredulity, this gilded one actually felt a dark and uncontrollable blush creep across her ruined features, and she looked down at the golden floor as if the mere sight of him was a sensory overload she could no longer sustain. Noah was about to ask her for the specific reason of her shock when in the next moment, a sudden and catastrophic change erupted within the domain. Boom! An influx of the observable force and quintessence infiniforce erupted from his body and from the very surroundings with intensity, his existence visibly emanating an increasingly denser sense of pressure and power that threatened to crack the boundaries of the transitional space. Noah was genuinely surprised as he sensed his generation of quintessence infiniforce seemingly multiplied by many times over, his body becoming encased in a thick shell of near-absolute infinity while his pillar of infinity also became denser and grander as more and more infinity surged into its depths. The reason for this erupting and increasingly grand change was revealed to him in an instant as prompts began to bloom before his eyes, detailing the silent and hungry mechanics of his newest ego. The passive effects of desire consumption have been activated. The nearby subject, Custos Rani, has had her desires and emotions consumed to provide minimal gains for your weavings of existence. The subject, the living emotive, whose heart you carry, seems to be uniquely anomalous and holds seemingly endless desires and emotions, and she has had her weavings and desires consumed as they have provided and are continuing to provide quintessential gains for your weavings of existence. Boundless desires and emotions are continuing to be absorbed and consumed from the surrounding substrate, further amplifying the absolute luxuria ego of infinity as you move. Noah blinked at the prompts that bloomed before his eyes and couldn't help but turn his gaze inward to his own forge of infinity, wondering exactly what kind of manic feast emotive was providing for him. Within the internal reaches of his consciousness, he had taken on the shimmering form of the luxuria ego, and he found himself looking at a startled emotive who was staring back at him with vibrant eyes that held the manic obsession of a being who had just found her prime specimen. She looked at him with an intensity that seemed to vibrate through the entire forge, her hands twitching as if she were trying to decide whether to run toward him or simply dissolve into a pool of satisfied starlight. She cleared her throat and spoke in a serious fashion, yet her words came out with an absent-minded honesty that suggested she didn't entirely mean to say them out loud. "I would gladly give every other part of my existence if you would just take those thick, strong arms of yours and wrap them around me and just air." She cleared her throat again and blinked rapidly as if she had just noticed that Noah was staring directly into her thoughts, and she quickly tried to pivot back. "Ahem, sir, since you are currently present here, I wanted to use this as a chance to get your permission for something I had planned to do on my own, for my dream will never be achieved if I simply and passively remain around you without taking the initiative." Her figure brightened. "I have sensed the Gilded Ones permeating and beginning to establish bases within our observable existence, and I had planned to begin siphoning off their emotions and egos while utilizing the immense power contained within this forge to penetrate their defenses. If I take on the form of luxuria myself while doing so, I could bring them under my control and feed your growth with the raw meat of their own engineered wants, hoo, ha ha ha." Emotive put her hand on her face as she laughed devilishly, her manic joy filling the silent spaces of the forge with a resonance that was both unsettling and impressive. Noah looked at her and thought of the initiative and the ridiculous weavings of this woman who might just be one of the more unique existences within their observable existence. "Do what you need to do without getting caught. I will only save you once or twice if you get yourself into genuine trouble." Emotive's eyes went wide and round as she heard these words, and she let out a soft, delighted squeal before burying her face in her hands and wiggling her feet with overwhelming joy that seemed entirely out of place. Noah shook his head at this. After this, Noah opened his eyes again within the transitional domain to find Kustos Rani already down on her knees. His eyes flashed coldly with the iridescent light of luxuria, and his voice carried a heavy, demanding resonance as he addressed his puppet. "Why do you seem so shocked at my form, and why does your gilded existence tremble as if it has seen its own ending within my reflection?" Rani's pupils trembled as she slowly raised her head, her voice shaking with a reverence that she could no longer suppress beneath the weight of his radiation. "Your figure, your presence, it reminds me of the records of Servius Desideratum, the devouring vessel, who was a luxuria to turn his desire inward and consume the very existence he was meant to serve. He is and was a terrifying and renowned figure in the brainworld observable existence during the 4th and 5th ages, a being whose amplified lust became a devouring field that could consume the emotions of the Superbius and Ira and even the indifference of the Relictus itself. We were taught to fear his name, and as I look at you now, the unique immensity you give seems to be close to his brilliance of luxuria." "Wow!" Noah listened to her explanation with a calm silence, his gaze moving across the shimmering horizon of the transitional domain. Chapter 5192, Choices. 4. After receiving knowledge of some renowned Gilded One and the mention of ages from Kustos Rani, Noah had commanded this puppet gently for her to transfer all the knowledge she had to him, his fingers lingering on her forehead as the iridescent weavings of her memory began to bleed into his own consciousness. He wanted these memories because at this moment, he wanted to have a clear definition of his long-term and short-term goals, for he found that navigating the higher domains without a definitive map was a tedious waste of his infinite potential. His end goal was simply safety and an existence where he didn't have to worry about the encroaching shadows of the void, envisioning a quiet life of mana and farming that felt more like a distant dream than a reachable reality. But dumb fuckers would not leave him alone and continued to press their engineered arrogance against his skin, so they made his goal a bit more complex than the simple cultivation of a garden. To achieve his very straightforward goal, he had to overcome the gap between bounded and gilded, ensuring his safety against gilded monsters and those above them who could stand in his way. He really thought he had been mild and laid back for the most part since he came out of his wheel of existence and entered the folds, acting with a restraint, well, for the most part. He hadn't really done anything too crazy. But when he thought about the Gilded Ones and what he could do to overcome them and eliminate the threat of these beings and their immense weavings of existence, he looked at the kneeling form of Ronnie and then toward the distant coming horizons of the brainworld observable existence with a gaze that turned unfathomably cold. Is it time to return on the brutal path of conquest again? Boom! Existence around him began to buzz as if his surroundings were becoming shaky at this thought, for the very idea of Noah returning to his path of absolute expansion sent ripples through the weavings of the transitional domain. There was Gulden Adelheid who had an apparent unique and high identity among the Superbious, and he already had a Luxuria Gilded One under his control as if he truly exerted himself and returned to his path of conquest. He could begin silently moving in the shadows to bring to his control more and more of the Gilded Ones before he began to wage open war on a glorious path of conquest and quintessence. And as he received the memories from Custos Ronnie, his eyes clouded over with the weight of eons of gilded history and the staggering geography of the higher domains, as well as history of countless unsavory things. He was disgusted and amazed at the complexities of the power structures and lands of the brainworld observable existence that Ronnie had information of, as they were heavy and filled with many things that would require his immediate attention. As he processed the memories more and more, his short-term goals of conquest and Gulden Adelheid and his end goal of farming with boundless infinity and mana gained a rigid structure as he nodded to the empty air. Conquer the Gilded Ones, exceed Vakachev's scales by designing my infinite scales to be even grander, refine my the infinite cause, and gain access to the primordial source, light work. Light fucking work. The creature. The creature continued his desperate and calculated dance within the lightless folds of the undefined gaps, his multicolored flames flickering with a violent intensity as he fended off the collective assault of the Gilded Ones. Multiple other Ira Gilded Ones were already heavily injured and leaking iridescent ichor into the void, yet they continued to look at him with a cold and engineered hatred that required no words to convey. The creature calculated exactly how much time he had left before the weight of his actions drew a response he couldn't survive, for he knew he needed to wrap things up and return to the shadows of the undefinition. He had gained a fleeting glimpse of knowledge regarding the terrifying scope of their power, and he knew that these beings weren't merely lifeforms contained within a single pocket of existence. There were extremely old and ancient Gilded Ones who had been present even before he was born, entities who were able to harness the raw power of the First Cause to propagate even more Gilded Ones for the future across the eons. Such beings and those within the Magnus Aurora held power and complexities that allowed their influence to span across multiple observable existences, no only a single one. Whether they were called the Brainworld Observable Existence or whatever unique names they established for the territories they occupied. He had to wrap things up here and move, yet before his intent could translate into a single step of retreat. Boom! A terrifying impact boomed out across the entire region of the undefined gaps, sending the very fabric of existence spinning in a nauseating blur before the creature was smashed onto a solidified obsidian floor of the undefinition. For the first time since his emergence, he gazed coldly at his own left hand, which he had raised instinctively in a desperate defense, seeing that the long bone covered by the obsidian flames of the primordial source was visibly fractured. A crimson scorch mark marred his skin as if he had been burnt by a fire comprised of dense infinity and observable force, and tremendous waves of pain cascaded through his existence with a texture that demanded his absolute acknowledgement. He rose from the center of the crater with his gaze remaining as cold and unyielding as the obsidian mountain ranges around him, looking up to see that the domain he had enacted to remain hidden had been pierced by a force of absolute authority. New entrants had arrived. A terrifyingly radiant woman floated above the wreckage of his concealment, a crimson gold crown hanging diagonally upon her head as her imperious gaze looked down upon him with a total absence of warmth. It was actually the entity standing beside her who had smashed into the creature and caused such a grievous injury, and the creature's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the threat before him. The entity was a terrifyingly muscular giant who shone with the concentrated crimson light of the Aira, his massive arms and legs wrapped in crimson halos that radiated a power so heavy it caused the surrounding space to groan. Chapter 5193, End of the Road. He possessed an extremely brutal and devilish smile that showed too many teeth, and he looked down at the creature as if he were observing a particularly interesting insect that he was about to crush. Is this the anomaly that has arisen from the lands below that you all are allowing to run so rampantly? The massive entity asked, his voice sounding like the grinding of tectonic plates. He doesn't seem like much of anything at all, especially considering I've felt genuine fear from actual monstrous relictus before, so tell me, is this one merely a sheikling that has wandered too far from its nest? This Aira turned his predatory gaze toward the woman beside him, his crimson halos pulsing with readiness that was almost suffocating to perceive. Golden Hygiene, do I have your permission to let loose and see what his bones are made of? The imperious and regal gaze of the woman with a loose diagonal crown, Golden Hygiene, remained fixed on the creature, her voice ringing out through the undefined gaps with the cold precision of a royal decree. Don't destroy his body completely, Prima Custos Ragnar, for we need to extract and harvest what we can of the primordial source once his resistance has been properly neutralized. The creature's gaze remained cold the entire time as he affirmed heavily that actual powerhouses of the Gilded Ones had appeared to conclude the hunt. Gauging how he had been injured so severely from the very first strike, he knew that his next move had to be absolute, but... Boom! Before his thoughts could even solidify into action, his body moved instinctively as he used his reforming hand and his uninjured hand to block the descent of a mountain. Prima Custos Ragnar had already appeared above him with a speed that even he could barely perceive, his massive fist being larger than the creature's entire body as it smashed down with weight. The impact caused the surrounding space to shatter like fragile glass before it rapidly reformed under the pressure of the attack, and obsidian light flashed incessantly around the creature as he warped and appeared in a different location. His eyes were heavy and his expression had turned pale for the first time. Ragnar's body was reinforced with the observable force in concentrations millions of times greater than any of the Gilded Ones he had faced so far. Before the creature could even attempt to counterattack, Ragnar was already behind him, punching out with a force that seemed to ignite the very vacuum of the undefined gaps. The creature turned to meet the threat with a punch burning with the concentrated obsidian flames of the primordial source, but the discrepancy in raw existential mass was a gap that simple conviction could not bridge at this stage of his growth. Boom! The impact this time was not an explosion of shared force but a chillingly quiet display of absolute dominance as Ragnar's massive hand simply opened and swallowed the creature's fist, the crimson rings wrapping around the giant's wrist flaring with a violent, authoritative light. These rings immediately elongated and clamped onto the creature's arm like hungry, metallic serpents, and they began to emanate a suffocating pressure drawn from multiple causes that anchored his existence to Ragnar's own, pinning him in place within the undefined gaps. Oh! Ragnar did not let go of the pinned limb, and instead used his free hand to begin a systematic and terrifyingly brutal pummeling that lacked the grace of a duel and possessed all the clinical savagery of a butcher unmaking a carcass. The first strike caught the creature in the solar plexus, a heavy, wet sound of collapsing muscle and shattering internal weavings echoing through the lightless void as the obsidian flames covering his torso were snuffed out by the sheer density of infinity and the observable force. Boom! Ragnar's massive fist struck again and again with a rhythmic, sickening cadence, each blow landing with a force that shattered a dozen ribs and sent fragments of bone deep into the creature's internal organs. Tremendous waves of pain cascaded through his consciousness, the taste of blood and his own dissolving authority filling his mouth while the obsidian light in his eyes began to flicker and dim. He tried to raise his uninjured hand to block the next strike, but the crimson rings on Ragnar's arm emitted a sudden pulse of infinity that pinned his remaining arm to his side, leaving his chest and face entirely vulnerable to the giant's wrath. Ragnar smiled with a brutal, intimate malice as he delivered a rising punch burning with infinity that caught the creature beneath his obsidian-masked jaw, the force of the hit causing his head to snap back with a textured, grinding noise of a fractured spine. Squelch. The sound of the impact was followed by the spray of dark, iridescent ichor as the creature's mouth was filled with the metallic fluid of his own civilization, yet Ragnar did not cease the assault, instead raining down a flurry of short, piston-like punches into the creature's midsection. Each strike was a visceral explosion of power that mutilated the flesh and shattered the foundations beneath, and the creature could feel his very connection to the primordial source beginning to fray under the sustained, multicause overload. He was being treated like a piece of worthless scrap, his bones being ground into powder and his muscles being torn from their anchors as Ragnar laughed with the genuine, manic glee of a predator who had finally found something that didn't die after the first few hits. The discrepancy was far too vast, for Ragnar was reinforced with concentrations of the observable force that were millions of times denser than anything the creature had previously encountered, making every strike feel as though the entire weight of the brainworld were being focused into a single, massive fist. When Ragnar finally released the crimson rings and let the mangled limb drop, the creature fell away like a discarded rag, his body a twisted ruin of broken bone and flickering, dying obsidian fire. He lay in the center of the obsidian crater as utter devastation manifested across his entire being, his skin scorched and his limbs bent at angles that no living thing should survive. Chapter 5194, End of the Road. 2. From above, the cold and clinical voice of Uber-Golden Hygiene rang out with a total absence of interest in the suffering she had just authorized. Contain him and shackle him, Ragnar, and don't play around with the meat any longer. The creature heard the words clearly as his entire existence was buzzing with the static of near collapse, a sound continuing to play in his mind as if his very civilization were shaking. His existence was shaking from the pain and destruction as he couldn't help but remember her. Her face. Her warmth. Her smile that was taken away so senselessly. His existence began to burn with rage. His internal foundations were asking him if this was the end, if his climb was to be concluded as a harvest for the superbious houses, and the massive, crimson-haloed hands of Ragnar neared him to finish the shackling. He did not yet enact any change. He had not changed anything, so how could he be broken here? In that moment of absolute end, the creature felt his existence roaring in a desperate, primal defiance that reached deeper than his broken bones and his mutilated flesh. He reached into the void of his own foundations for the primordial source, searching through the wreckage of his consciousness until he found a single, ancient letter from the tongue of the primordial source. It was a letter that carried a meaning that transcended the eons and was forged in the pained emergence of the first things, and he roared it out of his existence with a volume that threatened to shatter the very foundations of the undefined gaps. Persevere. Boom. Obsidian flames erupted from his body in an endless pillar of absolute authority, the force of the eruption actually pushing the brutally smiling Ragnar back by several meters as the space around them groaned under the weight of the ancient letter. The giant laughed and roared out with a genuine excitement, his crimson halos spinning with a newfound intensity as he witnessed the impossible recovery. Oh! Now that seems like the genuine power of a relictus. Haha, good. Rise. Tataki. Tataki. Boom. The scene was shocking as the creature's wounds and broken bones rapidly healed themselves under the surge of the obsidian fire, his muscles knitting back together and his spine snapping back into alignment with a series of loud, textured pops. He rose from the crater with his obsidian mask hardening and his aura flaring with the weight of the ancient letter, looking coldly at Prima Custos Ragnar as his power seemed even grander and more terrifying than before. Prima Custos Ragnar looked toward the young relictus whose aura was even grander as he cracked his neck, the sound echoing like the snapping of dry branches in the cold silence of the undefined gaps. He asked with a dry, predatory amusement. What is the whole deal with persevere anyway? It is among the words the relictus love to use as it does ridiculous things to the local architecture of existence, but today, buddy boy, today is just not your day, Ragnar said, his voice dropping into a register of cold certainty. You can persevere for as long as you want, but even a mountain eventually finds itself ground into dust by the turning of the tides. Ragnar's existence pulsed with a terrifying density as he raised his hand and pulled from one of the 9 prime causes that comprised the first cause, reaching into the fundamental substrate of reality to grasp the dominion cause, otherwise known as the cause of supremacy. The second experiential truth that emerged during the first cause was the truth that wherever multiple conscious beings exist, they will inevitably arrange themselves into configurations where some stand above others. This arrangement is not imposed from outside but emerges from the interior of consciousness itself, derived from the recognition that different capacities produce differing standings, and the dominion cause holds this truth as its foundational axiom. Many armamental axioms emerged from it. It governed all authority, all governance, all hierarchy, all command, and all submission, for every arrangement in which one being holds power over another draws its structural legitimacy from this singular prime cause. Ragnar pulled upon that cause and allowed it to flow in his rivers of infinity in one hand, while his other hand reached toward a second prime axis to grasp the bellum cause, also known as the cause of conflict. This was the third axis of division, the fundamental truth that existence fights, born from the reality that consciousness encountering other consciousness inevitably produces friction. The bellum cause holds this truth as its foundational axiom, asserting that fighting is not an aberration of existence but a core function of it, as essential to the arrangement as breathing is to the body. It governed all conflict, all warfare, all violence, and all the structured expressions of one existence pressing against another with the intent to overcome. For every blade that has been swung or pulse that has been cast draws its legitimacy from this cause. The power of both prime causes flowed in his hands, cascading across his rivers of infinity as he swung his hands down in a motion that sought to erase the young relictus from the coordinates of the undefined gaps. Crimson and gold forces that the common eye couldn't even perceive thundered down with the weight of entire civilizations, and the young relictus erupted with his power, pulling from the primordial source in a desperate, surging defense. Ragnar laughed because the display was pitifully weak compared to the genuine relictus he had feared in the eons of the past, and he watched with a cold, analytical eye as the result of the collision manifested. Boom! The young relictus faced a force so terrifying that when it smashed down, his entire body that had just risen was flattened again, the impact grinding him into the solidified obsidian floor of the undefinition. Countless bones were broken with a sickening, wet crack, and his internal organs were ruptured into a slurry of golden ichor and obsidian fire that pooled in the crater. Ragnar smiled with a cruelty that suggested he was finally enjoying the texture of the engagement, his crimson halos spinning with a violent light. Come on, say it again, buddy boy. Persevere, persevere. Persevere. Boom. Obsidian flames raged on the young Relictus's body as his fractured existence and civilization healed through sheer causal defiance, and he began to rise once again, his aura flickering with a strength that was objectively grander than before. Ragnar couldn't help but laugh wildly before he bellowed out. "Buddy boy, you simply don't get the magnitude of the forces arrayed against you." Boom! The combined weight of the observable force, infinity, and two prime causes flowed through Ragnar as he struck out again, and the creature was flattened once more into the blood-stained crater. Ragnar's voice boomed through the void, encouraging him to rise again, to find that word and scream it against the darkness one more time. "Go on, buddy boy, again. Persevere." Obsidian flames raged once more as the creature healed and rose, his bones knitting together with the sound of grinding stone, before an instant later. Boom! He was flattened again, the cycle of violence becoming a rhythmic, brutal cadence that stained the obsidian mountains with the scent of ozone and cooling blood. The creature was decimated again and again, his body being ground into a ruin of meat and information as he uttered that single word of defiance every time his consciousness flickered back into focus. By the 81st time, the creature was heaving in a crater filled with his own blood and the dissolved remnants of his authority, his breath coming in gurgling, wet gasps as Ragnar knelt toward him. The Gilded One's massive head came beside his ear, and he breathed in the scent of the decimation he had caused, his devilish smile inches away from the creature's nearly shattered skull. "It has been so boring lately, and I have been so lonely in the heights of the brain world. I can only break and collapse so many luxuria horrors." Ragnar whispered just to him, while the Gilded Ones watched from above with cold, judgmental gazes. "I thank you for coming, as I can sense you come with change, so come on, buddy boy. Say that fucking word again, otherwise all of this will be over and we will have captured nothing but a tiny, broken little Relictus." Boom! The creature's existence buzzed at these words, and even throughout this carnage, his eyes never lost their light of defiance, for they burned with a fire that Ragnar's prime causes couldn't extinguish. Ragnar picked up the head of the creature by the hair, and the creature looked at the gilded monster through blood-clotted eyes, voicing out through broken teeth a question that carried the weight of a curse. "Did you forget that every time you come close to grasping the primordial source, it gets taken from you?" The words were heavy and unhurried, and Ragnar blinked as he smiled even wider, the irony of the statement not lost on his mind. And as if on cue. Boom! The region above the undefined gaps shattered as a baleful obsidian brilliance unfolded alongside a roar that smashed several weaker the Gilded Ones from the skies and into the ground like falling stars. Golden Hygiene gazed coldly above as the form of a titanic beast began to manifest in the distance, a being that was likely countless gigaparsecs away yet whose form was enlarging with a terrifying speed. Its size alone was likely as vast as a primordial realm, and though it was far, it neared with a gravity that threatened to pull the entire gap into its orbit. Ragnar looked up toward the approaching darkness and smiled brutally, while above, Golden Hygiene took her diagonal crown off and whispered into its crimson gold surface. "A genuine Relictus actually came. Bring the others quickly." Boom! Down below, Ragnar closed his massive fingers into the cranium of the creature, his grip tightening until the obsidian mask began to groan under the pressure. "See? I knew you would make things exciting again, and I cannot thank you enough for starting this war, buddy boy. Do you want to bet if you will miraculously make it out of this alive? Wanna bet?" Ragnar asked these words as the creature only stared coldly at him, his answer being a single, final vibration of authority. "Persevere." Boom! Obsidian flames rose up higher than ever before, the creature breaking the grip of Ragnar as the gilded giant laughed boisterously, and all of existence groaned for the catastrophic change that was about to unfold. Chapter 5195, Eons of Advancements. In the brain world observable existence. Another side of the same coin. There was a grand chamber holding a particularly important personage. The chamber was a vast expanse that defied the meager spatial comprehension of those born to the lower domains, its golden walls breathing with a rhythmic, luminescent light that suggested the structure itself possessed a predatory life of its own. The surfaces were not quite solid, creating a landscape of crystallized purpose where every step resonated with power refined across spans predating the first cause. Constellations drifted across the ceiling in complex, swirling patterns that held the weighted meaning of the emergence of the causes, depicting the birth of the foundational causes that governed reality with a clarity that only the gilded were engineered to read. A golden aquarium floated silently in one corner, filled with waters that shifted between deep blue and luminescent gold, containing a landscape of coral formations and underwater valleys that stretched for light years of compressed space despite appearing mere feet wide. The floor beneath the floating golden lotus was a polished mirror of crystallized purpose. It was a room that served as both a throne and a laboratory, a sanctuary of the highborn under the whim of the upper golden line. Now, the Jazind were gone, their golden shining presence removed to leave Upper Golden Adelheid in a silence that was heavy. She sat upon her floating golden lotus, its petals radiating a warmth that sought to stabilize her foundations, yet the air around her was far from calm as she delved into the depths of her meditation. Due to what Noah had done by flooding her existence with infinity, potent rivers of multicolored quintessence infiniforce and shimmering gold observable force surged around her in violent, swirling currents that threatened to crack the very crystallized floor. These rivers of power acted like predatory tides, clashing and merging in a display of existential weight that forced her to anchor her weavings with every ounce of her royal engineering. The multicolored seas of infiniforce pulsed with a rhythmic, tyrannical cadence that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the Genesis monarch himself, an intrusion of bounded authority that was successfully masquerading as a gilded bond. The clashing of the gold and multicolored energies produced a low, thrumming sound that vibrated through the architecture of the room, causing the golden walls to pulse with a frantic, stuttering light as they struggled to process the anomalous frequency. Upper Golden Adelheid remained a silhouette of regal stillness amidst this multicolored storm, her eyes closed as she fought to maintain the veil over her connection while the raw density of Noah's infinity sought to announce its presence. At such a time, Upper Golden Dietrich entered the room with a heavy and measured tread, his golden eyes without pupils scanning the tempest of power surrounding his sister with a mixture of pride and mounting concern. He took a seat upon a floating debris of crystallized purpose directly across from her, the weight of his own Paleozoic tier existence providing a momentary stabilization to the roiling currents of the space as he sensed the sheer immensity of her shifting power. He didn't speak immediately, instead watching the way the multicolored rivers of infinity danced across her skin, his expression turning empathetic yet firm as he prepared to deliver the weight of their family's expectations. "Do you know why the Sororis Prima are making such a big deal of your custodes, little sister?" Dietrich asked. "Our family is powerful and we have significant pull even against the Magna Sorora, but in your absence, something fundamental has changed while you were living among the dredges of the folds. Our upper golden lineage became even more distinguished because while you were gone in those eons, there was an incident and a profound advancement in our understanding of the enemy that blocks the path to the source." He leaned forward, the golden light of the walls reflecting in his empty eyes as he shared the secrets that the high houses guarded with their lives. "After being blocked by the Relictus for so long, we finally made some progress to understand them, and we believe we have finally found the path to the primordial source. The Magna Sorora tried to enter a unique place where the Relictus should be originating from, but none of their specialists survived the journey as all of one's existence was stripped to their source whenever any gilded one tried to make the transition. The purest part of their existence and civilization was all that remained as no gilded one survived the crossing, apart from those from the very few and very pure lineages capable of withstanding that specific pressure. He gestured toward the swirling rivers of her aura, acknowledging the brilliance that infinity had amplified within her. Our upper golden lineage is among the few capable of surviving that journey, and your specific brilliance can shield one additional custos, which would allow more of our forces to penetrate that place while gathering the information we need. We have become the spear that makes entry into the secrets of the primordial source, and this is why the sisters care so much about the quality of the being bound to you. So tell me, little sister, who and where is your custodes? Whatever the situation is, I can salvage it as long as it is not too obscene. Who and where is your custodes? Upper Golden Adelheid frowned, her internal thoughts moving with speed. She thought about her brother's words and the staggering importance of her role in their family's ascension. Her eyes shone with a sharp, calculated light as she finally looked up, her voice carrying a cold and regal certainty that betrayed none of her visceral panic. They are in the brainworld observable existence right now, operating under a veil I established to ensure their growth remained undisturbed by the politics of the houses. Let me take you to them in a little while, once I confirm something. Upper Golden Dietrich let out a laugh that was filled with a free and resonant relief, the tension in his shoulders finally dissolving as he looked at his sister with genuine, dark amusement. Oh man, you really had me worried for a second there. For some reason I had the most ridiculous and impossible thought that you had somehow bonded with a bounded life form as your custos. An impossibility, I know, but existence is crazy like that, and I find myself wondering what kind of wild tragedy that would have been. Boom. And I did see you focusing on that group of bounded life forms when I found as I thought you may have formed a connection with them. Ah, I'll check on that later. But can you imagine? If you had truly had a bounded life form as your custos while your position is so elevated among the gilded right now? Huh, what a wild thing that would have been to see. Boom. Chapter 5196, Entry into the Brainworld Observable Existence. Any door can be opened. You simply need the right key. The bounded discovered this truth early. A locked granary becomes negotiable when you arrive with sufficient grain of your own. A fortified city becomes navigable when you arrive with sufficient gold. A suspicious guard becomes surprisingly flexible when you arrive with sufficient of whatever the suspicious guard specifically values, which is almost always money. The Gilded Ones, who constructed the brainworld observable existence behind dimensional barriers requiring Paleozoic authority to breach, believed they had built a door without a key. Because no bounded life form could reach Paleozoic. But they had not built a door without a key. The door, as all doors eventually do, would open. It simply required the correct key. And Noah had always been very good at finding keys. Noah's key this time was a Luxuria Gilded One he had put under his control as they were currently traversing endlessly chaotic seas of infinity and observable force burning with definition and undefinition. Custos Rani was already a Gilded One as her aura alone made this artificial barrier not act out against her, her glow covering both her and Noah as they crossed through. Even if she wasn't here though, Noah still felt like he could brute force it, though that would draw unwanted attention that he wasn't quite ready to manage. Before he made the choice to leave the domain Rani had them in, he debated heading back down to the observable existence to duke it out with Sororis Prima Prabhavati. But the memories of Custos Rani allowed him to glimpse a bit more of her power as it seemed the Magna Sorora were formidable, where even with his current means, even if Noah was confident, the battle would be loud. In that all other the Sororis Prima and the observable existence currently would be alerted and he would lose more than make any gains, which led to the logical thought that he needed the power to one-shot Paleozoic scale entities in an instant to ensure everything would be smooth for the future. But for now. HUUM. Existence shook and trembled as Noah felt himself passing through an imperceptible barrier and entering into somewhere filled with concentrations of terrifying brilliance as he found himself rising from a sea of concentrated golden observable force and emerging into skies of scintillating brilliance, intensity, and glory. We have made our entry into the brain-world observable existence. May there be boundless tyranny and infinity in the future to come. His cells and atoms buzzed as they began to absorb everything nearby, and pillow talk activated as information began to flow into his mind even though he had memories to know exactly what he was looking at in the distance. He had arrived in the brain-world observable existence, in a small corner of it that Custos Rani would have called her home. Within the brain-world observable existence, nestled between the martial fortresses of the Ira houses and the vast accumulation towers of the Avarisha archives, lies a domain whose existence the Superbius hierarchy considers simultaneously indispensable and somewhat beneath formal acknowledgement. The Valanthra. Translated from the oldest gilded dialects, the name means approximately, the place where wanting takes form, and the translation is considered accurate by every being who has ever entered its borders and emerged afterward with their existential priorities quietly rearranged. Noah looked at the distant cluster of terrifying concentrations of power as he voiced out to Custos Rani. Which Luxuria Gilded One do you think would be ideal for me to collapse and take the identity of? He said such words casually as since he needed an identity, Noah didn't want to go through anything bothersome as he simply thought of taking on the identity of a Luxuria Gilded One as he could easily emulate their ego, in an even grander sense too. And it would be a matching identity of a custodes that Ubergolden Adelheid didn't want others to know about. Custos Rani's eyes flashed coldly, a sharp and clinical light reflecting in her galaxy-filled gaze as she processed the registries of her home domain. The scion of silken grief, she whispered, the name carrying a weight of tragic isolation. He resides in the upper reaches of the tower, detached from the houses of service, and his absence from the social configurations of the Valanthra would ensure your takeover remains undetected by the audit eyes of the houses. He is also among possible identities I brought up to Sororis Prima Prabhavati. Noah looked at the memories of the entity she mentioned as he smiled, a dangerous and dryly amused expression touching his crystalline features. Okay, let's go see this place. The Valanthra spans a territory roughly equivalent to a small continent within the brainworld, its borders delineated not by walls or barriers but by a gradual transition in the ambient atmosphere that every visitor registers before they consciously understand what they are registering. The air within the Valanthra carries a density of amplified Luxuria ego that accumulates across the first few miles of entry, a crimson-pink luminescence that threads through the observable light like a dye introduced into clear water, subtle at the borders and saturating at the center. The architecture of the Valanthra reflects an advanced civilization that has spent eons optimizing a single design principle, that every structure should produce in its observer the specific sensation of arriving somewhere they have always wanted to be without knowing they wanted it. The buildings are tall and curving, their facades composed of a pale gold material that shifts its surface texture in response to the emotional state of whoever stands before it, producing different appearances for different observers as no two beings have ever reported seeing the same building in exactly the same configuration. Rivers of infinity flow through the Valanthra in channels that were engineered during the Sixth Age by the Avarisha architects operating under Luxuria direction, the only known instance of a lower designation providing creative direction to a higher one. Chapter 5197, The Custos, Osmont. I. The channels of this place wind through the domain's central districts in patterns that follow the natural flow of amplified the Desidero cause energy rather than geographic logic, producing riverways that curve through plazas and beneath bridges and through the lower floors of inhabited structures. The infinity within these channels had been tinted crimson-pink through sustained exposure to the domain's ambient Luxuria ego, producing rivers that glow with warm rose-gold luminescence against the pale gold of the surrounding architecture. Observable force flows through the Valanthra in an unusual configuration unique to this domain as rather than the ambient golden currents that characterize most of the brainworld, the Valanthra's observable force has been engineered into a mist that drifts through the streets at knee height. Warm and faintly luminous, the mist responds to the presence of beings within it by producing gentle currents that press against them with the specific warmth of something alive and attentive. Approximately 3 million Luxuria Gilded Ones inhabit the Volantra permanently, one of the largest concentration of any gilded designation within some of the domain in the brainworld. The Luxuria of the Volantra organize themselves into houses of service, each house specializing in a specific expression of the designation's broad functional mandate. Some houses specialize in domestic refinement, producing the attendants who staff the grand households of the superbious rulers across the broader brainworld, while others specialize in artistic production, generating the music, architecture, cuisine, and ceremonial design that give gilded civilization its aesthetic character. Others specialize in cultivation support, producing existences whose amplified the desidero cause can accelerate the cultivation of higher designation beings through directed emotional resonance and dual cultivation. Since Noah had such terrifying waves of Luxuria, he pulled them back somewhat and covered his face with a crimson gold mask as they moved from the golden sea of observable force and into the periphery of the Volantra. He could see groups of Luxuria lounged on crimson-white sandy beaches, and some on the edge of the waters swimming while absorbing observable force into their foundations. In one area, Noah saw a group of the Superbious and the Ira Gilded Ones lounging on golden laid-back throne-like chairs, with an even larger ground of Luxuria Gilded Ones surrounding them as they fed them vibrant fruits filled with observable force. Some Luxuria were filling their hands with pink and golden light as they gave massages to other Ira or Superbious Gilded Ones, providing a scene that felt like a domain of waste and debauchery to Noah's pragmatic mind. He shook his head and wanted to get past all this as his gaze shifted toward the towering spire at the heart of the continent-sized domain. "Let's go to the Amaranthine Tower," he said, his voice flat and focused. The Amaranthine Tower. From the memories of Custos Rani and what he could see in the far distance at the depths of this place, the Amaranthine Tower was the tallest structure in the Volantra, a tower of pale gold and rose crystal that rises from the domain's center and terminates in a crown of condensed Luxuria ego visible from every point within the domain's borders. The tower serves as the administrative center of the domain's Luxuria governance structures and as the residence of the highest-ranking Luxuria within the domain. The entity for Noah to take the identity of was somewhere within that tower. With a flash of brilliance, Custos Rani put her hand on him as she trembled from the contact alone, with Noah actually doing everything he could to stifle any part of his aura as it might pull in the hungry gazes of all Luxuria here. Not yet. Not yet. Obtain an identity first, then conquest. The Scion of Silken Grief. The private residence of the Scion of Silken Grief was a masterclass in the kind of opulent cruelty that only the Luxuria could engineer, the walls composed of shifting rose crystal that seemed to sigh with a faint, simulated pleasure whenever the light hit them at the right angle. Dante reclined on a chaise of living coral that pulsed with a warm, golden light, his fingers tracing the rim of a chalice filled with the distilled essence of an observable force and infinity. A group of 4 Luxuria gilded women, their iridescent skin marred by burns and dark, purplish fractures in their crystalline structures, huddled near the doorway as they tried to suppress their trembling. They had been the playthings of the afternoon, their engineered foundations pushed to the point of structural failure just to satisfy the wandering whims of a man who had never known the weight of a single day's labor. "I told you to get out of my sight, you useless thing," Dante said, his voice carrying the bored, high-pitched arrogance of a rich young master who found even the sight of his own victims to be a tedious inconvenience. "You look like shit and your resonance is starting to give me a headache, so crawl back to your houses and try to look presentable before I call for you again later tonight." The women scrambled out of the room without a single word of protest, their heads lowered as they retreated from the presence of a scion who viewed their existence as nothing more than disposable fabric to be torn and discarded. Dante watched them go with a sneer of absolute disdain, taking a slow sip of his essence as he settled deeper into the living coral, his mind already drifting toward which house of service he would pillage next for his evening entertainment. For he was ranked high among the houses of Luxuria here and could do what he wanted. He was just beginning to savor the silence when 2 distinct auras flashed into the center of his private domain, the sudden displacement of air causing the rose crystals on the walls to shriek in protest. Dante blinked and looked toward the center of the room with an expression of sharp annoyance, his eyes narrowing as he felt the sheer audacity of an unannounced intrusion into his sanctuary. "Fuck outta here, whoever you are," he spat as he didn't even bother to stand from his chaise. "I don't care if you're from the first of service or if you've got a message from the superbious houses, because I'm not in the mood for any more administrative bullshit today." The two figures didn't move, and as Dante turned his head to fully address the intruders, his sneer faltered when he recognized the cold, galaxy-filled eyes of Custos Rani standing beside a man whose face was obscured by a crimson-gold mask. He opened his mouth to deliver another insult, but the man slowly raised his hands and removed the mask, revealing a set of features that possessed a beauty so unfathomable and predatory it felt like a physical strike to Dante's own gilded senses. "Huum." The man didn't say a word, but he released a fraction of his aura that caused the private domain to groan. The scion of silken grief became frozen completely as a terrifying, absolute power locked onto his foundations, the sheer density of Noah's luxuria ego flooding the room and turning the air into a thick, syrupy substance that Dante's lungs couldn't even process. The rich young master tried to speak, but his voice was trapped behind a wall of near absolute infinity that was currently rewriting the laws of the room to favor a new, tyrannical master. He looked into Noah's crystalline eyes and realized, with a visceral and animal terror, that he wasn't looking at another gilded one, but at a butcher who had finally come to claim the spoiled meat of his existence. Boom. Chapter 5198, The Custos, Osmont. 2. Noah walked forward with the unhurried gait of a man who already owned the room, his crystalline luxuria form casting long, iridescent shadows against the rose crystal walls. He looked at Dante, who was currently suspended in a state of absolute existential stasis, and he felt a flash of dry disdain for the way this fucking rat's engineered foundations were trembling under the mere proximity of a superior ego. There was no struggle and no resistance as Noah reached out and sank his fingers into the air inches from Dante's chest, pulling upon the multicolored seas of quintessence infiniforce to begin the systematic rewriting of the scion's existence. He was gathering more and more information on gilded anatomy as soon, he would be able to engineer his own Hadean weavings and those of his people a step further. Not merely going towards becoming more so like gilded life forms, but something entirely new. The multicolored light of infinity dove deep into Dante's gilded marrow, acting as a terminal virus that tore through his memories of unearned opulence and replaced his autonomy with the cold, unyielding signature of the Genesis monarch. Noah watched with a clinical eye as the rich young master's internal systems were forcibly recalibrated to align with his own foundations, the pink-gold light of the luxuria designation becoming stained with the heavy, multicolored hues of Noah's sovereign will. It was a brutal and efficient process that didn't just bind the target, but essentially claimed the very concept of Dante as a piece of property to be utilized or discarded at a whim. Absolute servitude of the vessel integrated. Target, Dante, the scion of silken grief, has been successfully rewritten as an extension of your Hadean existence. Quintessence infiniforce saturation, 100%. You've lived a very loud and very useless life, Dante, so let's see if your components can be put to better use in the dark, Noah murmured, his voice holding the resonance of a judge passing a final sentence. He waved his hand with a casual flick of his wrist, and a lightless rift of obsidian energy tore open in the center of the opulence, revealing the cold and echoing reaches of the Hadean Desmoterian. Within this internal prison that existed in a pocket of his organ of civilization, the figure of Ozymandias stood waiting with his ancient and stoic bearing, his role as the warden being a position he performed with a silent, terrifying efficiency. Noah tossed the rewritten and still frozen body of Dante into the rift by kicking him into it, watching as the scion vanished into the lightless depths where his spoiled existence would be archived, studied under temporally dilated conditions, and kept until needed, the rift closing an instant later with a sharp, metallic hum. HUUM. Noah stood alone in the center of the residence for a moment, and then he allowed his own crystalline beauty to shift and dissolve, his features blurring and resetting into the likeness of the man he had just displaced. He looked at his reflection in the shifting rose crystal of the walls, noting the less handsome and more petulant features of the scion of silken grief with a shrug of his shoulders. It was a significant downgrade in terms of aesthetic brilliance, but for the purposes of a disguise, he found the mediocre look of the rich young master to be entirely acceptable. He closed his eyes and reached out through the infinity and observable force that tied him to a certain royal, his consciousness traveling along the rivers of observable force that connected him to Ubergolden Adelheid. "Hey," he said, his voice reaching her through the unreachable weavings with a calm and almost amused clarity. "I found my identity as a Gilded One. I've taken the place of a boy named Dante, the scion of silken grief, who will be giving himself the additional distinction of the Osmantian as of today. I'm in Valanthra right now, within the Amaranthine Tower." Noah opened his eyes and adjusted the silk of his new robes, a brilliant and tyrannical smile touching his borrowed lips. She had mentioned she had hours at most before she had to give a name, and he was now here. The pink-gold atmosphere of the Valanthra was never meant to hold the weight of true, unadulterated sovereignty, for it was a place engineered for the softness of desire rather than the hard edges of command. Yet at this time, above the Amaranthine Tower, the shimmering skies began to seethe and tremble as a massive golden vessel tore through the fabric of the domain, its sheer mass displacing the rose-colored mists with a violent, authoritative pressure. It was a leviathan of solidified observable force that burned with the searing, arrogant radiance of the superbious Gilded Ones, its hull stretching for kilometers like a floating continent of polished gold. The ship didn't merely fly but seemed to rewrite the gravity of the region, causing the rivers of rose-gold infinity below to churn and overflow their engineered channels. At the very center of the vessel's prow, the logo of the Ubergolden House blazed with a light that made the surrounding suns look like guttering candles. It was a golden scepter piercing a lightless crown, with a singular, pupilless eye weeping liquid starlight at the apex, a sigil that carried the weight of eons of unchallenged dominance. Thousands of the Luxuria Gilded Ones raised their eyes in shock, their pleasure-filled existences momentarily frozen by the arrival of a royal house that rarely deigned to step foot in the domain of service. They wondered with a rising sense of dread why such an esteemed lineage would come to a place like this. HUUM. From the base of the massive vessel, the air rippled as three figures descended with a synchronized. The Sororis Prima, Evangelina, Constans, and Mathilde, floated down toward the Amaranthine Tower, their golden robes trailing behind them like ribbons of liquid starlight. Beside each of them walked their respective custodes, massive gilded warriors whose auras were so dense they seemed to bruise the very air of the Valanthra. These guardians moved with a clinical, preternatural stillness, their hands resting on the hilts of weapons that had unmade entire civilizations before the Sixth Age was even a memory. Behind this vanguard of authority, the figure of Ubergolden Dietrich appeared, his presence expanding to fill the void left by the ship's arrival. He stood with the easy confidence of a man who owned the sky he walked upon, his golden eyes without pupils fixed on the spire below with a gaze that held no room for negotiation. Beside him stood Ubergolden Adelheid, her expression a mask of regal composure that hid the churning multicolored seas of infinity. "Is this the place where your hidden Custos resides, sister?" A pivotal moment came as many did not realize. It was the nexus point for change that would sweep across the brainworld observable existence like a storm. Chapter 5199, The Custos, Osmont. 3. Inside Dante's domain, Noah stood amidst the shifting rose crystals and the pulsing coral furniture. He calmly tapped his chest with a crystalline finger, and a ripple of multicolored light spilled from his form as another near-absolute clone emerged from his existence with the silent grace of a predator. This body retained his true, unfathomable face and the staggering luxuria ego of infinity, its aura vibrating with an iridescent density that made the surrounding air feel heavy and thick with the scent of ozone. He beckoned toward Custos Rani with a subtle tilt of his head, and in the next moment, the two of them disappeared from the room in a flash of iridescent brilliance, leaving only his original body in the form of Dante. HUUM. They reappeared within the private reaches of Custos Rani's own domain inside the Amaranthine Tower, a space that was draped in fabrics of woven starlight and scented with the cloying, engineered sweetness of rose-gold incense. Rani immediately dropped to her knees upon the polished golden floor as she felt the suffocating weight of Noah's true presence filling her sanctuary. She spoke with a voice that was hushed and trembling, her galaxy-filled eyes lowered in a gesture of profound submission that suggested she was struggling to anchor her own foundations against the radiance of her master. Master, this place is entirely insufficient to host the glory of your existence, for it is merely a small and meager corner of thid place that I have called my own across the eons. I feel the poverty of my own weavings when placed beneath the shadow of your infinity, and I find myself ashamed that I cannot offer a sanctuary more worthy of you as we begin our work in the brain world. Noah waved his hand dismissively, his crystalline eyes scanning the opulent fabrics and the rose-gold pillars with a dry, pragmatic disdain that made the air within the domain feel colder. Hush and stand up, the quality of your silk and the fragrance of your incense are of little consequence to me when I've already decided to treat this entire domain as the starting point of my conquest. Right now, this citadel of luxuria gilded ones and these wretched, debauchery lands of the Valanthra are filled with Paleozoic scale gilded ones of all types who currently do not know me, but that's a condition I intend to rectify over the next few days with a surgical and absolute efficiency. HUUM. I want to spread my influence through the houses to bring this entire continent-sized place under my control. He took a slow step forward, the multicolored rivers of his power pulsing in a rhythmic, tyrannical cadence that resonated through the tower's crystalline foundations. I'll take things lightly for now to ensure we don't draw the immediate and unwanted attention of the Magnus Aurora, for I have no interest in fighting a loud and messy war before I've properly anchored my foundations in this place. These gilded ones and all their engineered pride and their eons of unearned glory shall be the first to truly understand their place in the hierarchy, for they're going to witness the historic and absolute control of a bounded lifeform stand over them. Wow! His eyes shone with glory. We'll have to be mindful of the most dangerous Paleozoic scale monsters currently here, but the first thing that has really interested me is the Sanctum Valanthra. Noah spent a long moment sorting through the fractured, iridescent memories of Custos Rani, finding that the most offensive disparity between his kind and these gilded fuckers wasn't just the raw density of their mana or the engineered perfection of their bodies. It was the gatekeeping of knowledge, for while the bounded were left to scramble in the dirt for the scraps of an understanding they had to bleed for, the gilded had simply stolen the architectural blueprints of the first cause and called it their birthright. Knowledge was the ultimate currency of power in the brain world, and the specific hoard that interested Noah the most was a place nestled deep within the heart of this continent-sized domain of debauchery, a closely guarded sanctuary known as the Sanctum Valanthra. He closed his eyes in Custos Rani's private domain and let the memories flow. The Sanctum Valanthra. It was a place holding information of the first cause. The sparse knowledge Custos Rani held regarding this place filtered through his consciousness with the patient clarity of information that had been kept deliberately vague from those below a certain standing, which told him immediately that whatever sat behind that name was something the Gilded considered genuinely worth protecting. The first thing that landed in his mind was simple enough. Bounded lifeforms could not reach it. Not as a matter of difficulty, not as a matter of climbing harder or cultivating longer or finding the right technique to bridge the gap. As a matter of categorical impossibility, structural and permanent, woven into the separation between the lower observable existence and the brain world the same way the difference between water and fire was woven into their respective natures. No bounded life form, regardless of what they had achieved or how exceptional their cultivation had proven, would find the Sanctum Valanthra accessible without direct intervention from a Gilded One already present within it, which didn't even matter since it was nearly impossible for bounded lifeforms to enter the brain world observable existence. The Sanctum sat nested within the Valanthra itself, which was already inaccessible to ordinary beings. 3 million Luxuria inhabited the broader domain, and most of them would never cross into the Sanctum's borders across the full span of their existences. The border wasn't marked by walls. It was marked by a shift in the quality of the surrounding existence so profound that beings who approached without sufficient standing found their own foundations pressing back against them, the space itself declining their entry without explanation or apology. Several superbious Gilded Ones across prior ages had been turned back at the threshold. That particular detail meant the Sanctum was not merely filtering for power. It was filtering for something else. Entry required 3 simultaneous conditions, all established by the Magna Sorora during the Sixth Age and maintained without amendment since. Chapter 5200, The Custos, Osmont. 4. The first requirement was foundational standing. Ordovician Paleozoic at minimum. The second was designation standing, restricted among the Luxuria to those holding the rank of Prima Serva, and among all other designations requiring explicit Magna Sorora authorization. Both of those conditions were administrative. The third condition was the interesting one. The entrant had to want to understand. Not to acquire, not to weaponize, not to accumulate. To understand. The Sanctum assessed this condition at its threshold through a mechanism no Gilded One had ever successfully mapped, and beings who arrived carrying motivations other than genuine comprehension were turned back with the same patient insistence as those who simply lacked the proper standing. That was why some superbious Gilded Ones had been turned back. Pride didn't want to understand things. Pride wanted to possess things, to deploy things, to demonstrate things. The dominion cause that underpinned their engineering produced beings who approached knowledge the way they approached territory, as something to be claimed and administered. The Sanctum, apparently, did not respect that orientation. Noah spent a moment considering what his own orientation toward the Sanctum actually was. Genuine curiosity. Practical application, certainly, but genuine curiosity first and the application second. He wanted to understand what was inside because not understanding something that existed felt like a personal failure of attention. That seemed like it might satisfy the third condition, though he supposed he'd find out at the threshold. Inside the Sanctum stood the Dreamstones. Dreamstones that held knowledge of the 9 prime causes that comprised the first cause. 9 primary stones, natural crystalline growths that had emerged from the Sanctum's ground during the earliest eons of the brainworld's existence, predating every structure the Gilded had subsequently built around them. Each stone had been shaped by the prime cause energy it contained rather than by any engineering methodology. The forms were organic expressions of foundational truth rather than designed artifacts, which made them the only things in the brainworld, from what Custos Rani's sparse knowledge suggested, that the Gilded had not managed to put their engineering fingerprints on. The 9 prime causes. He turned each one over in his mind as the memories offered them to him. The Desidero cause, existence wants. The Dominion cause, existence arranges hierarchies. The Bellum cause, existence fights. The Cognitio cause, existence learns. The Vigilia cause, existence is watched. The Immutus cause, existence endures. The Consumptio cause, existence converts. The Mortis cause, existence concludes. And then the 9th. The Genesis cause, existence emerges. The only prime cause to which no Gilded designation had ever been connected, because the Gilded were born into their power rather than forging it through the painful emergence the cause demanded as the price of genuine connection. They had built their entire civilization atop an experiential gap where the Genesis cause should have been, and the gap had remained unfilled across all 7 ages because filling it would have required them to suffer, and suffering was the one thing their engineering had been specifically designed to exempt them from. But as of now, Noah knew very little about the 9 prime causes since he only had memories of Ronnie, and now Dante, to go off of. A qualified being who placed their hand against a dream stone received, through the contact, not new information but foundational comprehension. Understanding at the existential level rather than the cognitive level. The pulses that could be derived from each cause became accessible through that comprehension naturally, because pulses were simply structured expressions of the cause's truth, and a being who understood the truth at the foundational level found the expressions available without the long cultivation process through which they were ordinarily developed. Then came the part that made his eyes open without him deciding to open them. The cause incorporation. The distinction between wielding a cause and incorporating one was the distinction between borrowing an authority for a designated expression and becoming a being whose existence permanently embodied the cause's truth as a constituent element of what they were. Beings who had incorporated a prime cause did not cast pulses from that cause. They expressed them, the way a being expressed their own civilization rather than wielded it as a tool, the expressions available continuously, carrying the full weight of the prime cause itself. Most who attempted incorporation failed. Their existences were not sufficiently aligned with the foundational truth they sought to incorporate, their personal civilizations too individually configured to subordinate themselves to the cause's broader axiom without fracturing under the pressure. Very few had managed to incorporate even a portion of a single prime cause's power. Those who succeeded shared one common characteristic: their civilizational access exceeded 25%. Noah's civilizational access currently edged an excess above 15%. He had known this. The number had been a quiet background note in his cultivation planning, a threshold he intended to address once more immediate matters had concluded. He thought about his Hadean pillar of infinity, which contained hundreds of actualized civilizations, each one burning with the full weight of infinity he had layered into it. He thought about the absolute forge of infinity, where the density of near absolute infinity had been compressed into every layer of his being. He thought about the specific shape of his own cause, the infinite cause, and how he had already been designing and planning to incorporate the power of his cause into his infinite scales without ever having been told that such a thing was possible or what it was called. He had arrived at the same destination independently. He opened his eyes. At this time, outside Custos Ronnie's domain, outside the tower, he sensed Ubergolden Adelheid as she had come quick, and she was not alone. There was a grand golden vessel of the Ubergolden house that blazed down fully and hung in the Valanthra sky, its logo blazing, its delegation descending toward the Amaranthan tower where his disguised body was currently inhabiting Dante's mediocre features. He had a few things to manage in the next several hours. But the Sanctum Valanthra was very near the top of the list as he could observe prime causes and see if he could integrate them into his infinite scales alongside his infinite cause. He intended to visit the Sanctum before anyone in this domain had fully processed what had arrived among them.